We have reached the absolute peak of the competition, and as the fire continues, today we will witness who will rise above the rest. Welcome back to the World Esports Championship 2025 live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This event is proudly organized by the IESF and the MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner, and is supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital, with our official partners, IQ, Red One, Monster Energy, CK Music, and Razer as our official chair sponsors. My name is Rose, and as the WEC Women MLBB division comes to an end, we will crown the true queens of the Mobile Legends of Bang Bang. Will Indonesia be able to clinch their back-to-back victory? Will Cambodia rise to the occasion? Or will the dark horse, Team Egypt, actually come out and rise to the top? There is only one way to find out, and that is to show it to our casters. So what better way to kickstart our day? Casters, throwing it over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose. You look absolutely amazing, and that was a very good opening. As you guys can see, it's me and Husky LaFell and Husky, for you guys, WEC25, and we're starting off looking amazing, which again, just to promote, at the end of the day, it is going to be the end of the female division, right? Egypt, Cambodia, Indonesia. We'll see who takes that, but for now, we're starting the open division.
Yeah, the group stage for the Open Division concluded yesterday, and they were clear dominators from Group A until Group D, and they all now will play in the quarterfinals. Just to give a quick recap to everyone out there, the format for playoffs for both divisions is slightly different. For the Open Division, it will be a single elimination, including a third place match. So that means that it is do or die for every single series from this point onwards.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to be opening up with Team Malaysia going up against Mongolia, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on once we see the schedule. But again, this adds a little bit more fire in the open teams, in the male teams, because again, once you lose, that's it, right? And that's very scary, meaning like even the defending champions, Malaysia here, if they drop a game against Mongolia later on at 10 a.m., that's it, their run is over.
Yeah, and that means that every single game counts. There's no room for error. And more importantly, alongside with the pride of a country, they are also fighting for the Covenant honeypot of $32.5 thousand US dollars as a champion, 19.5 thousand as the runner-up, and for the bronze medalist is 13.5.
Yep, right now again, it's just 2 more days of WEC 2025. Here from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and I gotta say it has been an amazing ride, but it's coming to a close very, very soon. So hopefully for all the fans, they stay tuned, because again, this is for everyone. There's no second chances anymore, even for the female team, because today we're gonna know who's third, second, and first. And so far, Indonesia has been dominating. We gotta see if Cambodia as well as Egypt, are they able to take their throne away?
Yeah, even the queens of Indonesia, they can be more comfortable because they only have to play the grand finals, but we'll leave that for later on. Now let's talk about the open category bracket. Here are the quarterfinals matchup. We have Malaysia against Mongolia, Indonesia against Nepal, Cambodia against Kazakhstan, and Myanmar versus Turkiyye. And we'll close out all 4 quarterfinals today to prep for the semi-finals and grand finals tomorrow.
It's going to be best of 3 all the way up until grand finals. That's where we change to become a best of 5. But this is the schedule for today. We're going to be looking at the open division first. Again, the playoffs has started in Malaysia against Mongolia first. Afterwards, we will see Myanmar going up against Turkey and Indonesia against Nepal. And the final game before we jump into the third place as well as the grand finals of the female division is going to be Cambodia going up against Kazakhstan.
Yeah, the lower bracket finals,
yeah,
they call it, right? In Egypt, they did finish 3rd last year as well, so that's another exciting prospect to look forward to. I personally am looking forward to all the matches, and my highlight is actually going to be the second series coming up between Myanmar and Turkey, because Turkey, they did had quite a rough start to the group stage, but today is redemption time, which we will keep that for the second best of 3. Now, the business, Malaysia against Mongolia. We have faced off against each other a couple of times on the international stage, but the Mongolian roster this time is slightly different to what we're used to.
Yeah, and if we're going to be looking at how they performed during the group stage, Malaysia went undefeated in Group A. And actually yesterday, the final game of Group D, it was between Mongolia as well as Egypt. This was the deciding game of who actually gets to play for today. It went all 3 games, but again, ultimately, it did go over to Mongolia. So they had to fight to play for today. And then they're going up against Malaysia, which so far has not been defeated.
Yeah, so far, not just undefeated, unblemished in their record. It feels like they are untouchable so far. Like for all the challenges that have gone up against them, we did say that the team that has the best chance was Turkey, and even that felt like a big power gap in that series. But let's see if Mongolia has anything stored, because so far we've only seen sample sizes from competitors in the same group. Mongolia clearly coming in from a slightly different landscape, might be able to catch us off guard.
Yeah, and the only thing that we can really say is that Malaysia hasn't shown too much, right, in terms of the heroes that they use. Because if Skimi's open, fine, Storm is going to get it. Yusin open, Sakai's got us open. Yum's going to be using that one. We did see a little bit, it's like, okay, we're going to show the Lancelot, we're going to show the Nana, showing up with the Kalia. So it does show, it just reminds us that Malaysia, in terms of the hero pool, they have a lot, but unless you ban it out, they're just going to be using the same thing.
Yeah, and once more, still looking for a team to really push the envelope, you know, make them slightly uncomfortable and having to go to down the list of their hero pool if it makes sense. But there are some familiar faces from Mongolia. I think shout out to Bebex out there, one of the more experienced players, but now not really playing in the main 5. He's going to be the one leading the team from behind the scenes.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, one of the first times we see Mongolia was actually wildcard batting M5, if I'm not mistaken, and it was in Malaysia as well. So their first, I would say, international showing was in Malaysia, and now they're here again fighting Malaysia. So now, for us to start the match between Malaysia going up against Mongolia, we're going for a trailer just to hype us up for us to start the first match of the day here in WEC 2025. Malaysia going up against Mongolia.
Bound by the heritage of conquerors, they walk under the eternal blue skies as pathfinders pursuing endless glory. Can they take down the titans towering ahead of their journey? Saddle up and gallop forth, my horsemen of Mongolia!
Welcoming their opponents, this is a squad built on patience, yet they strike with explosive fury. A team that controls every lane with precision and confidence. Undefeated in Group A, it's Team Malaysia! And now with both Team Malaysia as well as Mongolia on stage, we would like to invite them to go for a fist bump for us to officially start the first match of today, Malaysia against Mongolia.
Journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step, and these warriors have made it to top 8. For Team Malaysia, with an undefeated record from Group A, and Mongolia having to fight slightly harder in their own group to get to this stage, this will be sort of the final test to see if they have it in them to move on forward.
Well, right now we got to talk about the players of Malaysia here: Momo, Sakai, Stormy, Loliel, as well as Humes. And the difficult thing here, I would say a good problem to have. Which one do you want to highlight first? Because every single player has highlights of their own. The solo kills from the side laner, Sakai's dancing around the battlefield, Humes getting impossible catches, and Stormy, man. Stormy as well on that Kimi. Disgusting.
Yeah, even the side leaders, Lo Liao and Momo, have had so many individual highlights. We got to hang out for just a short while with the South African players yesterday, and they were talking about how scary Yums is as a roamer and how Sakais is just freestyling on them. Then these are the impressions that Malaysia has left on the international stage so far. But if there's one team that I had the confidence to take on that intimidating pressure, it's going to be Team Mongolia with Ains, Atto, Akuma, Garo, and Gero.
Yeah, one of the standout players that I still remember is Eisen. Like in the EXP, he has shown up in the international stage and has been quite scary. But again, going up against Malaysia, it is going to be a different beast. I don't think he's ever had experience going up against Momo, so this is going to be something new for him. And the thing about Mongolia is that it's in their genetics, man. Like even physical Asia, they do so well.
They do.
Shout out to Mongolian team.
And I gotta say, the Mongolian supporters, the fans also are incredibly supportive of their country, regardless of what time zone it is. I've
who's
seen
that?
so many clips of them just
Is that
staying
Crab?
up. Is that Scram? It is.
It is Grab. It's like, yo, I want to face this guy. Hey, you know, while they're here, try to get Scrim, you know?
Yeah.
It's RG.
Thank goodness it's not him, but it's one of his disciples.
Yeah. Well, Momo is pretty strong too.
Yeah, he is.
He has basically represented Malaysia every single time since his debut as a player.
Yes. Regardless of whatever category, whatever tournament, right? You always see Momo's name being put up as one of the icons of Malaysia. It's good to see that they are clearly still. Some of the players live rent-free in that hit.
Oh yeah,
in a good way.
For sure. Right now, I would say the male division has been playing later on in the afternoon, this time playing in the morning. So we're gonna see how they start off fresh, Huskies. Like this is gonna be the very first game that they wake up, had breakfast, is like, all right, log in. Let's see how they perform in the morning.
And that's,
who's that?
That's Innocent.
Ah, it's Innocent?
Yeah, that's Innocent.
Yeah.
Oh,
Zorn!
They are showing off their idol. So Zorn, Innocent. We have Cram.
You know what? This is how you get the Malaysian crowd on your side.
Yeah.
Right?
Good trick.
Hey, good trick, right?
I like it. I respect it.
It's like, hey, they're going against Malaysia, but who do we support? Dude, I love Mongolians, man. They're amazing. They wrestle horses when they're kids.
They do. They are called the conquerors, right? So
Yeah.
this is again another stepping stone to greater glory.
I
Well,
want to wrestle a horse.
you want to wrestle a horse?
I mean, like, I wanted to grow up with that experience so that when I get to the office, I can tell people, like, yeah, as a kid, I wrestled
And
horses.
see how many people actually believe you, right?
I can say anything and no one will believe me.
Okay, try me.
Okay, what is I've okay, I've been hit by a car 3 times. Not at the same time.
That's very good to know.
Yes, that's something, yeah.
Lord bless you.
Shout out to our makeup artist. I would not have thought of saying at the same time, no. Rose believe me, or I don't know, she's laughing, so
Well, maybe she was one of the drivers.
Hey, we are both Johorians.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
so it was possible. What are we talking about again? Oh yeah, Mongolia, Malaysia.
Yes.
So Mongolia, like I feel like in the way that they play, if I remember correctly, their play style internationally, I'm slightly worried because they are what we call downloading the meta, which
The downloaders, right?
Exactly. Like game number 1, they'll play comfort, but they won't necessarily show up in the rotations. But start game 2 and game 3, they're like, okay, we roughly know what you're doing, and then we're just gonna adapt to it. So usually when we're going up against Team Mongolia, we can't expect a longer series because they just want to know your draft pattern and the way that you move.
But that's also something very unique, a unique quality about Mongolia, which is the adaptability, right? Is they can adjust to the circumstances. We will start on Flying Cloud for game 1, and we have seen some more impactful Flying Cloud mechanic yesterday. I believe it was between Malaysia against South Africa, where South Africa managed a base defense, tried to go for the Lord, but because it was Flying Cloud, Malaysia was back at the objective in no time, and that is something that Mongolia will have to keep in mind. Rotations are a lot faster than they usually are.
Yeah, but again, Malaysia has been pretty scary considering the fact that they've been looking extremely comfortable on stage at this point.
Oh yes.
Because Sakais is a pretty strong jungler, but I haven't seen him in this form since 1 year now.
Yeah, He does have his low tide, but I think that period has passed.
Thorns
Look at the
remain.
respect from Mongolia, right? Fanny, YSS, Lancelot, let's go. So Hayabusa and Joy are the other two assassins left on the list, whereas for Malaysia, they go for the Baxia Grok ban.
Yep. If this is the case, we should look at the Mongolian player's phone. We might see Sakai's fist there as well.
Yep.
So you got Cram, Innocent, Zorn. Oh, it must be feel bad for Yums. It's like, no, you're good, but Zorn, man.
It's okay. I mean, they've clean swept the team of the season.
Yeah,
What,
yeah.
two seasons now?
Yep.
Yeah, it's okay. No problem. I mean, Sakai knows that feeling. The first time that he was nominated, he didn't get it. And he was the only guy that didn't get it.
Yeah. So now, Team Malaysia, they are really taking out the frontliners. And it looks like they're going to be taking out the CC as well. So, Mongolia, do they actually go for a Hayabusa first pick to deny it away from Team Malaysia and then forcing them out to use something like a Joy? But instead, they go for a Kalia, which I do like this pick. But again, it gives options for Malaysia to pick out something like a Gatot Kimi again, or Gatot plus the Hayabusa since it's still up.
Yeah, Gatot Hayabusa is a good shout too. So it's either that you are looking for, I mean, there are still a couple junglers left, right? The Joy is one. We've seen the Fredrin and Akai. But if you're talking specifically about assassins, then I agree the Hayabusa and Joy will be the next two on the list. For Malaysia, they go for the Hayabusa. So pretty much expected for Sakai's and the Gatot for Yums for the 10,000 time.
Yeah. Pretty easy to call out the draft coming in from Malaysia here. And now going for a simple combo, picking up the Farsa as well. And looks like they're going to have a Cho, but
in the world.
Wow.
having the Kalia as well as the Cho as well as the Farsa, you kind of understand that there's a game plan from Mongolia.
And not only that, they instantly revealed their gold laner, right? Like they are not.
Could be XP.
It could be XP, but they're not really hiding their plan, and
Yep.
very direct. Where they show all their cards on the table. But sometimes it is not too bad of an approach, right? You are not complicating things. You are playing it very, very honest, and Mongolia is one of those countries that play very direct.
Yeah, so for Team Malaysia, in terms of mid laners, there is quite a lot. Stormy has been known to wait for his hero a little bit so that he's able to counter. A safe one is probably Jushin because there's going to be a lot of catch, so you want to use a mid that's harder to catch. Kimi has, you know, basically been the default.
Yeah, there
It
you
looks
go.
like it is still going to be Kimi here. Unless he gets banned out, they're going to be picking up the same thing. Now, in terms of the ban here, I'm looking at Mongolia banning things out like the Ruby, just to make sure that no one can really stop the engage. Like, Gatot is already difficult by himself. Let's not give them much more. Maybe even consider banning out the Lapu, right? Lapu
Yeah.
Ruby seems like a good ban for Mongolia.
Yeah, Lapu Ruby, the Yuzong, what is that?
Uranus.
Uranus is one.
That's kind of too much.
Hilda, yes. So,
Quite a
couple of
bit.
options. Probably not the Hilda. It's slightly rare for the Hilda to come out in the second phase. Esmeralda is also an also a pick that is still available. So
The immortal one
it's
chose
not
me to
easy to
vanquish
narrow down that.
shadows.
They get the
Play
Suyo ban from
divine.
Malaysia now. It's their turn to target the jungler.
The
Yeah.
hunt begins.
And now even the
Your
Ruby
team
gets
is
banned
banned.
out. I'm thinking that Mongolia might want to go for a traditional marksman here, something like the Granger or the Beatrix, because there's a lot of catch here. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities to feed over the kills over to the gold lane. Maybe even the Harif, but the Harif just doesn't do well against the Hayabusa.
If there's one thing that we have seen in WEC so far across both categories is that dealing with the Hayabusa is actually harder than it seems.
Yeah.
Because our Hayabusa players have been nothing less than perfect in terms of execution, and even with heroes that we usually see as an answer to this elusive ninja, it has not been an easy task to pin him down.
But in case the Cho does go to the gold lane, in
Still
terms of the
waters run
EXP,
deep.
Your team is
oh,
banned.
even banning out the Ling.
That-
You know what? Shoutouts to Coach Arcadia. He
The night
researches
sky
every single
tells
team,
all.
Your
making
team
sure
is
that
picking.
there's no surprises.
Yeah, I like it. It's a very deep cut, but that is what makes it fun. We have crossed paths before. At least we have shared some international stage before in other tournaments out there. That's why, as much as Mongolia are known as the downloaders, they are also being downloaded by other teams.
I really feel like Lapu is the safest choice here,
I agree.
right?
This land is our homeland.
so yeah, they go for
It will
Lapu.
soon be your burial ground.
So for Mongolia, if they want to go for the Joy, I think it is going to be quite difficult, even just going up against the Gatot by himself.
What about the Fred or Akai? I mean, Fred?
I'm actually pretty okay with the Fred. Like, I'm okay with the Fred, but then if they don't pick up a marksman...
I am Scorpio!
Oh, they pick up a Hellcurt! Okay, now that's...
I am awake!
Now that's spicy!
These kind of picks are like an espresso shot to me. I am awake and I'm ready. So we get the Khalid too, so it is a Chogo. I love it, right? We say they are very, very honest with their picks. You know, they wear their hearts on the sleeves, and they're just showing their flavors right out the gates.
So here we go, man. Like, the thing is, we've seen Hellcurt usually in Rome. We don't even see him in the jungle, right? So this is going to be very interesting, and I feel like for Team Malaysia at this point, they're really thinking whether they want to give a fighter or marksman here to Lolil, because you just don't know. There's a lot of damage here. You got the Cho, you got the Farsa, you got the Hellcurt, as well as the Khalid. A marksman pick would be pretty brave, but could be effective.
Not only that, there is a madness to the method here with the Hellcurt, right? The Dark Knight falls, you turn off the light, and look at the heroes that Team Malaysia has, right? They explore in the gold lane, but these heroes, they work very well with vision. That's how they control zone. But if you blind them, they can't see, you not only deny them for a couple of seconds, but you also protect your Farsa from being found out.
We can see that Malaysia bringing out the WEC special here, which is pick a lineup that has a lot of zone control. You got the Export, Lapu, as well as the Gatot, even the Kimi. But yeah, like you said, if you deny them of vision, like that's the best way you can surprise anyone, right?
Yeah, I mean, even the best boxer out there, if they don't have sight, landing a punch becomes slightly harder. There is an idea behind it. We see the vision.
But there is an assassin in John Wick. It's pretty good, even though he's blind.
Yeah, well, he's Asian, so.
Hey, you know what? Hey, shout outs to Asia.
Shout outs to
all of us.
What's his name again?
I can't remember.
Yip Man, but that's his character. I don't remember his. Donnie Yen, yes, great actor.
Either way, right now for Team Mongolia, we do have to see, because there's a reason we don't see the Hellcurt all the time.
Yep.
Because his power spike is a bit tricky. You think it's early game, and it's like actually
Oh, I love this. Go get him! Aizen right in the thick of things. Yus is gonna try to hold them back to revitalize and already use Momo Pump to support Gero though. Taking too much damage to invade. Doesn't really pan out the way that they want, but they will get more than just one. Those guys end up going down there under the turret, under the taunt. Oh, what a start! A maniac for Momo! This Lapu off to a fantastic opening!
Can we say this is the fastest maniac in history? In 40 seconds!
Dude, this is why I love Mongolia, man. They're so fun to watch.
In professional play, the fastest maniac. But yeah, no, I agree. It's like, okay, there's no way to expect a 5-man gank on the buff.
Honestly, 9 out of 10 times this would have worked.
Exactly, yeah.
9 out of 10 times this would have worked. They would have gotten away with the buff and actually gotten a lead. But Malaysia very ready to deal with that. And now Gero is going to feel the brunt of it. Needs to call Aizen in to kind of bail him out of the situation. Akuma will have to join here as well. And they're not shy to take the fight. Guys though gladly accepts it. Finds another body. This time Gero goes down. And unfortunately Akuma also follows. So Malaysia definitely getting the better end of that trade.
But it's okay. This is downloading.
This is downloading.
Right? Game 1 is always iffy because you just want to know how would they react. Just say if we get a 5-man gank on the buff, how would they react? You were saying how the Hellcurt pick woke you up. I'm guessing that gank woke Malaysia. They're like, whoa.
These guys aren't playing. They're committing flickers.
Yeah.
To get it done. And
that's a 10 a.m. special.
That's a 10 a.m. special.
We need to play ranked games in 10 a.m. and do that, and just they'll probably be like, yo, I'm not ready for this in the morning.
Yeah,
I haven't had my coffee.
And then you will win the trade. Momo. Yeah, I should be safe. You pull that off in your ranked games, you'll probably get like the enemy will probably all chat you, calling you like a coward. Gero turns off the lights, but the shadow is stuck on him, so vision doesn't really matter when you have basically auto aim there. So guys, with another takedown.
Yep, in terms of the goal difference, it's a lot. And Stormy takes a bit of damage coming in from Akuma, but Humes secures the kill there. And looks like Aizen tries to fight back.
Oh, get him, Garo.
I respect that Garo, trades a kill, dies himself, but this is the Mongolian playstyle, right? They want to download, they want to push you to your limits to see how would you react in every single possible situation. And then the game 2, that's where we start to see Mongolia really adjust.
Again, we did say that there's a method to the madness.
Exactly.
And they have shown the madness part. And now he's trying to refine the method, but Gero, he doesn't really want to be there. And the point is made pretty clear.
Yep. Gero is only level 4 at 3 minutes here. Sakai's is already at level 6. Yesterday, Sakai's hit level 15 at around 9 minute-ish. So that was pretty fast.
They get the kidnap onto Stormy, so that could result in a kill. Good stuff for Atto with the feather airstrike, but Malaysia responds instantly. Sakai's is now pretty much unstoppable. Akuma will have to just give himself away so that his teammates can get out. Double kill for Sakai's, and Gero, oh man, he's still level 4. Come on, come on. This is not fair.
I mean, like, I think they would consider showing mercy, but it's 10 a.m. They're like, in a way, autopiloting, but for them to autopilot is kind of scary.
Or they thought of showing mercy, but sadly, you know, Mongolia pulled off a 5-man gang in the jungle, so they're like, okay, this is how you want to play it? We'll play it. And Sakai's is godlike, that purple buff is gone. What are we looking at? A 5k goal lead.
So the fastest game so far in WEC is 8 minutes in and 24 seconds. It was during the group stages here. 4 minutes in, and Team Malaysia has about 5,000 goalies. Stormy just killed off Aizen, 16-4. Sakai's goes in, and good flicker to disengage the Ogi shadow kill. And look at this, the turrets still have that shielding. That's how early this game is.
The good thing about this Malaysian draft is that they are not the best at CG, right? So don't worry about record-breaking game time. Is Garu? Wow, that's actually quite a lot of damage.
Hey, it's all damage. This is the WC meta. Hold on,
get him! Oh, nice try.
Yeah, Leo still gets the kill there. Aizen is stuck. Stormy able to get that one, and Garo goes in. Tries to get a kick on the Stormy. Stormy still survives. Has to Shunpo away, and Atok is there just to protect him from Momo. Yeah, WC, man, it's all full of damage. Sakai jumps in with the quad shadow, and Akuma gets taken down. Legendary for Skies.
And talking about not catching a break, even Mongolia, they're just fighting. The Flying Clouds helps them back in, and Garo gets the Neski effect. Finally finds a shutdown on the Stormy.
Yep.
Look, mad respect, right? 1 and 7, you're continuing to put up a fight. No hose bar. Right? 21 kills, by the way, for Malaysia. This is what? 5 minutes, 20 seconds in. It's an average of 4 kills per minute.
Let me just say what I woke up this morning.
This was one of the
I did not thought this was how we're opening up the game. Hey, Stormy got caught. You know, shout out to Mongolia. Full damage. Look.
Pretty crazy. The fact that they took the Flying Clouds, they went to the mid lane, they cut between the turrets, and they still found the kill.
Husky, it's great that we're working so that we don't have to play rank for a while.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about how WEC will have its own pocket meta, and the pocket meta is 5 damage.
And honestly, I thought yesterday was bad enough when Boxy was solo, sort of solo the Lord, and now we get this 5-man gang. I want to try out this tech. We should gather our friends and do a 5-man.
Just go 5-man damage, right?
Yeah, we go 5-man damage, 5-man level 1 gang. We need a comp that can make it happen. So the Khalid is the key.
Khalid is the key, yeah.
Is the key. Because
no, actually, no. You can change it with something like a Thomas.
That too. But Khalid closes the gap easier, right? Because of the passive. And I assume that's the ingenuity behind it. See him, Gero? They don't see him. I don't know what the yaws that Mongolia finds a comeback because of one good Dark Knight falls. We haven't seen that yet, I think.
Offline Clouds, Khalid, will he find an angle? I know he wants to go in.
Oh, he's itching for like a good tsunami slam. Oh, Gero is not going home.
Well, Gero's there. 1v1, Momo, level 10, level 7.
You can do it. You can do it, buddy.
He does have one item. It's not going to be enough.
Look, that's 50% of it, of Momo's HP. And look at the difference, right? Gero is 1 and 8 before that. Momo was 7-0. He was able to deal half of his health bar. That's very respectable.
Hey, who knew? Starting the game off with the Maniac gives you a bit of an advantage. Atto gets taken down by Sakai. All the while, Momo still goes up against Garo.
This is fun. This is fun to watch.
Oh, it is.
It is very fun to watch. I'm pretty sure that even on the losing end, it doesn't feel exactly bad. Flying Clouds again back right into the midst of things. And a free delivery for Sakai and Lo Liao.
Well, if Malaysia is chasing after the fastest game time, they're on track, 7 minutes and 26 seconds here. They're already inside the base, dealing with the inhibitor. But look at that, Aizen gets onto Stormy, but AOG connects onto Atto. They really want to get a kill. And Aizen taking quite a lot of damage, finally gets taken down by Lo Liao. But Mongolia has done enough, Malaysia has to go back.
You know what? Wow, so
Well-
I still got the outplay. If there's one member on the side of Malaysia that Mongolia really wants a piece of, it's definitely Stormy, because Stormy went down 5 times. They were throwing bodies at him. Top inhibitor goes down, mid inhibitor goes down. Let's see.
Oh,
Is this a record-breaking one? It could be
Hold on.
actually. If they just gun down the crystal right now before the mini wave gets cleared out, they could actually end the game. But the catapult will eventually get destroyed, and then the traction pulse, Akuma buying time. They get a lash shaker off onto Ato. Lo Liao is just going for some barbecue there. 15.9k, 16k goal advantage. Malaysia looking to try to close it up, but Isaac's not making it easy. It's the guys, he's doing his best. That's a double kill. Stormy goes down for the 6th time this game. A random AOG on his own minion wave. Malaysia would take game 1, 8 minutes and 32 seconds in.
yeah, unfortunately not the fastest time, but they got pretty close. They got pretty close. And again, that's not how I would imagine opening up the day, starting here in the playoffs. Now, this is how you start a playoffs.
This is how you
Single limbs, by the way. Let me remind everyone.
This is single elimination, isn't it?
Yes,
I love it.
that was amazing. You're amazing.
You too, thank you.
Yeah.
These teams are great.
So let's recap.
what? Let's be honest. Let's be honest and get this out of the way. What is there to say? How? Where do we start? How do we begin?
So first, we begin by saying, don't try this at home
Yes.
unless you want to have fun. Right?
Mongolia were having a lot of fun.
Get your homies. Say, hey, let's 5-man. They will not see this coming.
If I get 5-man gang in my jungle tonight, I know that they've been watching WEC.
Oh yeah, that's how you know. You can type out chat as like, you watched that game, huh? Yeah. we watched
Good
it.
one, good one.
Yeah, good one,
You
good
got
one.
us, you got us.
Yeah, but either way, now we have to see how do they go for the next one.
To get into a 5-man gang again. 5-man
No.
invade in the other side of the buff.
So this time with a Guinevere. Jump in, and then hey, free target.
Free target, yeah.
Right? So I don't know, just an idea, but still, maybe moving on, they're like, okay, so we know how the EXP will rotate first, able to get kills, blah blah blah. So maybe you gotta shut down Momo. I don't know. This one, they clearly want to shut down Stormy.
Yep.
So maybe this time go for someone else.
Which I can understand, because you know, Momo was 4-0 in 1 minute, so it's
Kind of difficult.
kind of hard to shut him
Yeah,
down
yeah, yeah.
when you give a Lapu a maniac at the start of the game.
When Lapu can kill you with basic attacks,
Yep.
you kind of know you've fallen behind.
And also it's the revitalize difference, right? Because you know, Kalea doesn't take revitalize,
Yeah.
but Gatot does, so that also helps
And they're
Malaysia
inside the opponent's jungle,
take more damage.
take more damage. Maybe not the first 2 minutes,
Yeah,
right?
So that's why 5-man gangs it looks cool, but there is a risk to it.
That's why we haven't seen it in quite a while. The moment Moonton removes that nerf,
Oh, it's coming back.
it's over. It's over.
Imagine if it's not a mechanic, that gang would have set Mongolia up for at least the first 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna be looking at the post-game stats soon enough. But like in terms of items, what do we want to talk
I know
about?
this is a brawl match.
Yeah. This is as brawly as it can get. Yeah, I feel like in that kind of situation, the safest thing is having someone skill in the jungle or the goal, right? So this is why we say the Helker is very tricky, is because the power spike is very subjective, which is very weird to say, because usually people are like, okay, 2 items, power spike.
Yeah.
Sky Piercer, power spike. But when it comes to the Helker, you're not super strong at level 4. You're not super strong when you necessarily have 1, 2, or even 3 items. It's always about at what point do you have these items, at what point the enemy has these items. It's very weird for Helker.
Yeah, at level 4, you're more of, you just gain a utility
Support.
that helps your team,
Yeah.
right? You don't really have enough firepower to get your own kills. He did try though. He had a very rough game. It was like what, he was like stuck at level 4 for a very long time. His jungle got invaded. Clearly, even at 10 a.m. Malaysia, they're pretty vengeful. You know, they brought the payback into the Mongolian jungle and took everything.
Well, we're gonna be looking at the post-match here, and I guess the best thing we can look at is the KDA, which is something that we don't usually look at. You know, 1-12 and 2. It's a pretty legendary one with 4,000 gold in 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
It's something that you don't usually see.
15-1-6 for Sakai's, you know, 9-0-12 for Momo.
Or 620.
4-6-20.
If he didn't die at all, that would be legendary.
That would be legendary. Also, 8.5 minutes. Total of 43 kills. That's an average of what? 7 kills, or close to 7 kills per minute.
With 16,000 goal difference.
2 turtle slains, by the way. 2 turtle
Yes, 2
slains.
turtle slains.
the third turtle is even in. He shows up for work and he's like, oh, the game is over?
Hey, you know what? We're having fun, right?
Yeah, we're having fun.
Dude, I love this job.
I'm glad that the players
We
are having
made the
fun.
right call to ask Pasha and Stafa to come later.
Yes.
Right? It's like, we're taking the morning shift.
Yeah, you guys can take a break.
Hey, you know, let's do it. We
exchange-
made the right call.
In exchange, we get to have fun.
We always get the good games, man. We always get a good game.
Who's the MVP this game? I wonder.
Woo. Sakai's, I'm guessing. Wait, Momo got a maniac, right? So the MVP is going over to Yum.
No,
Hey, 3-0-24.
it's 3-24.
3-0-24.
If not for his revitalized, they would have lost. They would have gotten taken out at the. Okay.
Alting his own minions.
He owes his own minions.
That's when you know.
Makes a statement.
Hey, AOG, my own team. Well,
I just realized that he dealt 3.1k damage per minute.
yeah.
What?
Hey, gauntlets, man. Gauntlet is like a demigod or something, you know? So we're gonna look at the highlights. Do we start with the game? Okay,
Yes.
yeah, dude, bro.
I love this though. This idea is so cool.
Hey, he did a lot of damage, right?
I will say that Yoon's got a fantastic 4-man taunt.
Yep.
And I think Akuma sort of messed up the flicker tidal strike.
Yep.
He got caught in the taunt or something. So there were some minor errors in execution, but again, the idea was great.
The idea was
They
great.
got the guys. You know, they got the guys. That was the main target.
Now, that's the very definition of go big or go home, right?
The high rollers.
If we win this one, we can take down Malaysia. Wait, we just lost. Well, GG
Right,
next game.
hey guys, good job. We try. At least
Next
we
game,
try.
next game. But we can shout out how they keep on going for it. And I don't know about you, but I'm hearing laughs in the background. Like, people are having fun. This
Yeah.
is what MLBB is about.
The Bebex is looking at the screen and he's like, dude, you guys are funny.
You guys.
You guys. We tried. They
Yeah.
really tried.
You know what? I want them to come to Malaysia more often.
We need more of
We need more
we need more of
Mongolians
these
in
guys.
Malaysia. Yeah.
We need more of these guys.
Yeah.
Now I'm sad that we didn't get any of their broadcasted game on broadcast until now.
Yeah.
Because imagine how fun it was in their own grouping.
I'm guessing their opponents didn't have that much fun, maybe? Because they're like, dude, why did they have 5-man gank us?
Now I'm thinking to myself, in the deciding series against Egypt, how much aggression did Egypt have to like tank? Like, how much shenanigans did Egypt have to like? Every single game they're just like, whoa, there's a new trick.
Imagine if we just meet an Egyptian player outside and it was like, they got us. Like
They got us good.
It was on broadcast and we were happy for that one.
like-
Well, not in our broadcast. No.
We can't be mad at that.
Yeah.
Did we play poorly? Maybe not, but they sure as heck played well.
Yeah. So going into game number 2, when you have a game like that, how do you call the draft? How do you call the draft? Like, we can
think-
call Malaysia, but
I think you just forget about the draft. You just forget about the game. Sorry, forget about the previous game. You know, just do what you always do. I guess. I feel like even Coach Art watching the game is like, this is not what I prepared for.
like even him, if the players were having a little bit too fun, he was like, can I really fault them though?
Like, I mean, they keep coming.
It's like we're not looking for a fight. It comes to us.
They get a pass this time. I heard that
Actually, that would be a good interviews. I would just ask Becky and Coach Arch, like, were you prepared for that?
Coach Art thinks so. I gave them a good whipping yesterday after fooling around, but today I think they get a pass.
Well, either ways, right now, looking at Team Mongolia, they still look very much prepared, looking pretty calm, and this is what we know Mongolian to be, and
Yeah.
figure out the habits and then lock in.
You know, they say that it's also a very good way to show respect to your opponents, and it says you just keep taking the fight to them, right?
Yep.
You show them respect by challenging them. It look lopsided, but at least they're trying.
Yep.
And that's and the effort is what I appreciate.
Yep. Yeah, at least this is good for Rose. Now she knows what to ask.
Plenty of content.
Plenty of questions that she can ask, you know?
Plenty of questions, yeah.
If we look at Coach R, he's like, what will they pick up?
It's like, ah, man.
I can't figure this one out.
I should have slept early yesterday.
Anyways, right now, I do agree because honestly, the start drive was pretty good. Kalia, Farsa, and the Cho. I think at that point you might have gone all in the jungle pick. Where
Yeah.
Instead of you go for a Hellcurt, you go for some kind of fighter, right? A Martis, a Nolan would be great.
Yeah, now that explains why they went for like Hellcurt, right? Because I felt it wouldn't make sense a hero at level 1 in the jungle that could make these kind of plays.
None.
Actually, none.
None, yeah.
Akai actually can.
Oh wait, yeah. He does surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, but you don't take flicker, right? So the problem is getting into the fight in the first place. You have to roll,
Okay,
and then you just have to basic attack.
Now, I'm gonna one-up this strategy.
All right.
I got you. Now we can 5-man stack.
Okay.
Okay, instead of us taking flickers, petrify. We chain CC them.
5 petrifies.
We don't need 5, we need 2 now.
It's like
One
your
from
XP,
the
XP laner petrify.
and then roamer. A chip. Second skill, dives in, basic attack, hits everyone, petrify.
Yeah.
See? Now we're
Closing the gap, it will be the challenge. Will be the main challenge. But once you close the gap, it's
Yeah.
guaranteed first bullet.
Or pick a high loss or vitalize. See, now we're thinking.
Yeah. Now we're thinking.
It's not the Kalia. You need someone that wants to fight.
I mean, the Kalia can work.
Yeah, of course,
But
of
you
course.
have to land your.
No, honestly, if Kalia wants to do that, you need level 2, because at level 2, then you can heal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you take that. That's right. Even if you land the combo, you get the knockout, but you
Yep.
omit the passive.
Yep.
And there are some holes that need to be plugged, but hey, maybe it's a concept in the works,
Oh,
right?
no, that's why, because they took the jump first.
Yes.
Yeah, instead of puddle.
Because if they don't
yeah.
take, if they don't take the jump first, you can't engage. Then the flicker loses its value. I mean, that's not good.
I can't believe that we're really analyzing this and be like, how do we make it work?
Look, shout out to Mongolia. They've shown some good ideas, right?
Yep.
And it's something that can be expanded out. Look, there's respect. The Khalik gets banned out.
And the Hilda, because they're like, what if?
What if they take the
What
Hilda,
if
right?
they do that again?
Hilda was actually the missing piece. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, considering it is dangerous grass, probably a good call.
That's true.
Yep. So banning out the Grok, the Khalid, and Mongolia not letting go of the Assassins, but still quite a lot of picks for Sakai's nonetheless.
Baxia is left open. Still. Let's see if Mongolia bans him out. If not, then if you ban a Baxia, then probably Hayabusa or YSS. Yeah, so there's slightly more choices in the opening jungle picks now.
I would almost rather fight Sakai's on the Baxia. Like, it's scary, don't get me wrong. But at least you get to fight him.
At least you have a chance.
At least you can touch him. But he's using a Haya, a Yi Sun-Shin, a Lancelot. You can't even catch the guy.
Well, good news is that Hayabusa is banned. Bad news is that YSS is open.
Yeah, if Malaysia picks it up. And the thing is, even if Malaysia picks up the Baxia, they can just let Momo play. Because you know Momo will always say, sure.
Momo will be like, yes sir.
Yes, sir. You want me to use Kalia EXP, sir? I will.
Yes, I'll make it work.
Kalia Petrify.
Can you do it? Yes, can boss, can one.
Can.
Can.
That's why he was selected as the EXP, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't fight back.
Just follow orders.
Follow orders. We can see here Malaysia taking their time a bit here. Because, yeah, there's a lot of good picks. So they go for the God Thought first. And I think Mongolia, it's in their best interest to take the Baxia.
Take the Baxia, and then you
Yes.
fight YSS. Actually, you know what? I agree.
Right? No, because Baxia can deal with the
And
God
God Thought
Thought.
too, yeah.
And if they pick up the Kimi, Baxia can frontline.
If you want to invade again,
Yeah, see, now you're thinking
Nah,
like
nah.
they had revitalized. So if we have Baxia,
now I'm thinking like the Mongolians.
see, that's how you do it.
So Baxia Kalia. Maybe not Kalia. Kimi is not too bad also, right? Fighting early.
Yep.
We got one piece, right?
I do think getting the Kimi would be kind of crack. If not Eve, Eve can also do well.
Baxia Eve.
Yeah.
Depends on how early you want to go.
Or
Exorcist
Lapu.
of the dragon spirit here.
Okay, Yuzong
That
still
Petrify. We got them
See?
that down.
petrify. And who knows, the Baxia might still go to Rome.
That's true. Then you can take the Shu Unity at first.
You can even take Revitalize or Petrify, or Vengeance, or Execute. Okay, maybe not Execute, but you know what I mean.
Okay. There's another pick. There's another pick that for future references. The Bellaric. He likes to walk in front of people.
Yep.
We're giving solo queue people too much ideas.
Yeah, we should stop. So The Yisun is still there, and I think it's still a pretty good pick for Team Malaysia. So they pick up the Lapu and the Yisun.
So far the draft from Team Malaysia are basically all heroes of different countries, you know?
Yes.
Philippines, the Indonesia and
Korea. Yeah. They need the Badang.
We need the Badang and we need one more. Badang and... Do we have a fifth one?
Yes. We have China. Which
What?
is like 1-1, Ling, Louis.
Yeah, but they're not like icons of the
Yeah.
country, you get what I mean?
Okay, so they pick up a Harif here. So looking to scale up just a little bit. Hey, shoutouts to Simon and Abang Lord showing up for the match this early in the morning.
Simon,
Morning, people.
how long is the cane at home?
How long is the cane at home? So for Mongolia here, probably gonna take out something like Esmeralda, Lunox, because they're pretty tanky.
They banned the CC.
Which again, you know, Shredder. I'm looking for a Lunox ban because, you know, Baxia and Harv kind of doesn't want to go up against that.
Yeah, even Yuzong too, right? Hard to catch the Lunox. Even with your full combo, and she easily disengages too. If you are Malaysia, you mid lane and roam.
Roam, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I have a great idea for the
I love great ideas.
for the 5-man gang concept.
We're still thinking. We're
There's
still
one more.
on
This
that.
is my last one. This is my last one.
Got it.
Jawhead. With the ejector level 1.
Look at that! Look at that respect! Look at that respect, man! This is why shout outs to Coach Ark. We've seen plenty of coaches be like, nah, that's not a big deal.
I mean, we beat it.
Yeah, but then Coach Ark's like, you know what? Nah,
He was a problem.
nah.
The Helker might have been 1 and 12, but he was a problem.
Yep.
They are certain advantages to having it. So Ruby banned out. So Lunox is left open.
Yep. I wonder if Mongolia wants to take it for themselves
Ooh,
because it's
Lunox
not that bad for themselves, you know.
No, not really. But then they lack range.
All they need is a catch, and Kalia's still open. And Cho,
That's true.
if they can use the Cho.
But range would be the problem, right? Like they will have very short range.
It's only a problem with that mindset, Husky.
I'm sorry.
You know what? See,
That's why
you gotta
that's
go
why,
back to being Mongolian.
That's why they're the ones putting off the 5-man gang.
Exactly. You need the right mindset. Well, the final ban here coming in from Malaysia. They're betting on the Franco. So they're like, okay. No, they're thinking like the Mongolians is also like, okay, what other hero can go for that cheese?
If they don't come to us, they might just drag us to them, and the hook is a very good way to do it.
Imagine if Mongolia didn't think about it. They're like, wait, that was a good
We're gonna use it next time.
Yeah. Because even we didn't think about that.
No.
That's actually very clever.
Someone's gonna edit like Yum's face superimposed on Franco next.
Yep. And they're like, okay, you know what? We can't do it with Franco. Mincetar.
Oh,
There's always options,
there's
man.
always option.
This is why we love MLBB.
So they take the Kimi. We did talk about that.
Yep.
Slightly later than expected, but
Hey, this is a very, how do you say this? I always want to fight kind of composition. You got to use on Baxia and Kimi. You always want to fight. You take something like a high loss just the front line. You got to comp.
and they actually can fight.
Yeah. So for Team Malaysia here, I think the Eve is relatively good.
You think they go Nana again?
You know, Eve, Lunox, both I think is a pretty good shout.
Oh, yeah.
And when it comes to the gold, Esmeralda is still open.
Yeah. If you
Okay,
take
not great against Baxia, but oh,
Yeah, if you take Lunox, well, thankfully they have Gatot, so they don't have to worry about the mid lane, because Lunox generally gets pressured by the Kimi at level 1 alone.
There are also
They are gonna go, yeah, Lunox.
Oh,
and
Louis!
We did say,
Yesterday, yeah.
we did talk about the Loi for Stormy too yesterday.
and you know,
And for Dangerous Grass.
China representing, you know. And Lunox is
And Badang, we got all 5. We got all
Good.
5 in the lobby. We're so good at this job.
we got Malaysia, and Lunox is probably
Lunox is probably
Italian.
Lunox is Italian?
I don't know.
We gotta check. I don't know. She definitely is.
She has a yin yang thing going on though.
Yeah. So she's not just a single ethnicity.
She's mixed.
She's mixed.
She's Eurasian.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Lunox is Eurasian. Just pick which side of Europe and which side of Asia.
Yeah.
I don't know. My
How do we approach this?
this is too early for me. Well,
They made me feel like I'm overthinking.
no, this is Mongolia is always ready to fight.
Yeah.
And you know, in MLBB, right? In MLBB, because look at the Badang, the Kimi, the Baxia. Baxia jumps onto someone, Badang locks them in, and then with his space gun, Kimi just shoots everyone.
Traction pulse.
You know what? Traction pulse first, then Badang goes in. Dude, the wombo combo Mongolia has. Okay, traction pulse, furious dive.
Yes.
Lock everyone in on the wall.
Petrify.
Petrify.
Boom. Savage for Harris.
Saman Force, dude. Wombo combos for Mongolia, and then for Malaysia, all of a sudden 5 people are behind you.
Yeah. Just want to reiterate right there that both of us are Malaysian. But
Yes. But you know,
Yes.
we love a good MLBB.
we have good MLBB. Okay, no 5-man gank at level 1.
Hey, maybe level 3.
It's a more standard start now.
Oh, they find Yums.
Level 2. And if there's anything about Kimi is that it is pretty dangerous. Revitalize. Is it enough? Yums with the passive. Trying to get in range, but Anto was going to try and gun him down. Yums gets first blooded. And Mongolia off to a good start.
See, this is how they adjust. It's okay, let's try 5 men. And then we roughly know how they space, because we got to talk about Akuma. Akuma was spacing Stormy away. And again, this is why we don't see a lot of melee-ish mid laners, because you can get zoned away by the roamer, right?
Momo is winning that trade very hard down there. Aizen did clear the way very early, so he gets to take a breather. I thought he would go for an early recall, but decides against it. So he will be at a disadvantage, and that puts him in danger of a potential gank from Sakai's if the timing is right.
Yeah. I'm really looking at Akuma here, because Akuma can be, I would say, the deciding factor of how well Mongolia plays, because whenever Malaysia does want to go for an engage, he can just pop them out. Now Aizen knocks up Sakai's with the furious dive.
Wow.
Recall the bait, gets a kill onto Skies, and now Gyro's onto Momo. Yoon try to help him out, and Gyro secures the kill, but Stormy is there, flickers forward, gets Gyro, and Akuma, very low HP, still able to get out. Mongolia starting with 3-1.
What did we say? That there is a gang timing there, but Aizen played that super well. As I say that, he got caught. I didn't expect a revisitation still. I thought, guess I'm good go in the mid lane. The Furious Dive dodge on the turtle boat into a Petrify was sublime. They take out Sakai, so that gives Gero a bit of an advantage, but unfortunately he did end up going down thanks to Stormy, so they lose the turtle regardless. Malaysia will get the objective into a great bravest fighter to force Mongolia away, and Gero will have to take a back seat.
So now Mongolia looking pretty good, but as we can see, Loliel 1v1ing Garo, almost getting that solo kill. Still has that flicker, but I think it's still a good idea not to overcommit, let the minions die by themselves, deny as much farm from Garo. It's going to be a bit difficult if they're both in the fight, but still, I'm liking that what Mongolia is showing is that they know how to fight. It's just that they got to lock in when it comes to objectives as well, right?
Yeah.
Because Turtle getting taken for free by Malaysia, that's not a good call.
Even so, it's still even in terms of net worth. Aizen gladly taking Momo on. Forces out the bravest fighter as a response to. The Landshaker ends up connecting, but Aizen gladly will take that trade. Sharish did help him out to heal a little bit, and Akuma continues the exploration into the enemy jungle and sees that purple buff being taken.
Dude, he has to do this. He always has to know where Stormy is, right? Because all of a sudden, you're focusing on one part of the map and then someone comes diving from behind. That's going to be bad for Mongolia. So always got to make sure that this Luyi is always checked out.
The good thing about Loyi right now, or at least playing against Loyi, is that you get an indicator of when she uses the diversion. You don't know where she's going to, but you know that the diversion is coming. So there's a little bit of hint could help Mongolia in the next couple of minutes if Malaysia goes for those big rotations.
Yep. Aizen should really be disciplined here. Don't use his Black Dragon form because the turtle is going to spawn in 18 seconds. And Mongolia has a pretty good draft fighting around the turtle because pretty good AoE, control, as well as damage. And Garo is taking quite a lot of punishments from Loliel. Just with this 1v1, Loliel is, I would say, 1 minion ahead or 2 minions ahead of Garo. And looks like he will be able to deny one gold card away.
Yeah, the catapult, the most valuable one too. So that's the second time Garo loses the 1v1 and he had to use the flicker too. This gang is going to come true. No response from Aizen thanks to the Landshaker into a turtle boat. And that means Malaysia will get priority over the turtle. It's going to be pretty hard for Mongolia to even contest this. Yums is concealed. They find Akuma sitting in the bush, and Akuma will also be forced away. Malaysia will get a free turtle. Unless...
Nah. Gero tried to think about it, but good on Malaysia, understanding that Akuma is there. Goes for him, of course. And now for Team Mongolia, they kind of lost the advantage that they had earlier on just because they haven't had good openings yet.
Yep.
Akuma hasn't been able to get a catch. Gero hasn't been able to get a catch as well. And Aizen has been targeted quite hard before the turtle starts. They want to make sure that this Yuzong is not part of the fight. So good on Malaysia at this point. They're making sure that they are locking the proper targets before going to make a play.
The longer this game goes, the more imperative it is for people like Akuma to be able to find those moments. But so far, he hasn't been able to do that.
Oh, look at top. Garo almost gets taken down by Lolia.
Oh, diversion!
Stormy gets a double, and now all alone is Garo trying to get back inside of the turret. He is there, but taking quite a lot of damage. Triple kill from Stormy. Clearly still has it on this Louis.
Yeah, the Houdini of the mid lane shows up from the shadows, and Atok did try with the traction pulse, but the timing is too late. Now Malaysia will find a substantial lead in this game. 3,000, go lead 6 minutes in. Now putting the pressure on the mid, and once Doom shows up, this mid lane becomes harder to defend. Akuma will have to use his health bar as a resource to keep Malaysia away. But Momo is proxying the wave. I don't think there's anyone that can kill him. Gero will try, but Momo just dashes.
Yeah. Team Malaysia still making sure that they are not making mistakes. And look at this, the diversion. Stormy's thinking about it, and he's going to use it to get Aizen again. Aizen gets taken down even without Stormy. But this is going to secure them a turret.
And that means Mongolia will, if they walk up to defend, they might eat the yin-yang reaction. Ato flickers away in time. Garo drops Diamond Force. As Gero rolls in, Akuma wants to follow up. Flicker, doesn't really get the crowd control there. Quite unfortunate, and now the yin reaching into the AOG. Akuma ends up going down. And sadly, Gero will also follow suit. A valiant attempt from Mongolia, but Malaysia were prepared.
Yeah, good kiting coming in, and all the while, Sakai's is free farming, trying to make sure that he keeps on his average goal per game because he's just farming, and now Diversion making sure that they are able to pressure here in mid, extending the goal difference between him and Gero with 1,300 at this point. So really making sure that he's on top of it when it comes to the levels, because at 7 minutes he's already level 11, about to hit level 12.
Yeah, about to get endless battle too. So all 3 turtles for Malaysia. Let's see what the plan for Mongolia is. They are going to see Yuns, but it's not the target that they want to go on. They don't have the resource to take him down yet, and the AOG just came back up. As long as Stormy has the diversion, nowhere is safe. Dangerous grass of all places too. That means there's a lot more opportunities for ambushes. Akuma needs to be aware. This could be a flank angle. Yuns on one end, Momo on the other. Stormy still waiting in the wings. 4-1 split.
Now Malaysia is trying to get this turret. The minion is quite low. They're probably not going to get it, but look at Garo taking a lot of damage coming in from Stormy. Traction Pulse gets onto Stormy, but Team Malaysia, they have not taken quite a lot of damage. AOG comes in, gets dodged by Mongolia.
Forces out the flicker from Garo too. And that's the thing of what Team Malaysia is pretty good at, right? They keep pushing the envelope, they keep pushing your buttons, testing your limits, getting more and more out of you until you eventually exhaust yourself of resources. You try to go for Stormy, but Momo is in the back line, cuts right through with Yums and Loliao in the back. Garo is gone without his flicker. Aizen gets hit by the turtle, both a double kill for Loliao in the back line. Stormy ends up being the trade. Aizen accepts his death with pride and honor. And Sakai's will eventually get the clean up there, so Malaysia won the fight.
Hey, this is all strategy, okay? You gotta stagger the respawn time. So it makes it easier for you to push.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like we do that in rank because we want to make sure that, you know, they don't come up at the same time.
Man, look at the Lunok shred. Lolia does go down to the Sky Piercer of Ato. Let's see if he can get a second stack. Well, seems like that won't be the case. Yums will disengage with the AOG. Lord up in 20 seconds. Momo will be fine. And Akuma, not really sure you want to check that bush. Uh-oh. Another kill for Sakai. Or Stormy.
Well, either way, Team Malaysia looking pretty strong here, 9 minutes in. And Sakai's is at level 14, so he's trying to keep an average of getting 15 before the 10-minute mark. Getting this Lord in a few more camps should get him onto that level 15, and Mongolia, Gero is level 10. So at this point, a 4-level difference is going to be pretty tough for Mongolia to really recover from.
Looking with this draft, I'm thinking I mean, how good are they at the base defense?
So. Because I think the Kimmy is fine, but everyone else, you kind of have to get close enough to really clear the minions. At 10 minutes, I think you won't feel it that much. Give it another 6 minutes, then you can start to see a problem with Mongolia clearing the waves.
It's one of the concerns we did bring up. Their reach is actually pretty short. Barring the Kimmy, but even then, you need to stack up the passive fully too.
The problem is everyone's in range of the yin-yang reaction.
Ah, yes.
Right? So that makes it more difficult for you to clear the minions because you can't clear it without getting hit by the Lui.
Oh, Momo, just a bit of stutter step spots out Aizen because that was his opportunity to make a play. But Malaysia, sharp as always, melted out. Wow, Mo! 3-man land shaker. A coup de grace towards Mongolia. 4 dead on them, and Gero tried to hightail out of there, but eyes at the prize for Malaysia. Divergent and Stormy will join Sakai's on the hunt. Gero finally ends up going down. The rest of Malaysia will work on the inhibitor in the top lane as they have the Lord. Gero falls, but Malaysia will look for their ticket into the semi-finals. The Lord does go down, but there's a fresh mini wave coming in. And the Crystal not too healthy. Only 30% health left. One last Black Dragon form. The Mountain Shocker gets used. No Petrify though for Aizen. And he cannot stand for long. They clear the last catapult. And Mongolia barely holds on.
And they're still doing well. Sakai is doing a bit of damage onto Akuma, but now the minion coming down bot. Momo goes in with a Brave Spider again, gets Akuma, jumps in with a furious dive, killing spree for Humes. And now despite their best efforts, Mongolia, their base is exposed. Team Malaysia, they're able to end the game, moving to the next round in the playoffs.
Step by step, they build their way towards glory again. The first semi-finalist of WEC25 Open category, Team Malaysia, securing top 4. And now we have a chance to face off against either Indonesia or Myanmar tomorrow. That is going to be the interesting one.
And definitely shout outs to Mongolia, man. We want to see more
Wait.
MLBB here.
Indonesia or Nepal, a mistake?
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, just Mongolia, great spirits, man. Great spirits, great energy.
They know how to have fun.
They know how to have fun. They know how to put up a show.
Yeah. That was a great way to start off an amazing Saturday here. Really going to set up for all the other games coming forward. Congratulations again to Malaysia. And with that, we are going to be throwing it over to the stage with Rose. I wonder what she's going to ask to the Malaysian team here.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you guys have it. Your first semi-finalist, Team Malaysia, heads on to the next round of the competition. And with me here on stage from Team Malaysia, we have Momo and Humes. Hello, boys. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. You guys tired ke? Like, why was the game so fast?
Ito na habis kawan to rest awal lah.
Momo said he wants to wrap up quickly to get more rest. Speaking of which, Momo, I think that was potentially, I am not sure, don't quote me on this, but potentially one of the fastest maniacs we have ever achieved. That was like 40 seconds. What was the communications going on in the team when that maniac happened?
We shocked because they rush our buff, right? So we just cover lah. Yeah.
Yeah, so what were you guys saying on the comms? Apa yang korang cakap dalam comms?
Oh, kita kena recreate ni.
Oh.
Okay, so aku tongpat mau, aku tongpat.
Ya, aku datang.
Nampak.
Oh, okay. Very good follow-up as well. Were you shocked that you got the first maniac?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Ade, Sakai has been struggling to get maniacs lately, and Momo just came in at 40 seconds and got a maniac. And of course, you, Game 1. Why were you recalling so much in front of the base of Team Mongolia with their roamer? What was happening?
I think because we both have fun.
But you guys had fun. And then why did you die?
I die.
You died, right? Because they came and killed you. There was like 2v1 and then you died. You mati kan? He died, right? Yeah. So why did you die?
Oh, I don't remember.
You didn't remember?
No.
Oh, I see. Okay, so your next match is going to be in the semi-finals. Of course, as of now, your opponent is not yet confirmed. But if you were given the option to choose who you would meet in the semi-finals, who would you like to meet?
Of course, Indonesia.
Of course, Indonesia. Why?
Because I love Indonesia.
Because because you love Indonesia. I think we all would love to see a Malaysia-Indonesia fight in the semifinals. I think that would have even been an amazing grand finals, if I'm being honest. But unfortunately, we will be seeing it tomorrow on the semifinals. Is there anything you want to say, Momo, to all the Malaysians supporting you guys in this journey?
Thank you kepada fans yang datang. See you tomorrow, guys. So.
All right, once again, congratulations to Team Malaysia. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to give us a breakdown on what happened in this insanely fast series. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as to Momo, as well as Yums. And it's nice that they reenact how they were communicating. It's like, I'm jumping, I'm taunting. It's like, even they're like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, you know they got caught off guard.
Yeah. They were like, bro, no one was ready for that.
I'm 100% certain that no one will have prepared for that.
Actually, no. You know that one guy on Facebook or Twitter be like,
I told you so.
I don't know how you guys didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, you saw
even
that.
With the draft, I knew it was going to be.
I knew Mongolia is going to pull this
There's going to be that one guy.
Yeah, this is why I should be a coach or something like that, along the lines.
Yeah, we're paraphrasing, right?
Yeah, the armchair experts, as they call it.
But still, congratulations to Malaysia. And even Malaysia said most likely they will be going up against Indonesia next, which we will be seeing in the third match later on if they are able to get to that spot. But hey, so far the playoffs, it's just game one for the open division. But my oh my expectations have and have not been met.
It has set expectations.
It has set it.
The threshold is already there.
Exactly.
Right? What a start for sure. Oh, I would say that we do have still 3 more quarterfinals coming up, and we sort of knew that between Indonesia and Nepal it's going to be quite tough. But up against Indonesia, I think that's what at least what the Malaysians want. The Indonesians have been also supporting the team very heavily. They're looking to take us on. So no, that's one step done. Now it's up to them to make it happen. In this post game, this game definitely not as erratic.
Yeah.
It's a lot more planned, a lot more composed, a lot more calculated.
I would say the thing that we just have to highlight is that Stormy went for a pretty early Wishing Lantern, considering that probably the one that he really has to take down is Gero as well as Akuma, and he's like, you know what? I have enough damage. They can't get onto me, so I'm just gonna. I know. It's I know. It just.
Why does Gero have a sky pierce?
Let it go, right? Let it go, right, Husky? I did not bring that up. Let it go. Speaking of which, Stormy is the GOAT, dealing the most amount of damage, and Sakai's 881 gold per minute. Akuma taking a lot of damage. Pretty much most of it is from Stormy MMO. After getting a Maniac now is the best support.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he is there, sir. Yes, sir, man.
I mean, look at how he sort of like ended the game, right? In 3-man Landshaker.
Oh, yeah. No, Yunus is like, hey, can you go in? Sir, yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you get 3 people? Sir, yes, sir.
As you wish. I'll make sure.
I'm Momo, not no.
Momo no say no.
Yeah, there you go. That's
something like that.
Yeah, paraphrasing. But either way, we're going to be looking at the MVP here. Coming in from Team Malaysia is going to be Stormy, 7-1-9. Probably saying like, okay, you know what? I died 5 times game 1.
I'm tired of this.
Coach, trust Louis.
Trust Louis. They can't kill me if they don't know where I am.
Promise, MVP. Hey, got it.
Now they see me, now they don't.
Because they're dead.
Because they're dead. They see me through to the grave.
Right, well, either way, this is still an amazing start coming in from Mongolia, showing that they roughly know how to start things off. It's just the transition, right? It's always the transition where, okay, we got what we want. So what's next?
Keep fighting.
Yeah. That's
the Malaysian flavor.
That's where you see the evolution coming. It's like, okay, we won the laning phase, so how do we win the turtleneck? So you can definitely see that the start is there. They just don't know how to connect the dots for everything else.
And there are also some minor details to look at too, where Lolia has a winning matchup. So he was basically starving Garo out bit by bit. Aizen was also struggling a little bit. He's getting ganked by Sakai, and he's getting really outdone by Momo. Just in the 1v1 department, and then you have a Loi to deal with on dangerous grass. At one point, when the pressure is really on, you start to lose track of where this Loyi might be, and that's where Stormy takes advantage of the situation. Just shows up out of nowhere, they get some pincer attack, the AOG to zone on the rest of Mongolia. When the fight splits up, Malaysia gets a very easy gateway in just taking down the targets.
Yep. In that highlight, that was the only time Stormy died. And this triple stun into the AOG. Yeah, maybe uses one is like, just go in. I got you. Don't you trust me? I'm Yums.
I've done this enough.
Come on, Cram can do it.
Or maybe Yums was like, I'm gonna press AOG anyways. You figure out what to do.
Yeah, so anyways, congratulations to Team Malaysia and shout outs to Mongolia. I want to see more MLBB coming from that region because you guys know how to have fun, and as casters, we love to have fun.
We certainly do. I mean, the fact that
You gave us ideas. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
You gave us ideas.
if they can laugh at the highlights, I'm pretty sure they've had a great time. I mean, it was a good run overall, right? Mongolia does exit 5th to 8th because it is a single elimination, but still, I'm pretty sure we will see more of them down the road.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we do have 4 more matches. Maybe not like that, you know, but you can only wish. Because I remember coming up next, it is going to be Myanmar. Forgive me, I forgot.
Myanmar, Turkey.
Oh, now that one. Myanmar, Turkey. Yeah, Turkey, we've seen once. Myanmar, we haven't seen yet on this broadcast. So it is going to be interesting. I do want to see how Turkey really recover after the game against Malaysia, though. We got to say that one Malaysia did lock in quite heavily.
Yeah, I feel like they overdid it, you know,
Yeah.
like they overcooked it.
That was one of the games where Arcadia did not have to remind them. They're like, we know.
Yeah.
We got it.
And I think even for Malaysia themselves, they were like, we expected slightly more, but we didn't get it.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, I think, for the players themselves, right? They sort of get to gauge where they're at. But again, for Turkey, it's back to the drawing board. We talk about how the coach of Turkey is managing both divisions, and the female division, unfortunately, was eliminated. So now the focus really is on the open division. And because it's a single elimination, the pressure is high.
Yeah, for sure. We have to look at the laning phase because it is unfortunate. We can't say much about Myanmar, but we do remember the games from Turkey. Lolia was able to solo kill the Claude 2 times, and then game number 2, Rosa keeps getting targeted by Sakai's on that Hayabusa. So 2 games where essentially the main damage dealers didn't really get to play. Going up against Myanmar, Myanmar might have a resemblance of an idea and be like, okay, that might be the same strategy they're gonna adopt going up against Turkey here.
Yeah, if there's one like common denominator of SCA countries when it comes to MLBB, it's just the aggression, right? Like Myanmar, I remember the very first international that they were in. They were the team that really brought the fire. They were the ones that really are telling everyone out there that we are only going to fight, and whether you like it or not, we will take you on. And maybe that's going to be the approach against Turkey later on.
Over here, we shorten sentences. It's not should we fight, it's just we fight.
Yes.
Either ways, that is the first game of the day. Congratulations to Malaysia once again. But now we are going for a short break. After this, we will be continuing a more MLBB action here in WEC25. Turkey and Myanmar will be the next match. And again, single elim. So we'll see you guys then. Hopefully it will be as amazing as this one. Maybe not as crazy. So we'll see you guys directly after the break.
Gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tut that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect Gaining form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That can tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That can tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
ICRU. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the quarterfinals here in the Open Division in the WEC 2025. My name is Phil. Alongside me is Husky. We just got done. Malaysia going up against Mongolia. Malaysia will go through to the semifinals, and now we'll figure out whether the next one, will it be Turkey or will it be Myanmar?
It's going to be a heartbreak day for 4 out of the 8 teams because it is a single elimination in the open category. So we've already eliminated Team Mongolia, unfortunately. Now it's between, like you said, Turkey and Myanmar, and these two countries that we know all too well in terms of how they like to approach MLBB. And it's going to be a challenge, and it's my most look forward to series.
I mean, like, again, this series happening here in Kuala Lumpur is amazing. Speaking of which, the World Esports Championship 2025 is happening here live in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This global event is proudly organized by IESF and MESF, which is also with our strategic partner ESI, generously supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, Rakan Digital, and our official partners Red One, IQ, Solos Merge, Monster Energy, CK Music, and of course our official chair partner Razer. Having an amazing time here in WEC, and I gotta say, even the players themselves, man.
Yeah, they've
smiles all around.
They've been very good sports. It's been super enjoyable being a part of this. Let's take a look at the quick refresher on the bracket. Again, like we mentioned just now, we got done with the first best of 3. Malaysia with a 2-0 victory over Mongolia, advancing to the semi-finals. Their potential opponents will be between Indonesia and Nepal, but that series will be coming after this. Right now, we have Myanmar up against Turkiyye, and then the final quarterfinal series for the open category today will be Cambodia against Kazakhstan, and then we will conclude the female category by the end of today.
And I gotta say, looking at the scores for Myanmar and Turkey, a lot of 2-0s are in their history. But for now, we gotta look at today's schedule to recap what you said, Husky, where right now we are looking at Myanmar going up against Turkey. After this match, it is gonna be Indonesia going up against Nepal, and then closing the quarterfinals, Cambodia against Kazakhstan. And then we will start the lower bracket finals of the female division between Egypt going up against Cambodia, where Indonesia is just waiting at the grand finals.
Yeah, and there is a chance for history to repeat itself. You know, Indonesia winning the female category, but we also have Egypt, who finished 3rd last year at the WEC 24. So a lot of storylines will be concluded by the end of today, at least for that division. But for the open category, it's still pretty much an open book. We know that there are some clear favorites, but we still have to go through this unfortunately grueling bracket format to find out who will make it to top 4.
I mean, like, here's the thing. In Group A, it's a sweep all around, right? Turkey, they lost against Malaysia 2-0, but then they won against the other teams in Group A with a 2-0 victory, and Myanmar hasn't dropped a game. Same as Malaysia here. So Turkey might want to try and stop that. But we've seen Turkey perform not that great against Malaysia, but that was like 2 days ago?
2 days ago, yeah.
Right? So
2 days ago.
There's a lot of time in between in terms of practice as well as scrim, so we'll see how they adjust going up against Myanmar.
Yeah, and I mean, even for the Turkey players, they have gotten some pretty quality practice in preparation for WEC, right? So we didn't get to see the translation, unfortunately, against Malaysia, but like you said, they have had some time to regain their confidence with the remaining group stage wins, and hopefully that translates into the quarterfinals.
And with that, I'm pretty sure everyone is waiting for the start of this match. So we're gonna show you guys a trailer here between Turkey going up against Myanmar to start the second match of the day. Entering the stage with confidence, a team forged by discipline, precision, and a legacy of mechanical excellence. A squad known across the world of MLBB, stand tall for the Crescent and Star Titans of Turkey!
Going up against them are the warriors bathed in the golden rays of the pagodas, forged in the traditions of valor of Burma, here to carve their own timeline in history. Step forth, undaunted warriors from Myanmar!
With both Team Myanmar and Turkey being on the stage, we would like to invite both teams to go for a fist bump for us to officially start the match.
This is going to be one of the more high-stakes match because of how well these two countries are known across the globe in terms of the MLBB prowess. Even before Turkey has put an impression on the international stage, Myanmar was one of the first, the Burmese were one of the first to step on that stage and give everyone a run for their money. I still remember distinctly back in 2019, Myanmar finished top 4 in their first international appearance, and they are here to do it again. King Flash, Boye, Kun, Juno, and Nico make up the main 5.
In fact, like, we gotta remember back in M2, they were runner-up.
Yeah.
Only losing to the GOAT Carl Teasy, and Ruby Didi made a name for himself in that time, creating a whole sequence of Lunong's plays that basically have a skill named after him. But yeah, Myanmar as a region, one of the more creatives for sure, because I still remember back in Malaysia during MSC time, they were the one that brought in a Johnson with Kadira as well, looking absolutely amazing. But now we gotta talk about Team Turkey here. We got Lunar, TNZ, Rosa, Sigibum, as well as Apex 47. In terms of the faces of Turkey, it's gotta be them.
Yeah, they are the 5 main icons of the country, and not to mention they also sort of showed up on the international stage to fill in the void when Myanmar kind of faded out of the picture for quite a while. But now to see both of them back on the same stage and as competitors, it could have been more poetic. It's pretty sad that we have to wave goodbye to one of these teams after this best of 3, but it's a pretty bittersweet union for Myanmar, a region that really put themselves on the map in the earlier stages, and now watching Turkey do that a few years after their departure, and now coming back into this, it's going to be a challenge.
Something that we do have to look out for is TNC, especially on that Lancelot. Still remember, despite the team having a pretty difficult time, but TNT, man, like as a jungler, really put a lot of impact going up against Malaysia in the group stage before. Going up against Myanmar though, I want to see if they want to go for more traditional, basically go for the WEC pocket meta here.
Oh yes.
Or just go for something themselves, which by the way, the pocket meta here seems to be 5 damage, right?
Yeah, 5 damage, Cho damage, roam, you know, solos lord, a 5-man gang that Mongolia has shown us.
Dude, a Cho solo lord will be Cho solo lord, 40-second maniac.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of highlights here in the WEC.
Yeah, we thought that by day 4, you know, after the halfway point in WEC, we will settle in the WEC meta. We still get surprises every now and then. And again, just a quick shout out to all our partners who have supported this event. I have gotten news that the ICO regional manager is in the house, so thank you very much for coming here to the heart of Kuala Lumpur just to witness the action at the WEC.
And came on a good day, right?
Having a good day, yeah.
The quarterfinals here for the Open Division, and then later on, having the lower bracket finals and the grand finals of the female division.
Woo.
Like, quite a lot of story is happening here today, and this second match, hopefully this time we have more of an extended series, because from Myanmar as well as Turkey, here in the Southeast Asia region, we know them to be great, but we just want to see more of them.
Yeah, our colleagues have gotten the luxury of casting some full best of 3s, but for us, we've been 2-0 so far, right? Like we've done this. This is day
It's a
number
blessing
4.
and a curse.
It's a blessing and a curse. You know, on one end, you get home, you go home early, but on the other end, you know, you leaves you craving for more MLBB action. Maybe this is the one that's gonna give us 3 games.
And it's really on Myanmar now, because I want to see how they perform. Because from Myanmar, one of the icons for me that is showing up right now is Nico. Nico started off as a jungler because of his high mechanics, but now being in the mid, I gotta say the team wins and loses of his play, because sometimes we all know when we're desperate for a win, we want to make a play. We see that opportunity, he will go for that opportunity. Whether it was the right call or the wrong call, the whole team will follow up. And that's why I say win or lose, we gotta look at Nico.
Yeah, sometimes the captain goes down with the ship, and in this case, the sailors follow the captain. I would say that there's this one quote that I always like, is that when you are winning, but when you start thinking about winning, that's where you run into trouble. And I still think it applies, right? When you get desperate or when you get too relaxed, you sort of start losing track of what really matters. We go to Flying Cloud again for Game 1. So it's a reenactment of the previous series. We've been getting some Flying Clouds, and we're seeing more and more of the application of just fast return to lanes.
Which is something amazing, because we still remember the start of the 4-map change in MLBB. It took like 2 to 3 weeks, and it's really not that big of a factor.
Yeah.
But now we are starting to see the teams utilizing it more and more, changing the draft just a little bit. Ooh,
Too much info.
Oh, we didn't see that.
Oh, we didn't say. No one saw that.
No one saw that. Ooh. Hell. It's a good thing it was empty.
That was dangerous. That was dangerous.
Yeah. Only showing the bans, which you can't do anything about it.
Yeah,
anyways,
I mean,
right?
thank goodness, thank goodness.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah, I think it's more of like their way of taking note of the previous game draft. So, you know, that's what interests me as well. I think a lot of teams and coaches have their own way of tracking the draft. YSS opener for Myanmar. We see the So Lancelot, Fanny, and Uranus banned by Myanmar. They take the YSS. Grog Yudong Baxia by Turkiyye, and they take a Lapu Lapu first pick. The Gatot Kacha is up. The Kimi is up too. So it's one of the few, power picks that has had massive successes regardless of who picks it up.
So far, very fast early bans as well as early picks here. Turkey finishing up with the Gatar as well as the Lapu. So already having a pretty solid front line here. But for Team Myanmar, there's still a lot of options considering picks like the Kimi, the Eve is still open. Again, it's going to be pretty dangerous going up against the Lapu as well as the Gatot, but you got to pick your poison at this point.
Yeah.
Among the planes,
the Yip is a good answer. The CC as well. So Myanmar is also one of the few countries out there. You can draw some resemblance that they have with Mongolia or Cambodia, where they're very honest with the approach, but it's the honesty of the approach that allows them to play freely, right? The roles are very defined. They don't really hide too much they don't really kind of play that guessing game with you. They show you what they want to play and then they execute it.
Right now, I feel like a good call here is for Turkey to ban out the roamers, because I kind of feel like the CC is such a curveball, can be thrown into gold or EXP, but what's definitely off the table here, you gotta get rid of the catchers, right? This is where you see the info that they have. So they ban out the Hilda. I wonder if they want to consider banning out something like a Kalia, banning something like the Cho, or be safe and ban out the Ruby. Though I gotta say, I feel like Turkey could probably use the Ruby quite well as well.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Cho or Kalea too. If not, then there's like another pick, which is the Hylos, right? Which is not really a catcher, but it's like the instant stop. It's a door stop, right? You want to come in, he catches you, it's an instant stun. They do need some crowd control on the side of Myanmar. They don't have any for now, or at least any reliable one. Both the Mountain Shocker and RWM are very, very situational. So it's not the easiest crowd control to utilize. The Hylos does get banned out by Turkey. So reading into that.
But also kind of shows that Turkey, they might not go for Shredders here, because they're getting rid of the Hilda as well as the Hylos, kind of showing it's more bursty rather than DPSy, right? So very interesting to see how they're going to further develop the draft here for Myanmar. They definitely want to take out those scalers, banning out the Harif.
I think the Lunox can also be considered too if you want to consider a tank. They don't have the last pick on blue side, so have to think ahead. You could also give the gold laner a good matchup, of which the CC is an option if you want to run double fighter since you already have the YSS. That also kind of puts a bit of pressure on Turkey. I think, one of the players that we really want to see step up is Sigibum, because he didn't really have much of a chance to play in against Team Malaysia, where I think his collective KD was 1-8 across 2 games. Selena gets banned out, so reading very deep into it. They want control of vision.
Yeah, so I wonder if they want to hide Sigaboom's pick here, because I feel like their mid lane pit won't be that punished. The Kimi is still there. Not a good matchup going up against the Eve. So it looks like they are going to go for Farsa, preparing just in case if Myanmar has more people standing in the back. And in a way, kind of forcing Myanmar to pick up heroes that dive a little bit further.
Yeah, so it's sticking back to the comfort.
I'm liking Cho for Myanmar if they have that in their arsenal.
Yeah, I am liking Cho too. If not Cho, then you could go for... I mean, Kali is like the next option, Badang too, but Cho is clearly the best right now. Unless you have like a pocket Franco or...
Yeah.
Wait, Kalea is still up too, right?
Yep, Kalea is still up.
They're still there. I think Kalea you can...
If they want a lot of control, pick up the Ruby.
Ruby is also open, yeah. Yeah, you could run Ruby double fighters and then like plus a Roma that has engaged and that could amplify the crowd control. They take the Esmeralda instead. And the Badang, okay. Slightly more unconventional approach, right? There's a lot more condition to get the Badang, especially if you want to flicker engage, you have to be pixel perfect.
And I kind of feel like they're trying to use this Badang to potentially punish the Gatot. And now Turkey, they are going to pick up the Ruby for themselves. So looks like this time Sigaboom will be using a fighter. So in terms of the scaling here, I'm feeling more comfortable for Myanmar. Turkey, they're kind of on a ticket time bomb here. Farsa as well as the Hayabusa, they have pretty good early and mid. But then when it comes later on, the Farsa is strong as long as she's untouched.
It also comes down to how good of a game Tianzi is going to get. We have talked about the Yeef effect. At one point, the Yeef is going to transition to become the main carry. She's going to be the one shredding tanks, taking objectives, clearing waves, starting siege, and has great crowd control. She's sort of like your all-in-one package for a mage. So that's the timer that I think Turkey will have to work against as well. But they are running a very standard draft. It's one of the most meta drafts you can have.
There's honestly quite a lot of lockdown here coming in from Myanmar because CC coming in with a current call as well. And it will shred you come later on. I like the damage profile coming in from Team Myanmar, a lot of shred. And you have a bit of burst coming in from the Yisun Shin as well. So Team Turkey is more on the burst. So I'm really looking at Team Turkey to be the one to actually win the first 2 turtles because I feel like that's the main win condition for the draft.
Yeah, if for Team Turkey, they also have very quick ways of fighting, right? The low cooldowns on the ultimate, very reliable skills, high damage profile. I would presume that for the first 2 turtle fights, they're going to be actively looking for pickups on Team Myanmar and try to get the punish, get Tianzi ahead, get Rosa ahead. And even the Lapu Lapu is incredibly deadly too in that XP lane.
Yeah, so really looking forward to see how they're going to be playing the early game here. But again, Myanmar, incredibly aggressive team. They might choose one lane and then just make sure that we win it out pretty hard. I'm thinking that maybe in this matchup, the CC might need just a little bit of help after all these nerfs. Just help maybe 1 or 2 waves so that she is even with the Lapu.
Yeah, there's always the snap engage potential as well, right? Whenever you're up against a hero like Badang, you sort of have to treat it as if you are going up against something like a Kufra or Tigreal or maybe even an Atlas to a certain degree, right? There is always the possibility where if you start a fight, the Badang can turn it around easily. He can catch you off guard with how low his cooldowns are when he has the flicker even. So that, I think, is an advantage that Team Myanmar will always have if Turkey starts overextending, if they start getting fighting drawn-out fights, that Badang could easily flip the script.
Yeah, and actually I was talking about CC Gold because usually we do see it in Gold, but they do have the Esmeralda. So actually comes to the question, which one is going Gold, which one is going EXP? I would prefer Esme go EXP because have quite a good time against the Lapu, at least pre-level 4 for the Lapu. But yeah, it's gonna be a question of which lane the fighters are going for Myanmar.
Yeah, I personally think you take Esme into Lapu and CC into the Ruby. Yeah, I think that's the matchup that I would go with.
Like it's at least a skill matchup at that point.
Yeah, it would be like a lot more direct, right? Esme Lapu very direct. CC Ruby is you generally don't interact, and if you do interact, CC can hop away, Ruby can disengage. So It's a very same matchup for both sides. As we make sure that everything is in order. We don't want to have any technical issues going in the game, and our marshals are on it. That's one of our most experienced one on the screen, by the way.
Yep, shout outs to Rez, man. He's an amazing dude, making sure that everyone is having a good time. So we gotta look at the mid trio as well, because Eve is gonna poke out the Farsa. Well, Farsa can do it too, but between both, the cooldowns of the Eve is much shorter. So it really has to be between the roamers, the Gatot as well as the Badang.
Yeah.
Which, again, personally for me, I would rather play Eve Badang in comparison to the Farsa Gatot. Both are very strong. But
Yeah.
It's a skill match. I would say all across the board.
It's a skill matchup.
It's all skill matchup.
I think that statement also rings true just simply because there's an Eve on one side, right? She sort of like skews the odds a little bit. You see the Eve and you feel good about it.
She has a high win rate for like only lost 2 games across all WEC games.
Even in the games that she lost, she has impact.
It's not her fault.
It's not her fault. Like she's always a good hero. I love the changes. I think getting a shield with every pop of your ability is great.
And honestly,
low cooldowns.
She's not that broken,
Yeah, low cooldown, high damage. Has self-peel. That's something that most mages don't have. You don't get to like peel for yourself. You don't get to, void blast. You get a shield, get movement speed. Zone control. I think she has the strongest zone control in the game as a mage.
I'm gonna say, only with the Eve, I can outplay a Lancelot.
Oh, yes.
Right? I mean, I guess Zushin as well, depending on how well your early and mid game was. So it's really between Zushin as well as Eve. And if you're really, really good, I guess Kagura Selena,
And also it's one of the heroes that can counter-engage, right? Not many mages can comfortably say that we start a fight now. We punish them, we counter-engage with a crowd control. I think RWM is one of the most uniquely well-designed ults in the game. It's one of my favorite skills.
Favorites as well, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite skills.
And good future-proofing for skins.
Yes.
Right? The more expensive the skin is, the more crazy you can do with the board.
I've been floating this idea a lot. I'm not sure if the devs will ever take it.
All right.
But I hope they do.
Okay.
Right? Chess Grandmaster Eve.
Sounds good.
Chessboard.
Speaking of sounding good, looks like we are jumping into the game here between Myanmar going up against Turkiyye. And looks like both junglers are starting on the opposite side. So looking at TNC, will be the first one to be reaching that Little Wanderer.
Yep. See, I mean, this should be a very straightforward opener. The inverse jungling. We gotta see where the Little Wanderer spawns. That is gonna give us a good idea of where these players are gonna head towards. So on the bottom end of the map, and Myanmar will call dips on it so they prevent any sort of an invade. With good coverage from Boye, and Kun also making sure that Luna doesn't get to leave the lane too early. They get the interaction at the Litho, and it will be Turkiyye that gets it.
Yeah, looks like they were able to dodge the Unbreakable coming in from Apex 47. Nico just taking a bit of damage coming in from Rosa, but we can see here that, oh, look at that, able to catch Rosa, still holding on to the flicker, and able to get out of there. But look at this, TNZ jumps in, shadow onto Nico, but not enough damage just yet. And this is why I say I would prefer the Eve as well as the Badang, because the kill threat is really there.
Yeah, both mid laners forced to use their flicker just to get out of that predicament. Thankfully, TNZ didn't stick his shadow onto Nico, because I feel like that was the first blood angle. Still, Boye on this Badang is incredibly dangerous, because you get to cancel the Unbreakable so easily, right? You have 2 abilities that can do that. Apex 47 doesn't revitalize, so that will be first blood for King Flash.
Actually, now that I think back, I was casting their tournament, and this is one of Boye's signature here with the Badang. And honestly, Nico's just good on everything. But still, Myanmar opening up, really controlling that mid. It looks like Rosa really can't take a break.
TNZ did receive some of that heat too. You can see the idea of what Myanmar wants to do. They're gonna try and hit 4 onto Nico first. And he does get it, so the RWM is available for Nico. Turtle now under control by Myanmar. Turkiyye attempt to steal, but it will be King Flash securing it with Retribution. Kun is gonna get jumped on by the bravest fighter, Raging Slash. He goes down. Apex 47 dashes away. Luna now next on the chopping block. 4 members of Myanmar on him, but Luna will escape.
Yep. So far, good engages coming in. Myanmar as well. Turkiyye Sigiboom is able to catch 2, but looks like the follow-up is not there just yet. TNZ jumps in.
mean,
It looks like they don't have the damage. Okay, Shadow Kill executed, but not enough still. Good engage coming in from Sigibum, but the follow is just not there yet.
yeah, Nico is doing a fantastic job. He hasn't had to use RWM the entire time from the turtle fight to that sequence in the mid lane. And he was peeling his teammates away. Those Void Blasts actually hurt even in the early levels. And that's why Turkey was hesitant about committing too much. And they also juggled the Ogi Shadow Kill very well, making sure that no casualties on their end. So Myanmar going even against Turkey. The only minor goalie that Turkey has is on that early kill from Lunar on to Kun. So that's the goal lane, I believe. The XP lane, excuse me, skewed a little bit.
So right now, 3 minutes in terms of the goal difference and kill difference, it's really non-existent. Boye goes after Apex 47, taking quite a bit of damage, and even using the Revitalize and Feather Airstrike just to make sure that Apex 47 doesn't get taken down. Quite a lot of resources Myanmar was able to bait out of Turkey, and now Lunar, brave as Spider, looks like he's gonna try to fight back, and he's right, but King flashes there, gets the kill.
Yeah, Kun has Vengeance too, so damage reduction, just enough to keep him alive. Myanmar really limit testing Turkey right now. It comes down to who flinches first. They were trying to bait the AOG from Apex early on. They only got to Revitalize, but it's good enough because Apex will have to play a bit more scared without the extra healing. Myanmar now looks for a conversion, and I gotta say, King Flash has been on the ball with his movement. Always proactive, getting ganks off. Both kills on Myanmar are on him.
Now we're looking at a positioning here. It looks like Team Turkey, as long as Rosa is able to be free, they can actually have a pretty good standing here going up against Myanmar in a turtle fight. Clearing the mid first. Juno is on the scene. Boye gets stopped by Sigibum.
Boye is starting to become quite a nuisance of Turkey to deal with. He's stopping clear-cut engages, and he's always a threat. If Turkey commits and Boye finds an angle, they can easily turn the fight around. Apex 47, he's not going to have the liberty to get all these taunts off. And now Boye jumps in with the RWM. The Revitalize comes up. King Flash gets jumped on by Lunar. Good return from Turkey. Luna ends up going down. Luna ends up getting a double kill, in fact. The current call, Kun just tie him and Sticky Boom up. Myanmar looks to fight back, but they have ran out of damage source. Without the Eve, it's pretty hard to answer the Turkey.
I gotta say the MVP, that one was Lunar. TNZ gets the turtle and goes in able to get a Juno as well. Lunar making it so that it was basically mute. It was a good engage coming in from Boye, but no one can follow out because Lunar is on the scene, man. He's stopping them.
Myanmar has to be slightly more careful with how they take these fights, because as good as the engage that they can get, Lunar, he has been a thorn in their side. Nico, good RWM, but if you have a Lapu Lapu swinging away on top of you, there really isn't much that you can do in the earlier levels. So that's the equalizer there. Turkey killing up King Flash and Nico, two of the main cores of Myanmar that really would benefit from having early goalies.
Look at Boye. Boye has been found out. Sigibum not gonna chase him just yet, but looks like Lunar just want to engage onto Boye. Gets chain CC'd and gets bursted down. Apex 47 secures the kill. And I think that's honestly worth it. You gotta make sure that Boye is less effective in the game, because he's gonna be quite annoying in those neutrals.
Wow, Luna didn't even go for boots, just rushes War Axe straight.
I'm probably gonna go for the
Oracle next.
Yeah.
Wow, he's actually gonna go bootless. I guess it's fine if you get to jump on your opponents like that.
Speaking of which, jumping towards Boye, Boye pushes him. Nico should be able to deal with that, but Lunar is all alone. AOG jumps in, helps him out, barely survives. Nico, a little bit of damage and could have got that.
Yeah, just a little bit. If Nico was there slightly earlier, they will lose Boye again. Tenzi with the collection. Boye goes down the second time, 17 seconds before the turtle spawns, but it is Flying Cloud, so Boye can easily rejoin the fight if needed.
At almost 7 minutes here, the front lines of Turkey as well as Myanmar got to be careful with their positioning, because Lunar was caught all alone, Boye was caught all alone. So again, this shows that it's a very fast-paced team for both teams, because at 6 minutes, they're already setting up ganks. Juno is in the middle of everyone. Rosa has to flicker away, but look at it, the current call. Catches Sigibum. Kun all the way to the back, gets onto Rosa. Rosa survives, but Kun eventually secures it. Speaking of which, TNZ gets the turtle. At this point, Lunar is all alone, unable to dash out. tries to fight against 4 members of Myanmar, but King Flash gets the kill.
Another good exchange, even though Turkey got the objective. It's not the best. They get the pull in into AOG landing. The taunt follow-up. Crowd control was good, but Nico manages to get away. The shield also keeps him alive. Current call response from Kun to push the rest of Turkey away. Sigiboom just got to see Halbert too. And I like that Myanmar switches target mid-fight. They saw that Rosa and Sigiboom are there. They instantly turn onto Rosa, instead understanding that this Farsa is a bigger problem. And not to mention King Flash getting killed onto Lunar too. Without that flicker, another pullback. This one, with the help of the feather airstrike, Juno should go down.
Yeah, Juno has been frontlining quite a lot for Myanmar here, but I gotta say, Kun is playing an amazing CC game because we can see the shred coming in, but more important, like you said, the targeting. Once he sees a vulnerable target, he will get onto that. And I gotta say, the current call has been hitting the correct targets.
Yeah, without any purifies on Turkey's side, there's no way to get rid of the curtain call if you get tethered onto your teammate. The big advantage that they have is that they've gotten most of the major objectives, 2 turtles out of 3. The side, all the tier 1s have gone down.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get as much gold for King Flash here that airstrike used just to zone them away. Turkey having 1 cannon minion looks like will not be able to siege much further.
That's one way to push the Yve away, to threaten her. And for Myanmar, they don't really have the most bulky front line, right? If there's anyone, it's going to be Boye and Juno. But we saw how Turkey shut them down very quickly. High burst damage, hit reduction from items, which Sigiboom has. See Halbert, Rosa has the glowing wand. So these shields and regenerations will be cut down by a huge margin. Lord spawns bottom side.
And for some reason, even though Turkey has the goal, oh, look at Boye, jumps all the way to the back.
Rosa!
Rosa has to flicker out, but look at Apex 47, tries to zone away King Flash. Lunar jumps in, forces Team Myanmar. Alba Kun is dealing a lot of damage onto Lunar. Team Myanmar was the aggressors, and they're forcing Turkey out.
That's good for Myanmar, but it is Flying Cloud, so Rosa will be back in no time. That's the only thing that Myanmar needs to keep in track of. AOG comes in to stall the Lord take TNZ. Shadow kill out of range. They bring him away so that King Flash can get the Lord.
Talk about initiation with no hesitation. Forcing out a lot of abilities coming in from Turkey. Nico just built the Wishing Lantern, King Flash, having that endless battle. The damage will be more punishing here. And Rosa is able to survive, but the objective wasn't necessary to get a kill. Just make sure there's no better airstrikes in the Lord fight.
It was so decisive, right? They say force Rosa away. They see that Lapu has no bravest fighter. They instantly turn to the Lord. And not just that, they also accounted for the fact that TNZ might use the Shadow Kill to try and jump to the Lord, so they drag him away to guarantee a 100% success rate. But again, Flying Clouds allows Turkey to regroup and reposition very, very quickly as they already start working on the Lord. Boye will be there. Rosa found out already, so has to fly away. TNZ turns on the Nico. They're going to try and juggle the Shadow Q again. Nico survives, but the Lord gets taken out.
Yep, amazing flicker to cancel out the Ogi Shadow Kill. The minion is still there. King Flash finds vision. It looks like even though they didn't get the tier 2, but quite a lot of damage there, and Kun is onto Lunar. Lunar is able to protect his turret, but barely. One more wave crashing in, and they'll be getting that. So Myanmar is weird, like under gold and under in terms of kill, but they definitely have the control of the map.
Yeah, thankfully no tier 2s go down, so Turkey gets to defend majority of their map still. Kun is starting to become a threat too. And I mean, Rosa has been receiving the brunt of all these attempted kills onto him. Every time they see Rosa, they go straight for the Farsa.
I mean, we gotta understand why. He has 100% kill participation here, 8 total kills for Turkey, and every single one, Rosa is there. Clearly a big factor of Turkey winning this fight, so it's good on Myanmar understanding the threat. TNZ checking the bush here, and I don't envy Rosa, man. This is gonna be a pretty difficult fight to navigate around. You gotta be careful of the CC, of the Badang, the Esmeralda, heck, honestly, even the Eve.
Yeah.
If you're caught by the RWM, that's it. You're gone.
And the Badang has been near impeccable this game. 2 devs, caught off 2 times in a row earlier on, but still, these engages, we talked about that it's not easy to get a flicker, fist crack, fist break in. You have to be really pixel perfect, and Boye hasn't missed a beat. And we see it out. This glowing one wishing lantern for Nico is starting to hurt. And that means the front lines of Turkey, it's easier to cut through. Not to mention if you get the residual damage onto cores like TNZ and Rosa, it's even harder for Turkey to fight these long extended fights.
And now look at this, Apex 47
Wow.
opens out the map. And that was just a few pokes.
Yeah.
And he's already using the regen.
He got burned out by the glowing one too. This is gonna be hard. If TNZ wants to contest this, he has to make haste. But Myanmar, they're not in a rush. And like the patience, Boye is holding back most of the Turkey lineup. Kun gets to dance around a little bit, curtain call. Now pops the Vengeance very early, but I'm gonna trade for a better airstrike, Shadow Kill, and a Braver Spider, and that's worth it. But they will not turn around onto Lunar. Lunar goes down. So both the XP laner fall.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know which one is really worth it, but Sigibum trying to get away from Juno. Juno is all alone, getting attacked by TNZ as well. Sigibum taking quite a lot of damage. If Nico wasn't there, Juno would have 100% died.
Thankfully, TNZ doesn't have the Shadow Kill too. Now it's up to Boye, the Lord knockout. Also, both Boye and Sigibum flicker out for a trade of the AOG. None of them want to back down for the Lord, and Boye has no flicker, so no snap engage from the Myanmar side. Something that Turkey can feel a lot more comfortable about, but it's all about zoning out TNZ. He hand hops into the RWM, gets knocked back, and another Lord's looking for King Flash at the trade of his life. Rosa will find a collection, and Boye knows that his sacrifice is necessary, but at least Myanmar walks away with the Lord.
Yep. And all the while, Myanmar and Turkey, this is becoming a much drawn out fight compared to the first series of the day. Team Turkey, they want to push here, but the wave clear coming in from Nico is going to make that really, really difficult. And we're starting to get to the point of the game where this Eve is, like you say, going to be the real threat. Having the glowing wand, having the wishing lantern, and whatever penetration item he will build up after this is going to be more and more difficult for Turkey to end the game without a Lord. Like, even with the Lord, it's going to be difficult. Without one, dude, it's so hard.
They find Kun, the Vengeance is not going to help. It's the Sky Piercer from TNZ. He is 4-0, so Rosa, unfortunately, will have to flicker early and cancel out the Feather Airstrike. Apex peeling Juno away. The bolt connects from King Flash. That's a lot of commitment. He has no tracers. He goes down, but Juno finds Rosa. RWM out, but has to be cancelled very early as Turkey moves out of range. Luna now turns on to Juno. He's in a 1v4. No way out for that. TNZ is unstoppable.
That was a big mistake coming in from Myanmar. Game-changing even. They got the Lord, but the fight was not coordinated. Juno was so far forward. King Flash tried to get the kill, which is a good call if he was able to do it. But once the Turtle Bolt hits onto 2, I think he thought he had the damage.
Yep.
Instant follow-up coming in. Apex 47 locking him in place. That was the biggest blunder that Team Myanmar did all game.
Yep, that's the second Lord take that Myanmar has, and it hasn't really converted into much. Turkey at 3.2k goal lead, not to mention that TNZ has Sky Piercer, so it's even more imperative for Myanmar to really think about how these fights are going to pan out. 30 stacks for TNZ, so these shadow kills are suddenly deadlier than they usually are.
But that also means for Team Myanmar, their win condition really is to take down TNZ, right? If he is able to get one more kill, 40 stacks on Hayabusa is honestly enough to get a wipeout. Like, you gotta be careful. Your lineup isn't super tanky, especially if Juno on this Esmeralda is not able to stack the shield. Even if they group up as 5, at least one person is gonna get taken down with 30 stacks of that Sky Piercer.
Yeah. To stack the shields, you have to be able to use their abilities, and we just say that there are plenty of crowd control from Turkey, and it's very easy to shake them off because of how low the cooldowns are.
And we gotta talk about the itemization here because Kun as well as King Flash having the Winter Crown, it's good and bad. It's good that they can protect themselves. It's bad, however, if they use it while the team is clumped up, you're gonna give over one person the full damage there. It looks like TNZ as well as Rosa is already forcing out a lot from Juno. Look at the Lord here. Myanmar, what is there? Apex 47 jumps in.
That's a very early AOG. Can they get Kundo? The Vengeance, doesn't matter if there's a Sky Piercer. Still worth it for Turkey. 4v5 is getting a bit dicey. Luna hops in with the bravest fighter. Can he get the control of this time? Rosa on the ball. Gets the objective for Turkey. Chases Nico away. Feather airstrike. Nico is going to try and fight back. Rosa flickers away. The RWM out of range. And Tianzi here as the cleanup crew. Nico is not getting away out of this. Godlike for Tianzi. 3 dead for Myanmar as Juno goes on the run. And Boye will have to hold the fort.
Yeah, more stacks for the Sky Piercer. And now Juno. Oh! I never seen that interaction before, but Team Turkey, they are looking to try to end this one, but the minions are not there. They got to be careful. There's a chance Juno could turn things around. Boye jumps in. AOG trying to stop the engage. And looks like Lunar gets onto Boye. Juno all alone. TNZ gets a legendary. Even as an Esmeralda, you cannot tank the Hayabusa anymore.
King flashes back is him and Kun. They need to take care of this one wave, and then they'll buy enough time for Nico to come back, and that's the essential wave clear. So it's not the end yet for Myanmar, but Turkey have assumed total control. Again, the crowd control that they bring with this draft, very hard to deal with, and Nico's RWM is now more valuable than ever. That one RWM could decide whether Turkey takes this game 1 or whether they go on a bit longer, but they have to deal with the Lord first. And Turkey is not going to wait. They're going to go straight in, find the kills, and with the help of the Lord, work on the Crystal. Tianzi in the back, Nico is gone. Turkey takes game 1.
Amazing game coming in from Turkey as well as Myanmar. Quite a few mistakes coming in from Myanmar, but more so Turkey able to bounce back despite the immense pressure Boye had with the Badang. Rosa was able to navigate all the dives, all the engages, and still deal that much damage, allowing TNZ to get all those kills, about what, 40-50 stacks of Sky Piercer by the end of the game.
Yeah, and taking that Lord as well, that's the icing on the cake. I mean, for Myanmar, you can see some of the ideas there, right? They were really banking on just out-mechanicking Turkey. They were willing to flip that Lord, because they gotten the first 2 Lords didn't really amount to anything, sadly. The first one, it was good defense from Turkey. The second one, they sort of make a big blunder and ended up not really utilizing the Lord advantage. But the third one, they had to roll the dice, and with Rosa taking the Lord and staggered death timers, it was close to impossible for Myanmar to recover.
We gotta remind ourselves, this is single elimination in the quarterfinals. Whoever gets defeated is gonna go home. And unfortunately for Myanmar, I kind of feel like that was a solid performance, but Juno on the Esmeralda seems to be a little bit uncomfortable, where he dies just a little bit too fast for an Esmeralda.
Yeah, again, to be durable in these fights as Esmeralda, you want to be able to use your abilities, but against Turkey, you get crowd control. There's a Sky Piercer, and there's plenty of burst damage from Turkey. It's very hard for Juno to press his buttons. And that's why he looked so fragile as an Esmeralda.
And this is where we see the threat of a Hayabusa. It's very difficult to catch, where you're not really punished by the Sky Piercer, which is why we were thinking of the Cho. Someone needs to stop this Hayabusa. No one was able to do that. And King Flash had a difficult time going up against this Lapu, man. Lunar, from the early to the mid to the late, every single time the bravest fighter comes in, you can tell that Myanmar, they're just like, come on, man.
Yeah, there were some moments where Myanmar, at least in the early game, that they tunnel vision a little bit on what they wanted to do, and they realized that Lunar is a threat, and they did adjust to, play around this Lapu, and they started to punish Luna more and more, right? They stopped the engage, they make sure that no one goes down to the Lapu, they're getting the flickers out of him. Unfortunately, there is the Hayabusa, and once those Sky Piercer stacks starts racking up, it becomes infinitely harder for Myanmar to confidently go into these fights, because if Tianzi sneaks into the back line, someone is going to go down.
Speaking of which, both mid laners are highlighted here. Rosa being the best support, and Nico, the GOAT, 76,000 damage dealt. Juno did take a lot of damage, but I kind of feel like he didn't sustain that long in the front line. We're going to be looking at the MVP for this one, and honestly, I feel like for Team Turkey, Sigibum was the one that got the MVP, controlling whoever gets into the fray against Turkey. A lot of protection. This is a team victory here for Turkey. Everyone performed their roles very, very well.
Sigibum gets to finally show off his chops as well on this Ruby. 2-0-15. He doesn't necessarily have to be the one getting the kills, but he is definitely a big nuisance. It's very hard for the members of Myanmar to navigate if he's standing in front along with Apex 47. We saw how tough it is for Juno to move. If Boya gets an engage off, they can easily displace him, and they are just able to fight in locations away from the influence of Nico, and that's why even with a Yves on Myanmar's side, you don't really see too much of an impact.
I feel like it's tough for Myanmar where they're playing quite chaotic, and as a Eve, you would prefer if everyone moves at the same area, right? It becomes more difficult for you to keep bouncing about, changing your targets here and there, here and there, here and there, because Team Turkey probably intended, but they're quite spread out. So you barely see any real world manipulation that catches multiple targets. In fact, how many times has Nico forced out to cancel the real world manipulation?
I think one of the fights towards the very end as well, right? The RWM was instantly cancelled, and this, I believe, was the last fight, where Rosa got the Lord, and there really wasn't much that Nico could do. Like, even in the position that Nico was in, coming in from the middle lane and just not having any influence over the fight at all, though you can see the damage of that Yves. One more Void Blast would have been the death of TNZ.
Yeah, I just feel bad because he has to dodge a lot here. Like I feel like that's the only thing, because whenever you see a fight, it's too spread out. Maybe for Team Myanmar, they are a very chaotic team, but when you have someone like Eve, you would want to narrow down your opponents, right? Pincer them in, creating a box. And I feel like that's the best analogy here, where they're not creating a box of influence, forcing Team Turkey around a circular area. Boya is going here, King Flash is moving here, Juno is like, they just gotta tunnel people in.
Yeah, I agree. I think with most majors, you generally don't want to be from a flanking angle, because it really exposes you to the enemy lineup. There are a few exceptions, of course, if you are like Kadita, Selena,
Honestly,
Boyi,
even
Jushin. But even Jushin is not that advisable, right? Because people can jump you. So most majors want to play with the team, and that's why Nico's positioning, I think, towards the later stages of the game felt slightly unsynced with the team.
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty close game. It's just that some crucial mistakes, especially in team fighting at the end, when Myanmar got the Lord and then just basically died one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Team Turkey really able to establish more influence onto the map. But this is good showing from Turkey.
Yeah.
Especially Rosa, because I feel like the last time we saw him on that Farsa, tough game. This time it's like, you know what? You guys are trying to do that again. Pretty cheeky. I see you, but not gonna happen.
And when we winning the Yves, that was quite fun as well. And escaping from ganks multiple times, right? Getting jumped by Boye and still getting out. I would say this is the Turkish delight that everyone has been talking about, right? They were the one that popularized it, and that's the reason why this lineup has been unchanged for so many years.
So what does Myanmar have to change for this one? Because they got to extend the series. If not, Myanmar is the champion of their group, right? Yes. They've gone undefeated. This is the first defeat that they have suffered while gained defeat here in WEC. So now we got to see, okay, after taking a loss, how do you recover from that one?
I think the main thing is just clean up how they take these fights, right? Like a lot of times, even in the group stage games that we saw, that they are more one-sided, it's less about the mechanics and it's less about the draft and more about how it's executed. Yeah. And I feel like game one was sort of that case. They had the recipe. It's slightly harder to execute because they are running like Esmeralda and Badang, but they were able to pull it off, right? We saw Boye going very, very active in that early game to create that room for his team. Is when things get very messy, when the enemy starts getting items and getting ahead of the game, they start changing up how they fight. It seems like only Turkey is adapting to it.
I feel like if they want to be more chaotic, they need more spread of damage, right? Because especially if you have a marksman in that lineup, you confuse your enemy to be like, okay, who do you want to target? You want to target the jungle, the mid, or the gold lane? In that case, it's just the jungle as well as the mid. And we saw Turkey, they're like, we just got to deal with King Flash, right? As long as they don't get the Lord, we're good. Nico is kind of an afterthought in that regard. So maybe this time we want to see a little bit more damage coming in from Juno. We're going to be jumping into game number 2, where I feel like Turkey, even though they won,
Wow.
that was not a comfortable one. And Expanding River is going to be this one, which, looking at how they've been moving around, no, it's good for both teams, man. Sigilboom is fast to the scene, Juno is fast to the scene.
Yep, it's another map that encourages very fast rotation, right? Flying Cloud gets you back in the action very quickly. Expanding Rivers gets you across the map very, very quickly. So I think, you know, that Myanmar has shown that they still got it in them. They still are willing to take these fights, these very active maneuvers. Maybe you make it slightly simpler with how you approach. I think the Padang definitely felt like more of a comfort than anything else. But
yeah.
Again, the Kalea is always there. The Gatot is always there for them as well. It's always good to consider these choices, especially Gatot and Grok, if they are not banned out.
We're going to be jumping into the draft here. We're going to see who will actually get the first pick. It looks like it's going to be Team Turkey. They themselves banning out the CC as well as the Harif. Team Myanmar already taking out the Fanny as well as the Yuzong. Team Turkey, I feel like if they get first pick, getting that Gatot would be pretty good. Just to make sure that Boye doesn't get an aggressive kind of roamer. Because I feel like the Badang was scary but manageable.
Yeah. If you're Myanmar, do you open Grok here? I think that's the important question too.
I would.
You can ban Grok.
I would not.
You can ban Grok, trade Gatot, and take Badang again into the matchup, or the high-lows. And then the Kimi is also an option that you can go for, at least on the red side, because you get 2 picks at once. Yeah, it's an important choice for them to make, because I believe the YSS is also still up on the table. Hayabusa as well. I feel like you can first pick the Hayabusa for TNZ. They banned the YSS. So they're forcing a trade, right? Grok, Gatot, Hayabusa. Let's see what Turkey takes.
Personally for me, I think Turkey should pick up the Grok, because I feel like it is a very good enabler and it kind of forces out your opponents, whether they like it or not, pick heroes with dashes, because that's a special crowd control that only Grok has with the Earth and Rampart, is that I can catch you by not using a stun. So yeah, Turkey does pick up the Grok. Later on, Myanmar can pick up the Gatot, so I feel like take a Hayabusa here, because Fanny, Yisun Shin, Lance is out. Take Hayabusa, and what's the next great pick here? Lapu? Hayabusa,
yes. Yeah. But the trade-off is that you do concede a bit of the mid priority, right? Because then Turkey gets the advantage of, if I want to take Kimi, if I want to take Jusin, Yi, they have the choice to do so.
Experience the youth.
So they go for the Ranger Ruinous.
That's very early. I mean, like, I did say Juno needs something comfortable, but
Not sure how I feel about this one, to be very honest.
what if Turkey picks up a Lunox?
Honestly, you could go...
Lunox Haya,
Lunox Haya, Kimi Haya.
Kimi Haya.
Just get a strong mid, right? You get a strong mid, you get a strong mid, and the problem now for Myanmar's sequence is that, let's say Turkey goes for like Kimi +1, right? Let's say Kimi Haya, anything that gives you a strong mid priority. Myanmar has no answer to it, because there's a second ban phase and Turkey can shut that down very quickly. So even Jusin doesn't feel good for Myanmar. It doesn't matter what Myanmar picks for mid, effectively they lost control. The Yi Baxia, and this is even scarier. Fast jungle, great mid clear.
Completely forgot about the Baxia, man. The thing is, it answers the Uranus. Also, if Myanmar does want to get that Gatot, it stops the Gatot's healing as well. The Revitalize, the passive. Oh, this is even if you take the Hayabusa here, it's going to be quite difficult.
All the injustice in the world.
But looks like yeah.
And they're taking the
Looks like Cho has been picked up. The problem is, what is Cho gonna catch though? There's a Grok, there's an E, there's a Baxia, so not sure what's going on. Maybe we'll see something different later on, because the Cho, at least at this point, considering there's no real target, might have been a romp. But we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
If anything, if we do have to go for a redraft for neither reasons, at least we know the first few picks are guaranteed, right? They're secure, so don't worry about that. There's not going to be changes in the picks that we've already seen. Although I definitely feel like at least the first 2 picks, I'm not sure if...
Granger, Uranus, yeah.
Yeah, if the choke counts the first 3 picks, it's very weird. Like I think throughout WEC so far, these 4 days, we've seen most drafts that we've seen make a lot of sense. There are some that's definitely an oddball, but not completely like what is going on. This is one of the few draft sequences that I feel like, okay, Myanmar might be making it hard for themselves.
Imagine this, we're not too surprised with Mongolia picking up Helkert. We're more surprised of this early Granger and Uranus, especially considering the options that Turkey was able to get just now, because if Turkey really locks that in, Grok, Baxia, Eve, dude, that's a death ball.
That's a death ball comp. Not only that, hold on a minute.
Just
if the Cho pick, so Granger, Uranus,
I'm
Cho,
thinking
they have no
the Cho
junglers. If the Cho is not, right, they still need a jungler.
I'm thinking it's not.
They still need a jungler, right? So I think Hayabusa is up.
Suyo, Joy.
None of them are optimal choices.
Honestly, against Grog Baxia, you probably need a fighter like Alpha, right? You need some kind of shred. And all those assassins, they don't have shred, bro. I mean, like maybe Joy.
But
Joy.
But you don't play fast enough, right? Like the Yi eventually becomes a problem too.
Yeah. This trio here, it's a problem. Like I hope that we fix what's going on, because Grog Baxia Eve, nah, bro, nah.
One answer towards it, well, it's not even an answer. It's more like a soft solution is the Drusin or the Farsa. And that's very situational, right? You still
And
don't
bannable.
solve the Grok. And bannable. You still don't solve the Grok. The Grok can still kill you. But it is one way.
Honestly, even Jushin and Farsa, once the Grok puts a wall behind you, you're forced to use your abilities to get away.
Yeah. I want to say Selena, but Selena is not even good because they can just eat up. They are literally minesweepers.
Well, we'll see
Dorji's another one.
We'll see the development of the draft here. Yes, that's a very good shout for the Louis. We'll see what picks register and what picks doesn't.
Yep.
Because I hope the people watching they understand how scary of an opener team Turkey got. And this is the quarterfinals playoff, single elims, and Myanmar is already down 1 game.
Yeah.
They cannot afford any more losses.
I think for the local viewers, at least those that watch our domestic league, they probably have a good understanding, even from watching the domestic league itself, that certain openings just aren't it. They are powerful individually, but when the sequence is not done correctly, it harms the team. Right? I think even our player Momo has experienced that. If you open up with something like a Uranus Granger, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage because you're giving away a lot of pace. I mean, he did win with opening Uranus, but
Let's just put it this way: you don't want to open up something that is counterable, right? You see the Uranus. All right, I'm thinking of something like the Lunox, and Eve works because Eve can build the Wishing Lantern. Baxia, yeah. So and then you see the Granger. You're like, okay, we pick range. So instead of picking Kimi, you pick up the Eve. Answers both.
Or we just take Ruby, right? Ruby is also another way to deal with the Granger. We take Harry also, we can 1v1. So, yeah, we are restarting the draft, it seems. But I think the ones that we've seen are going to stick.
Well, we'll see, because we got to see at what point. Shout outs to the crowd, by the way. Everyone is having fun.
Yeah, like it's
amazing Saturday.
Everyone bringing the family in.
Shout outs to family.
The babies, the parents, the
Bao Bays.
The Bao Bays.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bao Bay. It's my favorite gold laner, by the way.
Shout out Arya. One of the more famous female Malaysian players. Hey, gets second place in the previous World Tournament. So as the draft is restarting, we will see the development. If this is the first 3, Husky, I'm very, very worried of how Myanmar is gonna finish up the draft here. Like the jungle is gonna be a question mark. The mid is gonna be quite a question mark.
Because usually these kind of drafts puts a lot of burden on the jungler on the jungler or the gold
yes,
laner.
yes.
But
And,
then,
and you know the gold laner is going to be Granger. So it's like, there's no way to counterpick that anymore, right?
yeah. Okay, let's see. We're gonna bring the draft back up. So it does stick.
Ooh, well.
All right, this is quite a problem now.
Maybe it is comfort. At this point, this show has to be damaged. Because if you catch anyone, like if you catch the Grok doesn't care, Boxia doesn't care, Eve can cancel it out. So going straight for the bans here, Myanmar is banning out the Lapu. And then Team Turkey banning out the Angela, just to make sure that, you know, maybe this is a cheese coming in from Myanmar that Turkey has seen before.
Oh man, picking the Cho means it's a Cho roam too. So you are,
No flexibility in the draft from Myanmar.
yeah, so it's confirmed, right? The 3 lanes are confirmed.
Unless you go crazy Uranus jungle, which we do not see. But
I mean, we've seen like once.
yeah, but either way, this is a locked-in draft. You know, whatever pick that Myanmar takes in Red 4,
choose my own
it's gonna be a
Jungler or mid.
jungler or mid. Is no flexibility.
We've seen Uranus jungle once, but guess what? You're up against a Baxiam. I don't know how you want to play Uranus jungle. Juicin ban, we did talk about that. And that's like the last bastion of having any sort of control over the mid lane.
The other thing that you can hope for is pick up a Valentina so that you yourself have a Grok or Eve. And it is one of Nico's signature, you know, when all else fails, he will pick the Valentina up. The other one is the...
Hayabusa.
oh yeah, Hayabusa did not get banned. But at the same time, Turkey probably is not worried.
Yeah.
Look at the sturdiness of the draft.
What if put this Baxia on Lunar, take a Fredrin here. It's a
What?
stretch, it's a stretch.
No, it's not a stretch, because good luck getting killed here,
Right?
right?
Take a Hilda, right? Like a Hilda XP. Take a Hilda XP. Ooh.
Don't give ideas, man.
Hold on a
Like,
minute, that sounds pretty good.
dude, like, doesn't matter how you adjust the draft, you add one more front line or disruptor, and then pick up a traditional marksman. Because look at this, not a lot of threats for, say, a Claude.
Hilda Harris.
Dude, a Claude wins the lane against the Granger.
To lead the charge.
So it looks like a Hilda and a Moskov. So
Okay, close enough. It's either Moscow or Harris, but close enough. Wow.
I've got banned. So yeah, it's Moskov, Claude. The options are there just because you're not too worried. So, okay,
This is a problem. This is a big problem.
I kind of feel Louis, considering that they're all in close proximity, including the Moskov. Louis is the best. If Nico wants to get a comfort, it's going to be the Valen. So there you go.
Wow.
Louis picked up.
We did talk about the Loi earlier on too, that if you want, because there's only so less options, right? And then I float the Loi and we both agree that it's a good idea. Oh, we're pretty good at this, right? We call like what 90% of the draft?
For Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, for 4 days straight.
4 days straight.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to WEC.
Shout outs to W.
Give us another year. We'll do this.
And we called out the Louis because that's the only real one that solves your problem.
Yeah, and by solving, it's not all the problems, but
Yep.
very specific situations.
The question right now is whether the Cho will build damage or build tank, because both are viable-ish. The only problem here is the Cho is going to have a very hard time to kick anyone. Do you want to kick the Hilda? Do you want to kick the Boxia? Do you want to kick the Grok?
I think his life mission this game is just
Create space.
find Yi, find Moskov, and you pray, right? You just hope that they go down. Both of them have flicker, so that's one thing to take into consideration as we hop into game number 2 on Expanding River. Turkey on the blue side, Myanmar on red.
So right now, Team Turkey are up on the board. They need one more win to move forward to the semi-finals. And Myanmar needs one win to continue their journey here in WEC25 here in Kuala Lumpur. Boye already threatening TNZ just a little bit, but he has to be careful because the draft that Turkey has is really not that punishable inside the jungle. Heck, look at this. They're already marching forward, disrupting King Flash and pulling the golem towards them, resetting just a little bit. Oh, this is going to be rough for Myanmar.
Apex can do it again, right? Doesn't have the rampart. So finally, the golden goes over to King Flash. Slight delay, but mid priority, of course, given over to Turkiyye. And Boya can't really do much. You have to trade your health bar for the priority, but the block on Nico is going to force the flicker out eventually. There it is, Tianzi, who will jump onto Boya instead, but Boya barely gets away.
Yeah, but look at the punishment that they're getting if Turkey is able to establish a freeze, which they have. King Flash has to come and help reset the freeze. If not, Nico will suffer, and you don't want Nico suffering when he's the main way you answer Turkey's draft.
Yeah. He doesn't necessarily need to be the most farm, but he needs decent items, right?
I think he needs at least Enchanted Talisman.
Yeah, he needs his Enchanted Talisman. And, well, good thing about Loi is that you are effective. You don't need level 4. And Juno overextended. Tianzi rolls on him first blood.
Yeah, Sigibum was able to bait him out. Here on the screen, we did see Tianzi jumping in, but Juno does not have that information. The turtle has been started up by King Flash. Boy is here. Kun is trying to push Lunar away, but look at that. Apex 47 and Rosar here. King Flash still able to steal that away. And Tianzi didn't even bother.
Yeah, it's like, it's okay, right? It's okay to give up the turtle. You got a kill on the Juno. You free Sigibum. I think that's, okay, he didn't get a double wave. He actually took a recall. Completely fine there. But Myanmar, now the SOD attempting to steal the purple buff. Still, King Flash will get it. Try to turn on Tianzi, but Tianzi has turned for Sun. You can't really go on him. So Turkey easily disengages.
Yeah, good call and attempt coming in from Turkey. TNZ will be quite forward.
RWM takes down Nico, and Boya just can't get a response fast enough. And without Nico, defense becomes infinitely harder. The shadow kill forced out so early on. He's gonna get knocked up. Not really sure the idea there for King Flash. Lunar collects him.
If we have an award of one of the best drafts in the tournament, this is definitely one of them. Team Turkey already establishing. Lunar is outside of the EXP lane, helping out the Grok, and there's nothing that Team Myanmar can really do. Boya is here to help Juno out a little bit, but even he had to recall because there's nothing that he can do. He can't catch anyone.
I think what hurts is that this draft was sort of given out for free. King Flash, oh my goodness, just got solo killed by Tianzi. There's a Hayabusa that just got ran down by a boxer in the jungle. And Rosa now joins into. If there's any premonition of how poorly the game has gone for Myanmar in the first 3.5 minutes, that was it.
I wonder if I cursed it, because I did say in a content piece just now that Myanmar might be the one to look out for, but look at this. Juno gets caught. Boya is there.
Oh, no.
Tectonic charge to cancel out any kind of CC Boya has, and already retreating. And Myanmar is getting denied of so many farm here.
Oh my god, Nico takes the block, but he might have to take the fall too. Force the flicker out. There's no contest of this purple buff. King Flash is gonna get starved out of his own jungle. There's nothing left on the top side anymore. King Flash goes in, doesn't get the purple buff. They have the Jit Kundo knockup, but they don't even follow up with the kick because there's no point in doing that.
Juno is not having a good time here. Denied of so many farms, same as Nico. And Kun is trying his very best just to zone people away. But again, if the Boxia is there, Kun is not really all that tanky. Myanmar, they can still do this. What they need, unfortunately, is at least 10 more minutes. At that point, King Flash has a little bit of items, Nico has a little bit of items, and then maybe you can potentially punish Team Turkey.
Yeah, but now, unfortunately, they just have to watch as Turkey take everything they want. Free liberty. It's painful because we sort of saw this coming from Turkey from quite a mile away.
Yep.
We sort of predicted the potential outcome.
This is one of those things that we do not like being right.
Yeah, it's the I told you so moment.
Yeah. So, whoa, Lunar got a solo kill, Lunar gets kicked, and Nico tries to kill him.
He's gonna survive, right? Yeah, he survived.
SOD comes in, and there you go. Sigibum goes after Boya and Nico.
Oh, man.
TNZ coming from the rear. Sigibum gets a kill. And now even gets a double. Rosa is all alone against King Flash. King Flash can't kill Rosa. Has to get away. RWM gets him. And Kun tries to save the day. Multiple low targets. But Kun cannot get onto them. This is a rough one, Aski.
I feel
this is one we just gotta say it as it is. This is rough.
This is, I think, probably the first time in the entire EW, well, the WEC, sorry, that we might have to call it early.
Yeah.
How the state of the game has gone.
because it is possible for a comeback. It's just very improbable. It's very difficult.
It's not 100% defeat, but it's sure it's like 99%. That's a rotation to the top. They send King Flash to the top. All for the XP grab. I think Kun got it.
Either way, Sigibum is waiting there. We got to look at the item to see where Nico and Juno is at. It's unfortunate the main carries are taking quite a lot of deaths here. First item, Sky Pisser, 3.6k, and the Hayabusa is 2.6. It's bad when the Hayabusa is the second lowest gold in your team.
He's 2k behind the Moskov. At least 1k behind TNZ. Turtle spawns. They have a gang squad, but it's on Lunar.
And TNZ is just taking all the buffs. Because he's like, it's nice to have both jungles on my side.
Yeah, I own. He just walks in and owns it. And oh, he found King Flash.
Dude, even the damage coming in from TNZ.
He's playing dodgeball right now. Gets pinned into the wall. King Flash gets away. That's as good as it gets.
And able to clear the wave as well. So Divergent finds TNZ all alone. Do they have the damage? It looks like they do. Juno gets the kill, so that's 10 stacks on the Sky Piercer. So this is a good start for Myanmar trying to set a comeback.
Yeah. That's the Loi effect. If you can get a couple more cheeky plays like that, some creative pickoffs, that could bring Myanmar back. Sigibum not threatened at all with the backup of his teammates around, but Myanmar will now turn on to the objective. Try to get King Flash back into the game. TNZ still pretty much out of this. Let's see if Turkey can delay the turtle take. Luna hops onto Nico, and Nico just has to take the fall. Shadowfield gets used. King Flash will get the objective. They get Apex 47 in return. Sigibum late to the mid lane will just take the wave. Juno falls back, and Luna just chops Boye in half.
Yeah, 4-0-1 for Lunar. They don't have ways to deal with him just yet. Probably no anti-heals. All the while, King Flash understands he needs as much farm as possible. He needs to get at least the same level as TNZ so that when you're required to make that clutch play around the Lord, at least you have the levels to have the same damage for that retribution. Myanmar, they are crawling back because only down by 2,000. That's honestly very impressive considering the amount of pressure Team Turkey should have.
It all started with Nico's divergent play. The pickoff onto TNZ allowed them to convert into kills and a turtle. So Kun is going to try and survive this. The rampart is not there, so Kun gets out. But they do lose the top tier 1.
So Team Myanmar at this point, diversion, just going to give King Flash the farm he really needs.
I think Apex saw that.
Yeah. So look at TNZ forcing up the flicker there. Team Turkey should get mid for free here.
Nothing much that Myanmar can do. Their defense on paper is not bad with Nico, but Turkey can just put their body in front and make their presence known, and Myanmar will have to give a lot of respect to it. Even in terms of sieging, right? Turkey is just better with the draft that they have. Like Moskov alone is pretty nasty at the job.
King Flash does have the Malefic Roar though, so a lot of penetration here that King Flash has, so there is a possibility of him actually killing the front line. Look at this, Nico. Look, I think he was spotted out. Looking at the items here, Hunter Strike as well as the Sky Piercer for the Granger. And unfortunately, Hayabusa only has 2 items. Hunter Strike as well. Oh, hold on, Sigibum gets kicked. Yep. Does Nico have the damage?
The technology charge saves Sigibum. Good stuff from Apex. Then they had the diversion play to just escape.
Yeah.
Fancy there.
Honestly, a good attempt. But if the Grog was not there, Sigibum might have been taken down. At least they got that flicker. So there's a chance later on in the Lord fight, maybe King Flash or Boye can make a play. So I think it is still worth it to get that battle spell.
Oh yes. Diversion cooldown gets pretty low. Once, especially when the Enchanted Talisman is completed, I would assume that Nico should have it by now. He did go for glowing one first item. There it is. Enchanted Talisman done. So Diversion next one's gonna be important. Oh, the Rampart though! Nico got trapped and he's gone. Sigibum with a pickup and an instant turn on to the Lord. Rosa should be able to zone the rest of Myanmar out. There's 4 ultimates expended by Turkey though, but I feel like it's worth it because Luna just forced the flicker out of Juno. And they could focus on the objective unless King Flash can make it happen, but they're all standing on top of his shadow and making sure that it runs out before they continue taking the Lord. Good discipline from Turkey. Tectonic charge from Apex 47. The SOD connects with the Boye. And Kun is not getting out of this one. Mega kill for Sticky Boom.
Amazing gauges coming in from Team Turkey, TNZ. Even making the Curse Helm just to reduce their armor, magic resist a little bit, as well as doing just a little bit more damage and wave clear. Team Turkey are in a very good position. The Lord is marching down mid, and it was very clutch that they caught Nico first because he's the main threat in terms of damage as well as crowd control. Once he's out of the picture, quite easy for Team Turkey to go for any kind of fights.
Yeah. As much as Nico likes fighting in tight corridors, Apex 47 loves it even more because he gets to build and alter the terrain to his will. He should be able to defend the inhibitor at least. I would let the Lord crash just so the Holy Shield could do some of the work. But the Rampart stall out the wave a little bit. Doesn't protect the Catapult, unfortunately. It was a good attempt either way. The Holy Defense is going to go down right now. They jump with the King Flash, gets hit by the RWM. Nico also needs to run away. And Myanmar so far getting a good defense. Boya looking for a kick. That's the flicker. Good reflexes. Boya tried, but not good enough.
And again, this is why we say it's going to be difficult for the Cho because there's no real targets. He got onto Sigabo, which is the target that he does want. But again, like I said, good reflexes there. And they're sieging the top inhibitor. Again, Moskov just shreds that so fast. 12 minutes in. Team Turkey is inside the base, and now they're looking for mid. Kun taking a lot of damage. Rampart. Apex 47 flickers forward. And Nico trying his very best. Lunar gets killed onto Juno. Only one inhibitor left for Team Myanmar. Ogi Shadow kill. Not enough damage to take down Team Turkey. SOD not going to get taken here. Almost 9,000 gold ahead. Team Myanmar, they are struggling. And sooner or later, it's going to be more and more difficult for them to protect their base.
Completely losing map control. Don't have the items to fight. King Flash just got his War Axe. 55 seconds until the next Lord. 2 inhibitors down and a 9k gold deficit. This game is pretty much good as done for Turkey. Unless Myanmar can pull off a miracle, it has to come from Nico. Some cheeky divergent plays. Boya sacrificing himself to get the crucial picks. But it's easier said than done. We've seen him attempt it a few times.
Yep.
But it didn't really bear the fruit that he wants. It's not even his fault. Like, Turkey is just fast on the trigger finger.
The problem with comebacks is that do you have enough damage? Speaking of which, RWM being used, Juno, only 20% HP, Sigibum taking that for free. So now the base of Myanmar is exposed.
Maybe they have an opportunity, but the discipline from Turkey again to back off. They don't want to get vacuumed in by the yin-yang reaction, the duality. Because there is Sky Piercer on the side of Myanmar, so you don't want that to be the reason that you fall behind, or at least lose some of that gold. See Halberd for Juno now up. All inhibitors down for Myanmar. For Turkey, you can do this dance forever and let the wave end the game.
If only Nico has a bit more gold, getting a Wishing Lantern might help out a lot. Boya gets spotted out
no.
by Sigibum. Rosa and TNZ are preventing him from going away. And he's just making sure that he dies fast enough so that he can respond in time. But look at this. Team Turkey is extending that.
Lunar.
Sure he doesn't. And Juno gets caught. Oh my goodness. This is this is tough.
Luna gave him the cleaver. I think the idea was Nico sent Boya to the flank and they hopefully get a cash. Maybe a proxy the wave, but 18 seconds for Boya, 23 for Juno. I'm not sure if they have that time. Kun's gonna try the whole King Flash, doesn't even get to react. With the flicker initiation, Turkey looking for a semi-finals entry. And they get a 2-0 over Myanmar. Turkey are off to top 4.
Congratulations to Team Turkey having a clean sweep here. And I gotta say, game number 1, it was amazing, but game number 2, a lot of question marks are there. I'm guessing this is one of those games that will get quite a lot of attention online.
Yeah, a very rough one for Team Myanmar. Too many factors to take into consideration. Just from the draft sequence onwards, they've sort of dug a hole for themselves. And we sort of saw the future. We knew what was going to happen, and it did happen. Myanmar, they still tried their best to play with the cards that they dealt themselves, but it proved to be too much. And Team Turkey now will have to face off against either Cambodia or Kazakhstan.
Yep. They're going to be looking out for that match. And if they can go all the way, and if Malaysia goes all the way, they can have that revenge that they had since group stage. But after this, we will see Indonesia and Nepal first, and then eventually Cambodia as well as Kazakhstan. But either way, this game, Husky, a lot has to be discussed. But before all of that happens, we got to celebrate Team Turkiyye, which should be on stage alongside with Rose. And it's nice to see them coming back after quite a tough defeat against Malaysia before.
Yeah, well-needed recharge, right? They lost to Malaysia, but they did win their following series, and now going in the top 4 is one step closer to glory. They're rebuilding bringing the pride of the Crescent Warriors to the stage, and the Turkish can now rest easy for the rest of the day.
Yep, and with that, we're going to be throwing it over onto the stage with Rose alongside with Turkiyye to celebrate their victory.
Team Turkey advances to the quarterfinals. And with me over here, we have Rosa and Apex 47. You know what? I haven't gotten the chance to welcome you guys back to Malaysia. How is Malaysia? How is it like being back?
Malaysia nasıl gidiyor?
Uyku hariç her şey.
We had some jet lags when we arrived here, but yeah, except that
Yeah, how did you guys deal with the jet lags? Because I'm pretty sure you guys arrive and pretty much the next day, it's a day or two after that is already game day, right? How did you guys cope with the jet lag in such tournaments where you guys have to fly away?
we try to make a sleeping schedule according to the country we will go, and that's how we fix it.
Ah, I see. So hopefully you guys are settled in right now because the tournament is actually getting quite intense. Now, Rosa, what do you think about your performance so far this WEC 2025? Are you satisfied with it, or do you think you guys could have done so much better?
Performance
Yani şöyle söyleyeyim, şu önceki Malezya maçlarında falan açıkçası gerçekten iyi oynayamadık. Performans gösteremedik ama şu anlık bunu daha iyiye çekmeye çalışıyoruz, daha iyi oynamaya çalışıyoruz, takım oyunumuzu geliştirmeye çalışıyoruz ve final oynayacağımızı düşünüyorum çok rahat bir şekilde.
He thinks that we didn't done a good job in our Malaysia match, but he thinks that we will reach the finals and we will try our best.
Oh, wow. Grand finals is Rosa's goal this time around. I really love that. Now, speaking of that, for you guys to go through grand finals, you guys will have to go through your semi-finals match first, which is, sorry, your quarter-final match. But there, you guys will probably either meet Indonesia or Nepal. Maybe Apex 47, who do you want to meet in the quarterfinals?
Could you repeat it again, please?
Yes, before you guys go to grand finals, you guys will first go to the quarterfinals where you guys will meet either Team Indonesia or Team Nepal. Who do you want to meet there?
Endonezya ile oynamak istiyoruz.
We would like to play with Indonesia.
Why?
Yani oynayış tarzını daha çok beğeniyorum o yüzden.
He likes their gameplay more and we think they are better.
Now, if you guys win against Indonesia and if they do enter, how confident are you guys this time around that the performance you guys will put up with Team Malaysia in the semi-final will actually get you guys a slot in the grand finals?
Kesinlikle düşünüyorum. Az bir zamanda küçük bir antrenman yapabildik ama bunun bize yeterli olabileceğini düşünüyorum. Finale çıkacağımızı düşünüp Malezya'ya yeneceğimizi düşünüyorum.
He thinks that we'll reach finals because even though we had not much time to train, but he thinks that we can make it.
All right, I love that. And I hope whatever problems that you guys had when you guys faced Malaysia earlier on into the WEC 2025 has been solved. And I do hope to see you guys on the stage again. Thank you very much to Team Turkiyye for chatting with me. And with that, let us throw it back to the Kazers to break down what happened in this intense series.
Thank you very much, Rose. And yeah, Team Turkey had an amazing game. The Hilda having that Blade of Heptases as well, doing tremendous damage onto anyone. This Hilda is unstoppable. You know what? Everyone's unstoppable, man.
Yeah. The sign of when the game is truly over is when you have a Hilda that solo kills your cores. That's how you know the game is done.
Yeah, because we were saying like, oh, you know, Hilda doesn't contribute much in the later stages of the game, but if she can one-shot you, she can contribute quite a bit.
Yeah, she stands in your jungle, in the bush. Whoever face checks gets like 3-shotted. Our fellow friend, I think Midnight is watching, he was calculating 1.8k damage from Lunar during the solo kill.
And unfortunately, Nico here, he got the Wishing Lantern a little bit too late, but is it really his fault? Like, how are you gonna deal with a Grok, Eve, Baxia if they're running straight at you?
Yeah, I mean, we also say that there was no like 100% good answer into the Grok. You have to use your abilities anyway, but at least Loyi is like, we can make some creative plays.
Yeah.
And they did once, and then they got a turtle after that. They got like a 1k plus goal swing, but it really didn't matter, right? It was just a minor speed bump in the Tianzi wheel. He still gets to do what he wants. Rosa was untouched. Siggy Boom just free farms the lane, all thanks to having this Grok around.
Again, congratulations to Team Turkey making it to the semifinals, and this does mean that Myanmar has been eliminated. So Team Turkey will just be waiting for Cambodia or Kazakhstan. And listening to Apex 47, looks like he is thinking that Indonesia will be the one going to the grand finals. But again, it's more about him saying he prefers the play style of Indonesia, which is more explosive, a lot more excitement coming in. But now we got to look at the Hall of Famer Sigibum, 769 gold per minute, and then Rosa, the GOAT, dealing the most amount of damage, Kun taking a lot of damage, and TNZ being a support here on the Baxia.
And that's the problem when you open with a Uranus instead of something like a Arlet or Lapu Lapu, you know. Uranus just doesn't do enough in most situations. We have seen Uranus win some games, you know, like Team Malaysia obviously won with that, but on its own, it's just not good enough, right? The impact is not there. It's a blind pick Uranus some more, right? And you see a Baxia and a Eve, there's really nothing much that he could do.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like the Baxia, just Baxia, right? Baxia plus anything, it's gonna be difficult. But now we're gonna be looking at the MVP here coming in from Team Turkey. I mean, take your pick. It looks like Lunar. I mean, like, of course, when you start one-shotting the carries, you are gonna get the MVP for sure.
Yeah, when that's essentially what he did the whole game, right? Runs at Juno, gives him a good old 1-2, takes him out, and rinse and repeat.
He's a fighter, a tank, and an assassin.
Yes, fighter, tank, and assassin. Good hero.
Yes, amazing hero.
We've seen so many Heptases built on Hilda in WEC.
Yeah. I feel like, okay, you build Fury Hammer, and then you see how it goes. And then when the Hilda is having a good game, you're like, hey, you guys can tank, right? We got a Baxia. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. We got a Grok. I can build more damage. We're gonna be looking at the highlights here, and caution to everyone watching is gonna be a bit tough to sink in, because this is a scary draft.
Yeah,
one of the best drafts of WEC.
To the Burmese fans, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be quite a tough pill to swallow. I know that they were really looking forward to how far Myanmar can go, but this one I can say with certainty. The draft was, like you say, one of the best we've seen from Turkey, but it was also given for free. There was no resistance shown. There was only band-aid solutions, and you can't really blame Myanmar for how poorly the game went, at least in-game.
Yep. They tried their very best, and that's what we can ask for from the players. Looking at the highlights, Team Turkey, they demand a lot of zoning. They make sure that Team Myanmar is denied of a lot, and that's why this draft is scary. I feel like this is also something that we do have to explain. Having Grok and Eve is already dangerous enough because it gives you mid-prio. And when you have mid-prio, there's a lot you can do. You can deny farm, you can deny rotations, and you have great engages from both mid as well as the roamer. When you add Baxia to the mix, you always have basically an item advantage for the first 2 minutes, where there's no NT lifesteal no NT heal from anyone. The Baxia gives it for free. So item advantage, you know, with the passive, the ability to start anything, the ability to not die ever, it's just a little bit too much.
It's it's like that phenomenon. I think one of my childhood video games where you're like a snowball. You just roll and then you keep taking up more and more. That's a classic death ball comp.
Yeah, classic death ball comp. But hey, again, we still got more quarterfinals games to go through. We still have Indonesia, Nepal, as well as Cambodia, Kazakhstan. And the game coming up next, we'll be seeing Indonesia going up against Nepal, which I don't think we've seen Nepal just yet. And we saw Indonesia first day, bit shaky. Second day, oh, bro. Kind of scary, not gonna lie.
Hey, they did say that they want to send Team Malaysia home, even though we're already at home. And
yeah.
I think that's the most anticipated matchup as well. A lot of people were expecting a grand finals matchup between Malaysia and Indonesia, but sadly we'll have to settle for semi-finals at best, right? So best of 3 is all we got between those two if Indonesia wins.
Well, it does look like they're just gonna have it just a little bit faster. So we are going for a break. After this, it is going to be Indonesia going up against Nepal. So we'll see you guys right after the break because that one should be pretty explosive. See you later.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that good to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking it really need. I can tell my guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really need acting to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking at really me, that you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking at really me, that you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Rate 1 Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Rate 1 Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect Gaining form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the quarterfinals here in WEC25 for the Open Division. We've just got done with 2 matches. We have 2 more. Next up, it is going to be Indonesia going up against Nepal to see who will be going up against Malaysia. Welcome, my name is Bell. Alongside with me is Husky.
Indonesia has shown flawless performance throughout their own group in Group C, and up till this point undefeated, just like how Team Malaysia kind of went through their own bracket. And Indonesia has shown ruthlessness and aggression in their game, and I'm looking forward to see what Nepal has in store.
We would like to say that the World Esports Championship 25 is live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This global event is proudly organized by IESF and MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner and generously supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, Rakan Digital, and our official partners Red One, IQ, Solus Merge, Monster Energy, CK Music, and lastly our official chair partner, which is Razer. And coming up, Indonesia so far has been ruthless. In fact, went undefeated in their group. Nepal, unfortunately, is not able to beat Cambodia, so it's going to be second in the group. But again, Cambodia is a pretty tough opponent.
Yeah, even we'll also get the privilege to watch Cambodia later on when they take on Kazakhstan, so that is also something to look forward to. Just for those who are not aware of the format for playoffs, at least for this, the Open category, it is a single elimination, so every single series in the quarterfinals is an elimination series. Loser goes home. We won't have a lower bracket run, but we will have a 3rd placement match that's going to be happening tomorrow before the grand finals itself. We've already waved goodbye to Mongolia and also Myanmar, and now we will have to wave goodbye to a 3rd team.
Well, we're just going to visualize all of that by looking at the bracket to really recap what happened, because again, the matches started in 10 a.m. in the morning here in Malaysia. Speaking of which, Malaysia did defeat Mongolia, so they are eliminated from WEC. Malaysia is just waiting between Indonesia as well as Nepal to see who they're going up in the semifinals. And on the other side of the board, we just saw Team Turkiyye dominating against Myanmar. And now, Turkiyye as well is going to be looking at the matchup after this, Cambodia against Kazakhstan, to figure out who their opponents are going to be.
As we narrow down the playing field, the probability, the permutations of what matchups could happen in the semi and grand finals will become clearer and clearer as we progress through the quarter-finals. But for now, for Nepal, it's a tall task ahead of them. Just like Everest, they will have to somehow reach the summit to overcome Indonesia.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty tough, and this is the schedule for today. We're at Indonesia going up against Nepal. After this will be the final quarterfinal match for today. And then later on, we will be going to the women division to have Egypt going up against Cambodia, and whoever wins that one will have one more match in the grand finals against Indonesia.
So they will be guaranteed a trophy lift by the end of this evening, at least for the women division of WEC25 MLBB. For the men division, that will conclude tomorrow. So plenty of things to look forward to. We're just at the halfway point of today's action. 6 series in total, 1 best of 5 waiting at the very end. It's going to be very exciting. Most of the games and the matches that we've witnessed have been very rewarding in their own ways. Although we saw Myanmar sort of drop the ball earlier on, and now gotta reset everything, right? Indonesia against Nepal is another interesting one.
Yeah, the thing is, Indonesia is explosive, and it's very difficult to go up against because you always hear about it. You've seen it before. Indonesia has been on the international stage since forever. So it's like, you know it's coming. It's just that, how do you stop it?
Yeah, you never really know how hard a storm hits until you are in the eye of the storm. And in this case, just like the country itself speaks, it's the spice, right? You don't know how spicy it is, how hot it is until it hits your taste bud, and Nepal are about to get a taste of it.
Well, now we are about to start the match between Nepal going up against Indonesia. So let's hype ourselves up by checking out the trailer as we're inviting both teams onto the stage of WEC 2025.
From where the land touches the skies, where the Alps of Everest carve the journey of 1,000 climbs, be ready to brace the Himalayas breeze. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Nepal!
And here comes their opponent, a powerhouse known across MLBB history, masters of aggressive rotations and dives. They are undefeated in Group C with the spirit of the Garuda. This is Team Indonesia! And now we would like to invite both teams, Indonesia as well as Nepal, for the fist bump before we officially start the match.
The third elimination series of the quarterfinals between a big titan and a challenger, a David versus Goliath circumstance, with Indonesia as the clear favorites and Nepal looking to tip the scales in their favor. Surprises will be necessary to catch Indonesia off guard, but if there's anything we know about this roster is that they still have a full bag of tricks that we have not seen.
The thing is, everyone is a threat, but I'm just gonna talk about two, man. Ezekiel as well as Joe. How are you gonna stop this, guys, man? Ezekiel, make sure that he freezes your lane. You're not gonna get any levels. You're not gonna get any farm. Joe will take everything on the map, and at one point, he's just gonna take over the game.
Yeah, it's been an assassin highlight reel for Joe so far, but they also have Oran, Kabuki, and Widi to make up the main five. And this roster is a very scary combination that Indonesia has managed to not only muster together, we also need to talk about the back-end staff, the coaching staff, right? Coach SDL, who has been basically the puppet master of coming up with all these aggressive manners for Indonesia to take the win.
Well, now we're going to be looking at the lineup here coming in from Nepal. We got a hybrid, Yahiko, Bobe, Gonigon, as well as Masarup. And again, they have played internationally before. They have some experiences, but here's the thing. Like you said, you know it's coming. It's just that once you're there, you will get that refresher. You will get that nasty reminder. It's like, oh yeah, this is how it felt.
Yeah, you have to get hit once.
Yeah.
They get hit once, fall hard, and then you will remember that feeling for quite some time. Unfortunately for Nepal, this is the card that they've been dealt. They will have to somehow try their best to overcome Indonesia. Let's see how much of a fight that Indonesia is going to get, because I think up to this point, aside from Kazakhstan with Viom or Jungle, they haven't really been challenged, right? Haven't really broken into much sweat just yet.
Well, this is the playoffs, and this is going to be the deciding factor of who will be going up against Malaysia.
Oh, yes.
Right, and I believe both teams have researched Malaysia just a little bit, but they got to go step by step and face against the opponents that is right in front of them first. There should be a lot of information on Indonesia because, again, there's a lot of VODs, a lot of clips that you can basically farm from them. Nepal, I don't know, man. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, I've seen some of the Nepalese gameplay, I think, across since last year. You know, bits and pieces of tournament that I had the privilege to commentate and watch, but info is still very limited. I think even for the country and still playing in that ecosystem alone, there's definitely a lot to catch up. And what always is the main concern for other countries when they come into Southeast Asia for MLBB is trying to match the tempo, because we are so fast. You know, the South African players, they talk to us and they're like, man, you guys play very fast, you guys farm very well. We don't really have breathing room, and that's the main challenge. And Indonesia, they're the best at that.
My only concern is I hope there's not going to be a botched draft. Because again, like I gotta say, that game affected me, you know? Having an amazing opener of Boxia, Grok, and Eve in that manner.
Yeah.
I just hope Nepal doesn't give like S-tier heroes towards Indonesia, because you know, like if it's open, they're gonna take it, and they're not going to be so nice about using those heroes against you.
Yeah, they're great players, but not the nicest when it comes to a competition because they have their eyes fixated on the prize. And in fact, the prize is right in front of them. If they get through Nepal, they basically reach the final destination, right? The goal is to take out their rivals, which is Malaysia, waiting in the semi-finals. We get broken walls for game 1.
Which I think even Kimi is going to be the biggest question. He has to be banner pick because Broken Walls is a great map for this oppressing mids, right? It makes it so that it's easier for you to force your opponents to stay where they are and wait for your own jungler to come and take whatever they want.
I'm looking at Hilda. Hilda is one of the two picks.
Too, yeah.
You know, Khalid. We've seen Khalid being picked up as well. Grok is... I feel like Grok is almost a must ban or must pick. But if it does get picked up, the win rate for the team that has a Grok usually is in the positives. We've seen Grok drop some games, but compared to the games that Grok has won, it's the margin, the difference is very, very big.
Yeah. You can say that the skills definitely tip in your favor. So Kabuki as well has been performing that well. It's just that once Joe gets like what, 2 or 3 kills by say 4 minutes, all of a sudden you see a Sky Piercer, and then after that he's just like, guys, can you guys just clear the waves? Can you guys just go and push? I'm just gonna try to see if I can get more KDA here.
And even Kabuki went Sky Piercer on his Beatrix.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you reach a point where everyone is buying Sky Piercer. You know, Kabuki was supposedly able to get his first Maniac in WEC, but they were competing amongst themselves, so your Hesku steals that away. It's a fun game amongst the players.
That reminds me of the Lunox, Fanny.
The Lunox, Fanny, Beatrix,
Kalia,
yeah.
So in the draft, we see a Kalia first pick. That's already a sign of trouble to come, unless you take away the Fanny. Oh, but then you're gonna get countered by the Kalia. Okay, Kalia first pick is very dangerous for Indonesia, for anyone fighting against Indonesia.
What's the response? I mean, Gatot Kacha is a decent response, I guess.
If it's open.
If it's open, yeah. I think if a trade gets forced, Gatot is one. Then if not, then the Hylos. But Hylos into Kalea is pretty iffy if he gets grabbed. I want to go on a limp and be like,
because
hey,
here's the thing. Going back in history, Indonesia going up against Romania, they banned Eve, Gatot, and Grok, and then their first pick Kalia into the other nasty picks, either the Kimi, either the Eve, Lunox, and then you see like picks like the Fanny. So if you see a Gatot ban, a Grok ban, you have to consider Kalia as the first pick.
Yeah, I think you could go for... I think Hylos is also like a decent response. If not, then maybe we look at the Cho or Franco.
Franco, yeah.
Yeah. I think like that's like some of the few responses. There's no like a foolproof way. If the Kalea grabs you, you are most like you are gonna get displaced unless you are Cho or Yi Shin. You have the good iframes.
Actually, here's the thing. I think a safe ban is actually like for Nepal, ban out Lunox, because if they go for a Kalia, at that point you just have kind of like the draft that Turkey had just now, which is everyone's getting very tanky. So whoever Kalia picks up isn't gonna instantly die. And even though the Eve, the Kimi is gonna be a problem, Lunox Fanny just makes it so that no matter what you pick, everything is bad.
That's true. Kalea Farsight will be the...
Or if they pick up the Kalia, you pick up the Lunox instantly. Don't give it over.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a very good way to approach it. And you also deny... You open the flex options for yourself, but you also deny certain matchups, right? Like Harif Lunox, suddenly it feels incredibly bad for the Harif. We did see the example between Malaysia and Mongolia earlier on too. There's going to be some deliberations to be made, I think, for Nepal. Let's bring out the draft picks for Game 1 for these two teams. And we're halfway through the draft. So far, for Nepal's side, we get the Yves, Esmeralda, Yuzong, Hayabusa. And for Indonesia, it's a Gatot, Yi Shin, and Uranus opening.
So in terms of the bans here, Indonesia ban out the CC, the Fanny, the Grok, and then eventually banning out the Hylos and Hilda. Nepal banning out the Baxia, the Lancelot, the Kalia, which we did talk about. So they're like, we're not going to give it over. And then the Farsa as well as the Ruby. So finishing up, Indonesia will be taking that Lunox and the Selena. So this is going to be a Lunox Gold, which is able to fight against the majority of Nepal's lineup, especially for the Esmeralda. And the very final pick here coming in from Nepal, they still need a roamer, preferably someone that can catch, because Selena as well as Yusin Shin, someone's got to punish them. What else is
I think
open?
Cho is like one of your better choices now. Because the problem is like Esmeralda into Lunox. Lunox is not going to care about Esmeralda.
Yep.
It really does not matter. Your mid is a Selena Eve, so you have to be very careful where the arrows are coming from. The Yuzong into Uranus, pretty much a dead lane. It's like a wet noodle fight there. I think Cho is like your best bet if you are if you take
Minotaur.
inspiration from Renajay, you could go for Jawhead. The Badang is also a decent shot. We did see how Boye from Myanmar used it earlier on to really disrupt this Gato Kacha, but it's not a be or end all, right? Because into the Lunox, you still get melted.
I would say the Badang is actually an amazing pick. The only problem is, as we saw just now, kind of an all-in kind of hero. So they got to be decisive. Once Badang gets a catch, we need an instant engage coming in from the Esmeralda, coming in from the Yuzong. But the thing is, this is like fighting fire with fire. We do have a saying here, are you sure you want to play Brawl against the Brawl server? So it looks like they are trying to fight fire with fire. We'll see how it works out against Indonesia.
And I like it when teams don't back down from a fight. Many teams have attempted, but few have succeeded. Some have gotten close actually, but none have truly taken down Indonesia yet. So that's why they came into this with clean record, 0 game losses throughout the entire group stage, and they're looking to extend that. In fact, so far, at least in the quarterfinals, only Turkey has dropped games, and that was against Team Malaysia. Let's see, game 1 between these two teams, how that's going to pan out. I'm liking what Indonesia has.
Yep. You just got to be careful of that Gata as well as Selena mid here. We got to see Bobe trying his very best to really chunk out both Weedy as well as Ezekiel, because if Weedy catches you, you're kind of dead, because the follow-up coming in from the Selena as well as Yusin Shin is going to be too much for Nepal.
Yeah, I gotta say that Boye really set the tone, for this Badang pick. See Masar can live up to the expectations, though. The Shadow is very dangerous. Yahiko didn't connect onto Widdy, but they did get the Lethal Wanderer at the cost of a camp that was stolen earlier on by Joe. Kabuki, a favorable trade against Gone. So this Esmeralda has essentially lost control of the lane.
Yeah, so over here we can see that Ezekiel is handling the wave quite well, 1v2. So he's actually having quite a wonderful time here in mid, back in the EXP, Iran, and Hybrid. So far it doesn't look like Nepal is trading aggressively against Indonesia, gets stunned up, gonna take a bit of damage, fighting back against Ezekiel, and there goes first blood.
Even the Petrify didn't help Hybrid out, sadly. The reset burst from Yeheskel, from the garrote itself, it's incredibly painful. Like at level 2, it hurts more than you expect. Woody is going to try to hold the fort for now with the Revitalize. It's good enough. The arrow doesn't connect onto anyone, but Masara will be able to dash away as well. Indonesia, again, settle for tempo as the turtle spawns bottom.
Yeah, I want to see how Nepal is able to do something here in the turtle, because so far, at least in mid and EXP, it doesn't look like they're trying to go for trade. So they're avoiding the fight, but at the same time, you're not preventing it. You're just trying your best not to get hit.
Yahiko was able to hit 4, but it doesn't really matter. Lost the turtle. Yahiko under pressure. Joe now moves into the jungle, has his retributions too. Even throws the turtle boy at Yahiko in case he wants to try, because Masara is already gone. The Art of M. It's only just a minor inconvenience for Indonesia. Joe walks away with the enemy purple buff.
Yeah, quite a lot has happened, but at the same time, not a lot has happened.
It feels like it's playing out in slow-mo.
Yeah, exactly. So it feels a bit weird here, where Indonesia, they go in, they find some trades, Nepal escapes those trades, and then Indonesia gets whatever they want for free. We'll see here if Nepal is able to fight back them getting inside the jungle, and looks like no.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
It's starting out pretty tough here, yeah.
I was looking at Joe and wondering if they would continue to invade, because he did get his retribution back off cooldown, but they will play the safer route. Yahiko will get his orange, but Joe goes back to his own jungle, gets his own purple, and he has a full rotation waiting for him.
It almost looks like both teams are having their fingers on the trigger and see who's gonna jump first, because Nepal, they're like, we want to wait for Indonesia to fully commit. And then Indonesia's like, no.
And the advantage that Indonesia has is that they can always lead in with an Abyssal Arrow, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be Widdy starting the fight.
Yeah.
Yeheskel can come in with a Abyssal Arrow from long range. If that connects, the follow-up is almost instant. And there's no purifier, by the way, on the power side. So any arrow that connects is going to 100% result in a follow-up.
And honestly, the draft coming in from Indonesia, they don't need a lot of cooldowns to really do anything. They're always ready for a fight.
Masara would just have to eat it in the face. Oh, they still lost the purple, but Yahiko just cannot outdo Joe as Joe takes out Bobe. They are fighting in between the Tier 1 and Tier 2. Joe instantly goes down right after that in Indonesia. Overextends just a little bit, but it's a double kill for Iran. And 3 bodies drop from Nepal.
Definitely majority of everything goes over to Indonesia. It's unfortunate that Joe did die there. And now Hybrid is staying around mid, maybe thinking of protecting the mid for a while, but now going back to the EXP. Yeah, it does feel like watching a game in slow motion, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the scary thing...
It's a surreal feeling.
And the scary thing is, it feels like it's moving at a normal pace. Then you look at everything that's working behind the scenes like clockwork, you realize that Indonesia are actually pretty far ahead. Another arrow, this one doesn't connect on the Hybrid. He's desperately trying to clear out the way, but here comes the turtle boat. Hybrid hops away with the Furious Dive, and Joe still holding onto the turtle boat and only lets loose when there's a chance to run on a killing spree.
Yep. So now Indonesia has 6 kills on the board, Nepal grabbing 1, and that's only on to Joe. About 3,000 gold lead here in 5 minutes. Haven't seen a lot of what Nepal is you know, working towards. Because as of right now, it does look like they're farming, but what's the end goal? Like, when do they start to get something here?
Well, sadly, I think that...
I blame Boye.
I think you blame Boye?
Because Boye is but down set expectations.
That's true, but at the same time, if you are running like double fighters, the window is a bit blurred, right? The timing is a bit blurred. You sort of don't know when you should start, but if you're falling behind, suddenly it feels like there's never really truly a window. Especially against Alina, Yi Shin, so much vision given, and then you have this pesky Uranus running around.
Well, Ganigan knows that Witty is there.
What?
And even a conceal. Now they want to go on to Kabuki. Brilliance is away. Masarap unable to really get onto anyone. Aran is in the back. It looks like a stun was hit onto Masarap. Kabuki secures the kill. Yahiko is running away but gets caught and eventually got killed by Witty.
Yeah, the ghost of Jakarta, Yuhescu just landing arrows after arrows from off screen. And Pao getting caught off guard. Masarap, he was trying to retreat, gets hit by an arrow. And Yahiko on the run also gets clipped by one. And these snipes from Yuhescu has been nothing short of deadly.
Well, looks like Nepal, they're gonna turtle up. This is one of those games where you kind of hope that they had a marksman, you know, something like a Granger, like a Claude, a Beatrix, so that eventually you're working towards something. Because as of right now, it does look like the only one that really benefits of going later is probably Bobe. Everyone else kind of wants to fight instantly.
Yeah. And can I just say that it's under 7 minutes, Kabuki got his Holy Crystal. So, yeah, I mean, I won't blame him if he goes for Sky Piercer. It's an RG thing. But you know, if you're two-shotting people, 80 stacks of Sky Piercer doesn't sound too bad.
Well, Iran being the front line here, same as Witty. They're trying to see if Nepal is going to take the bait, and they're finally going to. Black Juggle form, Hybe goes on to Kabuki. The Kabuki is still able to get a kill.
Oh,
Brilliance away. And Witty just AOGs out. Hybrid actually does get a kill there. And Ezekiel just waiting. Flicker doesn't get it. Ezekiel almost gets taken down. Ganigan is going for the chase. Flickers forward, tries to get a kill onto Ezekiel.
Wow.
Able to escape. And Witty is there trying to make sure that the Ghost of Jakarta is protected. And now the rest of the members are here. Triple kill for Joe.
That's gotta be frustrating. Yuhescu should not have been allowed to get away with it, but he is Yuhescu. Nothing that Nepal could have done more. That was the best case scenario. They clip Yuhescu with everything they have. He fails his flicker garrote, but the trap reset, the Abyssal Mark reset, allow him to get away just far enough. Gon even expanded his flicker to jump on him, and it was still not enough. And we're seeing a bit of the problem there with a double fighter lineup, especially with the Esmeralda goal lane. You just don't really have enough resources to get these kills. You don't have burst. You want to stay in the fight very long, but for someone like a Selena who is dexterous, she can easily weave in and out of the situation. And my man Kabuki with the Sky Piercer, I'm glad that he's listening.
Hey, Yahiko has the Sky Piercer too, man. He just bought it.
Well, one of them is getting stacked.
Well, here's the thing. The problem is Nepal already missed their power spike.
Yep.
So, you know, in terms of comeback ability, they have a lot of bodies to throw. If somehow Yahiko gets a triple kill, instantly getting 30 stacks on Sky Piercer, then this Hayabusa will look a little bit scary. But before that happens, I don't know. I don't think Nepal will have enough damage for an upcoming fight.
Kabuki just completed his boots 2. It's a tough boots. So 9 minutes and 15 seconds in, top tier 2 goes down, Lord coming from bottom. Witty standing in front, misses taunt, doesn't matter, they can crowd control him, Witty needs to go down, but Yahiko took 3 shots from Joe, and he's almost dead. Witty disengages with the AOG.
Yep, now they're gonna get the mid tier 2. It's 9 minutes in, and the Lord is gonna march down bottom, gonna get that holy defense. And now Indonesia is able to get all the holy defenses here.
This, again, working around like clockwork, wild oil machine.
Hey, wow, West.
Well. Actually, I watched Masar took another arrow. There it is. Again, Yahiko just does not do enough damage. And that was on Kabuki, by the way. I don't think he has blood wings.
It's all about damage here. Indonesia with about 10,000 gold lead here. Marching in mid. Finds Ganigan forcing out that flicker. And then looks like I caught there. Yahiko actually gets a kill onto Witty. Can he get another stack before he dies? No, he cannot. Double kill for Joe. Hybrid is all alone in the back, dealing damage, but Kabuki with the brilliance is able to take him down. Witty is out, but now only Ganigan and Bobe are here to defend for Nepal.
They should be able to defend this, right? Masar is back in 5 seconds. They just need to clear that away. The arrow connects. I don't think Indonesia has the damage to brute force through this. The mid-minion wave is going to crash in. So 2 inhibitors go down already. Joe gets caught. Not able to trace us out of that. Massive shutdown for Ganigan, and Nepal holds on.
Yeah, should not have gotten caught there. In a way, Nepal still able to defend so far, having 1 inhibitor. Not all that great. Wow, almost a 5,000 gold lead between junglers. 10,000 gold for Joe, 5,000 for Yahiko. I think that's quite a gap.
Yeah, I think the main challenge now is who is gonna take down Aran. That's the main question. Though I say Bobe is starting to hurt.
Yeah. Having a Wishing Lantern is a good first step.
Yes. Now you go Divine Glaive.
Yep.
I'm not even sure if you want to go Blood Wings. I mean, it's defensive, but
Yeah, kill
I
the
would.
first.
Yeah, I would go Divine Glaive. I mean, you gotta all in a little bit. POD for Joe, so watch out for the 3 shots.
Yep, gonna get a lot of damage. And unfortunately, Yahiko, after getting a kill, he did die. So only has about 5 stacks of Sky Piercer. So really not gonna be utilizing the item quite well here. So the Lord is gonna get taken for free by Indonesia. And Nepal is gonna wait in their base to see how Indonesia is gonna try to dive this time.
Yeah, they're forced to wait in their base. Well, your best shot is to defend against the push, the Black Dragon form. They have good ultimates to defend. They have good ultimates to punish, but the main difference maker could just be that they are just too far behind economically. I think that's definitely the biggest difference maker. They could get the perfect counter engage and just might not have enough damage to take out Indonesian members.
Well, Nepal, in terms of wave clear, they have okay.
Yeah.
Masarab 0-5-1 hasn't had any real good catches. The Lord is marching in. Witty did not hit the Unbreakable onto anyone. And Aran dives. Ganigan taking just a little bit of damage. The Lord is marching in. Indonesia is focusing on the inhibitor. And now looking at the base, the Lord is still hitting it. And now everyone's trying to back off, trying to deal a little bit of damage. Jaiku gets taken down, and Team Indonesia wins the first game.
Just brute force their way through. There was a wave coming in from the bottom lane, and everything set in stone from the first 2 minutes. Indonesia, once more, ruthless with their approach, completely shutting down whatever game plan that Nepal had. Now 1 game away from a date with destiny in the semifinals against Team Malaysia.
Yeah, so this is one of those situations where you have to be careful, but maybe just a little bit too careful. There is not a lot of actions or anything that begun with Nepal. Cause it really does look like they're waiting for Indonesia to make a mistake. So Indonesia just don't make a mistake. So there was never a window for Nepal. That was a one-sided game in the sense of like it's like a one-sided relationship, you know?
Yeah, it feels like
Person has the effort.
it feels like, you know, Nepal, they are trying to, like you say, wait for the windows of opportunity, but it's more of like playing not to lose, right? They're
Exactly.
afraid of making that mistake, and every compounding mistake just makes the situation worse. But when you're running that kind of lineup, at a certain point, it is gonna,
Yuzong, Esme,
yeah,
Padang.
it's gonna stop working.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's sort of what happened. It stopped working, and Indonesia just ran with it.
It's not a bad strat. It's just that it's not fitted for the draft that they got, right? If they got something like a Beatrix, what is a scaling jungler that we have right now?
Oh,
It's mostly just instant effect, right?
yeah, I mean, Hayabusa, Joy, scaling junglers.
I mean, we did say Hanzo yesterday, that kind of skill, so something that will be good. But here, the Hall of Famers, Joe is the goal hunter, Joe is the GOAT, Aran is the tanker, and Aran is the best support. So both these members are key in Indonesia's victory. But still gotta shout out Ezekiel, man. Keep hitting those arrows, preventing any kind of fight back from Nepal.
Yeah, it's and when you are in these more chaotic team fights, when you know there's like colors and fireworks flying everywhere, it's pretty hard to spot a random missile arrow flying your way, and that's sort of what happens. And not to mention that whenever you're dealing with Selena, someone will have to take one for the team, and in this case, Masarov just has no choice.
We're going to be looking at the MVP for this game, and the MVP is going over to Aran. Basically, an unkillable celestial being, which, to be fair, that's kind of what a celestial being is supposed to be. Absorbing all the damage and still dishing out 2.5k damage per minute. There was nothing that Nepal could do.
One of the few good examples of a good Uranus game, right, with the right bans and the right composition. It can be incredibly annoying to work with, to work against, honestly. And in this case, I mean, there's nothing much to say. I mean, Aran was entering the jungle like 5 minutes in. He was proxying waves. What can you physically do with the lineup that Nepal has? There is close to no way to taking down this Uranus before 15 minutes.
Yeah. So in terms of the highlights, it's really on Indonesia trying to go to the side lanes and see what they can have. Nepal, I feel like the idea is there. Just change the draft, change the lineup, have more wave clear, something a bit more purified because you're dealing against a Selena, and then you know, maybe they can do something against Indonesia later on. Because as of right now, this is just a lot of inactivity coming in from Nepal. So just want a slight adjustment so that whenever they are doing something, we want to see an end goal, right? You always want to set up, and then once you set up, you need to pay off. So I'm not seeing the setup, and I'm not seeing the payoff.
Yeah, it almost feels like, I think at a certain point there was a proactiveness or attempted proactiveness from Nepal. This was one of them, but EYGPT just too good with the footwork. But a lot of the times, you can see that for Nepal, they were responsive to what Indonesia was trying to bring to the table, and you just have to take the beating, right? The further you fall behind, the more you're forced to kind of just lay down there and take the fire, the heat from Indonesia. We saw like a 8k goalie, 9k goalie at one point. So there really wasn't much that Nepal could have done once they got through the 6-minute mark. So yeah, game two is all, you know, we can look forward to.
Well, at this point, Team Indonesia, they are one game away from going to the semifinals. And the thing is, Malaysia might be watching this game, but I don't think they got a lot of information because this is something they've shown before. It's like they can use these heroes, they can move forward, they know how to get pickoffs. So Indonesia, in a way, is not showing too much for Malaysia to really study them.
Yeah, I think the major takeaways would be just how the early movements are, right? But at the same time, it's also Indonesia sort of taking advantage of Nepal and just too many windows given, right? You sort of opened the front door and Indonesia just walked in, even though there was no invitation. Sort of what Malaysia did to most of their competitors so far. So we're seeing some of the mirrorings, the parallels between these two countries. But for Nepal, it's only going to get harder, right? You got a taste of the storm. You got a taste of how spicy it is, you know, the flavors of Indonesia. Now is how do you contain it, right? How do you power through the afterburn?
I think it's mostly on the roamer, right? Because most damage dealers, they want some kind of setup. Maybe he wasn't really comfortable on the badang, right? Maybe if they can get a gut thought, right? If they can get first pick and then first pick the gut thought, maybe that's more of a comfort. So you can use that to start a fight because someone has to start something. I don't know what to say based on that game.
Yeah,
I'm running out of things to say because not much happened.
It's pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
Yeah, even what was the choices again for the Roman we had? Aside from Badang, we were talking about Cho, right?
Yes,
so it's
Cho.
either or.
I mean, Kaja was there. I think the Kalia,
yes.
they themselves banned it out.
Yeah,
They themselves
yeah.
banned out the Kalia.
Yeah, I think either way, there were
And I
plenty
think
of Romans banned out.
Hylos was banned.
Yep.
The Hilda was banned. So
It was banned, yeah.
maybe pick up the Roamer early.
Yeah, I think if the power takes Boo side, I mean, most likely Grog is going to get banned out. But if like Gatot is open, you could consider the
Yeah.
Gatot Kaja first pick.
Honestly, like the Hilda actually would have been an okay choice, but because it was banned out, Hylos was banned out, there was just really no other option unless you go crazy like the Chip. I'm even thinking of a Minotaur. Like if you're really waiting for your opponents to come in, might as well use something like a Minotaur so that you can use the Minion Fury once everyone just clumps up together, and then hope your team has enough damage at that point.
We did see a Minotaur ban, I think, was it yesterday?
No, it was a Minotaur. No, we were talking about Minotaur because it was used but not on broadcast.
Yeah. It was banned once too. I think it was against us. Was it Malaysia against South Africa? I remember there was like a Minotaur ban. It was like a very deep cut. So that, okay, hear me out. There's always a fallback strat, right? When all else fails, an Angela strat. So it's Angela plus hyper carry.
I read Estes.
Estes?
Yeah, because Estes skills a bit better.
That's true.
Because if Nepal takes Angela's power spike is the start of the game until 10 minutes. And that's when Indonesia is the strongest. Right? And then whenever you go in and then your carry, whoever it is, dies, the Angela is there, so you're giving over another death. And the way that they've been playing is really kiting. So Glory Nestas, I feel like those are the kind of heroes that suits their playstyle.
Matilda, right? If you want
Matilda, yes.
Going to kiting, Matilda is a good pick. We only saw it got banned once, and that was I think by Team Malaysia too yesterday against South Africa. Funny enough, we haven't seen much Enchanter Roamers play it.
No, really, no.
Right, even I think in more of the experienced lineups like in Indonesia, Turkey, and Malaysia, I don't plays Matilda, but probably not on his list right now.
Yeah. Honestly, me myself, I haven't played in a while because one of the more important things of the game is really opening up the map, which is someone has to body check it, right? And that's the reason why Enchanter supports are great, especially in the early game where it's not that big of a deal if you get caught inside of a bush, but then comes 14 minutes, 18 minutes. That's where someone's like, could someone just go in? Like check. I can heal you. It's like, yeah, you can heal me, but I'll die.
Yeah, and then you don't have people are not picking like Terizla anymore.
Yeah.
If you want an XP that can check the bush, probably Arla is your best.
Yeah. You can just
final slash the bush. Yeah.
And it's like no one's there. All right.
Yeah.
Wait for the cooldown.
So that is probably like the best way.
I would say glue as well. You just put your.
That's true.
You put your dumplings.
Your dumplings.
What was it?
The gluelets?
No. What was the official name? It sounds silly.
I have no idea. Wasn't it called the gluelets or something?
No. It sounds ridiculous. Like every single time me and Remar say it, they're like, you're lying. What was it again? The long longs.
The long longs.
Long longs. Yeah. You just put your long longs inside the bush and then be like, okay, no one's there. We're good, guys. We're good. Plus, it's an amazing way to stop enemies in case they just really do want to move forward. So,
yeah,
even Ezekiel is like, okay, I'm just gonna fit bottle.
All right,
still not getting it. Okay, gives
Do
up.
Do one more time. Come on.
Immediately gives up. It's like, oh wait,
it's caught in 4K that he failed. Don't worry, do it again. Okay, your turn.
No one's gonna do it.
Guess Joe's not doing it either.
Yeah, they're just like.
Okay. Here we go.
One. Okay.
Rescue. Yeah, so lighten the weight first.
This is the meta. This is the meta.
This is the right way.
Okay.
Oh! He's strong!
That is the hypest we've been this series. I mean,
That's the play of the day.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, you know what?
Put that in the end day highlights.
He's gonna show his highlights back in Indonesia. It's like, I want to show you guys how the casters hype me up.
He got the applause from the
He
crowd.
got the applause. Like, hey, that was actually impressive.
That was pretty cool.
That's why he's the pro player.
That's why he's the
It's gonna be
ghost of Jakarta.
It's gonna be difficult for anyone else to replace Ezekiel after this.
Pretty hard to top that.
Pretty hard to top that.
If only he did that earlier, our Mongolian players would have had him on the profile pic.
Exactly. People are like, you can use this Selena, sure, but can you do this?
But can you do this? Guess the exact...
No. The most impressive thing, he knows he needs to drink first, lighten the load,
Yeah.
and then it's like, now this is the time.
Reminds me of that one clip where, you know, Stephen Curry was dribbling
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then the ball like slips away and then he knows that it's not him.
Yeah. It was the floor.
It was the floor. Was it
Yeah.
Kobe or Stephen Curry? But there, we've seen that clip, right? I think Kobe is like the rim or something.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah. When you've done this for long enough, you sort of know that it's not your fault.
When you cast long enough, you can watch the game in slow-mo.
Yeah, apparently I didn't.
Our brain and eyes are so fast now, Husky.
To me, it's a special ability. I also just discovered it. I don't know if it's because of age or experience. I think it's a bit of both.
It is a bit of both. It is a bit of both. I mean, I want to say you're not that old, but your hair is white, so...
That's the thing. I have had mixed, what do you call it, impressions, right? Like some people, they see my hair and they're like, I think you're in the 30s. Some is like, I think you're in the 20s.
And I think we're in the draft.
Which I was made for.
I think it's a mock draft. No, we're in the draft.
So Nepal is going to be first pick here. The Gatot hasn't been banned yet. Neither is the Grok, so... And neither is going to get banned here. So Indonesia is going to get either or. Get what you're comfortable with.
Take Grok. Well, the most direct pick would be take Grok.
Yes.
That's what we would agree on.
Yes.
Gatot is also not bad. Take your poison, but the Gatot is that the Grok can't
Or-
disrupt you.
Even crazier, there's no way Indonesia is going to take both. I mean, we say that, right? So just take something else first. You know, what's open here? Yi Shin is open. If you want that, take Yi Shin.
True.
Or a box.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I like it. And you also deny. You also make the Uranus pick not as favorable.
Yes. So, you know, okay, good opening.
You solve some of the problems. That's Farsa and Gatot.
Your team is picking.
So now Grok is an option. And it's perfect, right? You disrupt Gatot, you can disrupt the Farsa too. That looks like a pick that you...
I would take it. Because if you don't take it now, it's going to get bad.
Hey.
And then they're like, okay, what else? is there?
Baxia Groggy, what did we say about that?
You know what? You're right. Or, Eve, Kimmy, doesn't matter. Take Grok plus a very...
Oh wait, Eve is bad now. Kimmy is there,
Yeah,
right?
Kimmy, yeah.
Yeah.
Come and join me in my dream
That's
world.
Luna.
Okay, well, this is good. This is good.
And
Grok.
Grok, yes.
Hey, we got the ball rolling.
Yep,
Got the ball
yep,
rolling.
yep.
So it should be a Yi Shin or Hayabusa. I'm feeling a bit more Yi Shin.
It's easy.
Yeah, Yi Shin.
And it opens up double fighters. Again.
Yep. So now for Indonesia, probably ban out like Lapu.
Lapu and
I don't know if they want to ban Esme. Honestly, not a bad choice.
Arlet, if you are worried.
Mm-hmm.
Another hero that's been banned out too.
Feels like we're forgetting one. CC's already banned out. Uranus is there, which honestly can be annoying. So I don't mind seeing Lapu.
Ruby, Expork? Probably not, right? Like, I think
keep Expork is fine.
Yeah.
Ruby you can consider because it's gonna be difficult for Yi Shin.
They could keep for themselves too if they want.
Yeah. So I would ban the Lapu unless you can get it first, which they can.
Which they can.
Them play the hero.
They ban Yuzong.
I will be the truth this world desperately
Yeah, you gotta
needs.
protect your Hesku. He's not immortal, he's just hard to catch.
So Nepal, they already have the Luna, so they shouldn't really ban out this tanky hero. So maybe ban out like a Harif or a Granger just to make sure that... Well, they have the Lunox.
Yeah,
So maybe just ban the Granger.
you could target Kabuki or
The
Aran.
hunt begins.
Take out the
Your
Ruby.
team
Yep.
is banning.
They did say the Ruby is a very important pick for Indonesia. Yeah. More so for Indonesia, I think, right?
Yeah.
defense. They are pivoting towards double fighters. Although I mean Kabuki has played the Claude for a late game.
Personally, if I was Indonesia, I would like ban Lapo and pick up something like a glue. Because any frontline Lunox is gonna have a good time, but at least with the glue, if you can get on top of Boxia, you can always pull him around and then letting your team deal free damage.
Not the easiest to take down either, even with Lunox's damage. And you can check the push with the Gatot, right? It's very very sticky. So they ban the Lapu and protecting your HSQ. And Joe.
Nepal, I would consider with their draft right now, ban out the export.
Light me up
Right on the money.
So in terms of the picks here,
To a young heart, everything is fun.
they still go for the Urena, so not really worried about this Lunox. Respectable. I can.
But in the XP lane, there really isn't much direct answer to Uranus anymore, except for Esmeralda. And Esmeralda is like probably your best, but it's not the best. I guess you could work with Esmeralda. They take the Arlet as well, so you ignore the 1v1 matchup and look at the bigger picture. I'm liking this from Nepal.
It's a pretty, I would say, straightforward draft. Has pretty clear win conditions, and if they want to kite, they can, because they can punish once Indonesia overextends, Earthen Rampart, separate the fight, and then go in with the tech charge. And then there's a lot of follow-up with the Arlet, as well as the damage coming in from the Granger, as well as the Lunox. A pretty straightforward draft to play for Indonesia. Finishing up, do you want to go for something like a Claude just to win out the lane, going up against Granger? You already have enough damage, so you can go for double fighters, but
yeah,
Kabuki does like to carry, right?
I don't see why not. It's not the easiest to catch too.
Yeah.
If you run the Purify, then it's an extra layer of defense. They go for the Terizla.
Ooh. Okay, so is this a Uranus Gold?
I think it's a Terizla Gold. Wait, it is a Uranus Gold.
Yeah. All right, so
we did say that they have a bag of tricks that we haven't seen yet.
I mean, I did shout out the Terizla for a while. Nice to see it here.
We literally talk about face-checking bushes, and Terizla is one of those few heroes, right?
Yeah, with the body of Smith, he can take quite a lot of punishment. And then, especially if you go cheeky with it and build a War Axe, you can stay in the fight for quite a while.
He actually hurts. He actually hits. Oh, wait a minute. Was it yesterday or the day before we were discussing about Terizla Arlen matchup?
Oh, yes,
and how the Terizla actually makes it pretty hard because he doesn't care about the Arlet.
We predicted it.
It's coming full circle. Shout out to Mirko out there. I know he's watching this. Give us a rundown on the Uranus Go by Kabuki. I don't know if it's picked in the domestic league before, but I have a feeling at some point it has come out. I know in Malaysia we've seen it in the jungle, but the gold lane it feels. I guess you're just there to sandbag. No, the Uranus Go. Yeah, I feel like you're just there to sandbag.
Dude, like as a celestial being, he wouldn't be afraid of bullets.
Of what?
Bullets.
Of bullets.
I mean, like, to be fair, Granger, that's not normal bullets. That's bullets of dreams and spirits.
Is that what it actually is? Like,
yeah. Meaning, like, he has things that's mystical, dream-ish. It's weird. He has superpowers. You would think he just has a cool gun. No, he has superpowers.
I wouldn't put it past him, but though still, despite having Graf Baxia, they are not invincible to these early aggressions from Indonesia. They're gonna lose the XP crab too.
Because I think I did see the story of him basically going inside someone's dream and assassinating someone there. Anyways, Witty goes forward and Bobe gets killed by Ezekiel. Good engage coming in from Witty. And Masarab taking a lot of poke damage from both Ezekiel as well as Witty. And Gunnigan is having a bit of trouble here going up against Kabuki. Kabuki is just stacking up his own stacks here. And Yaiko's going to have a very tough time against Kabuki, which is a first.
Talk about the challenge of essentially having a, up against like Gato +1. Lane priority is very hard to obtain, but not only that, Lunox's reach is slightly shorter than your Hesku on the Farsa. So, and she's very fragile, right? We saw your Hesku just blow her up with the help of Witty. Yeah, it's just a sandbag. Like, Gonnigan can't really do too much.
Yep.
How is about the turtle fight? How is Nepal going to navigate this?
Well, they're trying to get level 4 onto Balbe, but looks like after this minion wave, Still not gonna get it. Ezekiel is at 4. Nepal, if they do want to fight this one, they are gonna be at a disadvantage. Probably need the Lunons to get those EXP minions. Looks like might be able to get it. Masarap, you gotta use the Earthling Rampart to try and reset a turtle. Look at Iran. Flickers out.
Yep.
It looks like gets caught by Bobe.
Bobe will find it. Turtle goes over to Joe regardless. Witty in no man's land. He's waiting for the level 4, the AOG. Can he get it in time? They're going to try and stop it before he does. He hits level 4, but goes down to Masarap.
Yep, Nepal is starting off quite well here. Again, kind of like doing what they want to do earlier, which is wait for Indonesia to be out of position and then deal the damage there. Iran was the first casualty, and then Witty was split away from his team, and that's where Nepal really capitalized.
All things considered, even though that this is a sandbag lane, Kabuki is just there to basically lock Gonigon down. Eventually, once his ranger gets his items, he's be able to start doing some pretty nasty damage. Until then, it's going to be up to Bobe to hold for now, hold the front, and be responsible for the output. Topside hybrid gone. And Witty gets jumped on again. Bobe with the darkening, quick tectonic charge, but Witty heals out with the passive, and AOG's out. Witty the Wise escapes again, and Kabuki joins the fight. Masar gets hit by the boat, will have to flicker to safety.
I hope it's okay for me to say this, but I want to see more decisiveness coming in from Nepal, because this is a pretty strong mid trio, and they had opportunities to instantly start the fight at any moment, but it looks like they're waiting, and by the time they make a move, everyone from Indonesia is already there and ready to be like, okay, do you want to come in now? Because then everyone can just follow up. So I feel like with this kind of drive, you got to be a little bit more decisive, especially when you have a Boxy and a Grog. You do not really have much room for hesitation.
Yeah. It was a good attempt onto Witty. He didn't even have Revitalize just now. It's just the passive Q that gave him enough room to channel the ultimate. Kabuki now gets the Oracle, so he's never going to go down here. Gonigon again, locked in his lane. And Kabuki gets to move first and get info for his team. And can even now start proxying the wave in between turrets.
Well, they're camping the bush here. Weedy gets caught, a ton of charge as well. And now Ezekiel with the feather airstrike. Looks like it's still continuing. Weedy able to get away. Iran gets a kill. And now they move on forward. Iran gets a double. And Gonigon going up against Kabuki, having a pretty tough time as well. Kabuki is going to dive in.
Gonigon needs to run now. Kabuki, yep, he's going to die if Gonigon doesn't flicker. Bobe and Gonigon got his Sky Piercer, but Bobe also bought a Sky Piercer. So we now have a bit of an inkling what the direction for Nepal is. The Sky Piercer could have made a big difference with all the attempts onto Witty, because Witty kept escaping. And now Iran is 3-1. His meat tenderizer is going to hurt.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Gonigon, he basically has lost quite a lot of minions here. Even in terms of level, Kabuki is a level ahead. So he's not having a great time here in the lane. So he has the Sky Piercer, but I don't know if they can really get kills. Right now, everyone is down bot going up against Kabuki, and he's not afraid against a Lunox and a Granger. Not a sentence I ever thought I would say.
Yeah, he welcomes them. For now, 3.7k goal lead. Witty comes in with the AOG. They get a knockout with the Gonigon. He is just blown up. Iran holds the front, and he's swinging away. Tectonic charge on tree, but the damage is not there. Masarap will have to limp away, and Iran is not going to let that happen. A mega kill for this Terizla, and you know that he has a war axe in hand. They get the turtle boat crash in the mid lane. His hybrid down for 18.
The crazy thing is, I feel like Iran didn't have to flicker there, because I think he already got the revenge strike onto Masarap, so he was going to die from the revenge strike anyways. But hey, you know what? As long as he secured a kill, 6 minutes in, around 5,000 gold lead, Ezekiel is even showing his face here towards the turret. So Nepal knows that he's inside their jungle. And now having two Radiant Armor, it's going to be more difficult for Bobe to really do anything against the front lines of Indonesia.
Yep. The window again extended for Indonesia, and for Nepal is closing in against Ton, and wow, Masarap disappears. And that's the castle that they just broke down. They're the airstrike to force the rest of Nepal away. Kabuki, I don't think he's gonna be threatened anytime soon.
Yeah, all Nepal can do right now is clear the waves and hope they find an opportunity with the items that they have to get a kill onto Indonesia, because the Sky Piercer so far hasn't really done anything for Nepal. Looking at the gold difference here, quite a lot of difference. Around 2,000 in the EXP, almost 3,000 in the jungle, and in terms of gold as well, like 1,000 plus. Kabuki is winning by a lot.
Hope it almost went down. I mean, if they can get Kabuki, it would be good, but it's a big if and a close to impossible task with the state that Nepal is in. Orange for Joe. Bottom tier 2. They really defended, they did clear it out, but Indonesia essentially got the Nepal in a chokehold, right? One good fight, Aran has the flicker ready. Watch out for the penalty zone, because I feel like Aran is itching for some sort of engagement. Heskil forces Nepal away with the feather airstrike, and they'll get them in tier 2.
So Indonesia, they are taking it quite slow, not forcing too many fights. They're zoning everyone away. Basically playing with more discipline instead of aggression. I mean, with that being said, they still have 8 kills here in about 8 minutes. This is the last turtle, which has expired, now has turned into a Lord. Indonesia, they can try to get a Lord and end it now, or if they want to wait a little bit more, wait for 12 minutes. And I feel like at that point they can get a kill. Speaking of Kabuki,
wow.
going to target a hybrid.
Actually gets out with a Purify, and Aran just flattens Ghani. Nothing much can be done by Nepal. Hybrid will try, but he'll be turned into a statistic by Yeheskil as Joe solos the Lord. 8.5 minutes in Indonesia, a 10K ahead.
Imagine if Indonesia is like, hey, Widdy, do you want to try solo?
I mean, he's like, I got concentrated energy, I'm ready.
Yeah, Box can do it.
Box can do it, why not me?
Yeah. Okay, because he's building tank items. Imagine there will come a time when Gatot builds damage in Rome.
I mean, it has happened.
In ranked games.
In ranked games.
Sky Piercer concentrated.
Yep, glowing one.
Glowing one, yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. 11K lead now. Kabuki with the Dom Eyes. Lord from top, all waves synced up. Perfect scenario for ending here.
I was surprised Aran didn't go for War Axe into Hunter Strike.
Oh yeah, I thought he would go War Axe Hunter Strike. Like, he can go BOD and I wouldn't blame him. Final Slash, only on the Widdy. Widdy eats it up, look at that. Tries to AOG away, actually gets it off. Oh, Widdy, he is out of there. Aran now swings in the base, penalty zone coming through on the tree. Indonesia crashes the bolt onto Masarab. Joe doesn't get the kill, but Feather Airstrike did a considerable amount of damage. Crystal under threat. Indonesia have a date with Malaysia in the semis.
This is Indonesia again coming in, and they're looking very strong, very disciplined. And this time, I feel like they're showing improvement in cleanliness. Going up here, they make sure they don't make a mistake, they don't overextend, they don't have too much fun, giving opportunities for Nepal to really basically re-engage onto them. But again, shout out to Nepal. Congratulations for making it this far. But this does mean that they have been eliminated from WEC 2025.
The competition only gets tougher and tougher. And when up against powerhouses like Indonesia, you will have to bow to their might. But the Indonesians, they're going to rejoice as we get to finally see that rivalry, which will take center stage tomorrow between Malaysia and Indonesia. That will be a fun best of 3, even a trailer to what could have been a grand finals matchup. And
so it's like finals-ish, just earlier?
Yeah, it's a product of the format.
Exactly. So now, again, congratulations to Team Indonesia. And with that, we are throwing it over to the stage with Rose with Indonesia.
Heading to the semi-finals of the WEC 2025 is Team Indonesia. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes. So I think we could go with Widdy first. Throughout this competition, Indonesia has only wanted to meet one region, and this one region only wanted to meet your region, and that is Team Malaysia. For the semi-finals match tomorrow, you will finally be meeting Malaysia. Although not in the grand finals as what you guys have wanted, but what are the preparations leading up to the match tomorrow?
We already have strat lah, so many strat, and then just see you later lah.
How confident are you actually going to the match against Malaysia? Because so far Malaysia's record this tournament is actually looking quite clean.
Very, very confident. More than them lah.
You're more confident than Team Malaysia. Wow, now this is going to be an interesting matchup tomorrow. And of course, Aran,
Yes.
tomorrow, if you guys were to win against Malaysia in the semifinals,
Yeah.
it means you guys will head to the finals, right? Which means you guys will be playing 2 matches in one day.
Yeah.
How ready are you guys to be playing 2 matches, and what is the preparation regarding this?
The preparation, just scream as usual. Yeah, that's our preparation.
Does playing 2 matches and more in a day give you guys anxiety? Do you guys feel tired? Or are you guys like the adrenaline and the consistency that you guys get from playing 2 matches in one day? Lagi suka main 2 match di satu hari ataupun 1 match di satu hari saja?
One match, one day sih.
Tiring.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, if you win semifinals, you're going to the finals.
Yes.
Does that mean you're not ready?
I'm ready. Just
You're ready.
need more rest, I think, on the night.
Okay, I hope you rest well tonight, Aran.
Yeah, thank you.
And of course, Coach.
Yep.
This WEC, we have witnessed so many rising regions. And as a coach, what are your opinions on the rising regions, especially since you guys have just fought another rising region, which is Iran?
I think it's good, like this kind of tournaments for the worlds, right? So we can see other regions also already rising, and they are also can catch up to the meta. Yeah, I think it's good.
Do you think that in the recent years, they will actually be more stronger and be considered as one of the contenders? Do you think that in the next coming tournaments or in the next few years, they will be considered as contenders?
Yes. Yeah.
So far, throughout this WEC 2025, which country really surprised you with their performance?
I think Kazakhstan. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
They give us a hard game. Yeah.
Ah, this is very interesting. And if I am not mistaken, Kazakhstan will be playing the match after this. Thank you very much, Coach, Woody, and Aran. I will see you guys tomorrow for the semi-finals. And that is it for this match. With that, let us throw it back to the casters to actually break down what happened in this match.
Thank you very much, Rose. And again, congratulations to Team Indonesia. And already showing quite a few heroes here, like Aran, showing that he can use the Turizla. With the War Axe is a little bit too much for anyone to really handle, which I think is showing a bit that Momo hasn't used the Artist so far. But just in case if he's thinking about it, Coach R would be like, careful, we got to pick you a bit late because there's a threat of the Turizla.
Yeah, not only that, this is it's quite mad for Bobe to go Sky Piercer into Divine Glaive. It's desperation, right? You see desperation there. You got magic penetration, but not enough magic damage. So a lot of factors to be considered. But sadly, it's another case of Indonesia just basically outclassing Nepal. It really wasn't much to be said. The draft, at least the draft is sound, right? The idea was good, but when it comes down to execution, that's where we sort of see the power gap.
Well, again, I really feel like Nepal just needs to develop just a little bit more. Got to get used to playing in the Southeast Asia region. Doesn't matter, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, because you know, like you gotta be accustomed.
Yes.
To getting the pressure, and then basically the instincts will be there. Be like, okay, I gotta take you down now. But either ways, we gotta move on. And Indonesia later on will be going up against Malaysia. After this, we do have one more game in the quarterfinals. Cambodia, Kazakhstan. Gonna be interesting to see how that one goes. I wonder if Kazakhstan has any more surprises.
Yeah.
Or you know what? Even if they bring out the Leomar goal again, the Leomar jungle again, that would be pretty cool. We're gonna be looking at the key players here. I don't think they got over 1,000. Nah.
Yeah.
Looks like Joe only got 857. So far, only Sakai's has hit that 1K mark in the goal per minute. Ezekiel is the GOAT. Kabuki as the goal laner, the tanker, and Witty is the best support.
Yeah, Kabuki just having time of his life. Unkillable, just impregnable as a Uranus. That's the thing about this.
He went to the Granger and he's like, this is how I always gets hit by the Uranus. Now you feel what I feel.
Not only that, there's a Baxel in Nepal's draft too, and the Lunox, right? So again, it can work, but only if the game plan is right, only if it's executed correctly. That's why sometimes when we see certain teams pick the Uranus, we feel a bit iffy about it. But in Indonesia, they did give credit to Kazakhstan as well. You know, like Coach saying that Lucas did say that Kazakhstan gave them a hard game with, you know, some... the Leomar jungle was definitely one of the factors. They also gave us one of the longer games, like 20+ minutes in the group stage. And it's going to be a confidence boost for Kazakhstan. Hopefully, they are listening into this, going into the series later on against Cambodia.
Yep, and the MVP is going over to Iran. And again, just showing up with the Turizla, doing quite a lot, taking a lot of damage, and Turizla doing 3,000 damage in roughly 10 minutes. That is still pretty good, pretty strong. 5 kills and 4 assists. Not much to say there. It's great.
It's a Turizla thing, you know?
Yeah, it's a Turizla thing.
What does it say? If he wins the lane and he gets the War Axe, you will suffer for the next 5 minutes minimum. You can't kill him. Your healing reduction. The thing is, you buy healing reduction and it feels like it does not matter. Because he does so much damage.
If you buy healing reduction, he gets Oracle, and it basically just cancels it out. And the thing about a Turizla is that when he has a War Axe, it's not even just the healing. You always think, oh, he's a tanky guy. But it's like, he's a tanky guy, but he's not a tank. He's a fighter. He can do damage.
And have you seen the weapon he's holding?
It's huge.
Which part of that gives you the impression that he does not hurt?
That's... I have a joke on this, but I don't think I can say it here. I'll say it later in the talent room, but talking about a War Axe, man, Turizla is carrying like how many War Axes there? At 4 minutes and about 30, he gets the War Axe after getting that double kill, and then after that, basically unkillable.
Also, another thing about Turizla that sometimes most players who are not used to facing Turizla overlook is the fact that for someone as huge as Turizla, he moves pretty fast.
If he gets the revenge strike, yes.
Yeah. It feels like he's gliding through the battlefield.
In MLBB, all the large characters move fast.
Have you seen
Grog, Franco, Turizla when you hit it, Baxia.
Like for me, the scariest thing isn't when a Turizla flickers penalty zone me. It's scary when he lets the revenge strike and he's just mid-air with the hammer swing.
It would be worse if you're just like, you know what? I know this guy doesn't like me moving fast. I'm gonna go sprint. Sprint Turizla.
It's always scary. Like he has like a 1 second air time.
Yeah.
And you know it's coming and it slams. And then you die, you go gray screen.
Well, here in the WEC, giving a lot of ideas for. But honestly, Turizla in ranked games, I'm very okay with it.
I'm okay. I mean, I still meet a lot of players that play the Turizla, and essentially you're just there and you hope that the enemy XP laner doesn't know the matchup. You dominate the lane, you get a War Axe, and you end the game.
No, honestly, like with a Turizla, it's not like an Alucard, right? Alucard, either you're a 10 or a 0.
Turizla,
if you're a 5, it's fine.
You're minimum of 5.
Right?
You can't go below that.
Like, how do you mess up a Turizla? Okay, you just don't hit your penalty zone. But, wait, now that I think about it.
I mean, you could miss the penalty zone and still kill someone with your damage.
Well, with that is the first 3 series in the quarterfinals. We do have one more in Cambodia going up against Kazakhstan, but that's it for me and Husky. After this, it is going to be Pasha Bunny alongside with Stafa, and they're going to be covering for the female division in the lower bracket finals as well as the grand final. So, Husky, I'll be seeing you for tomorrow for more open division matches. But for now, we're going for a break. After this, Pasha Bunny and Stafa will handle the rest.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That to tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That to tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaining form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. true ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's be high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's be high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaining form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back here at the World Esports Championship 2025 with a brand new cast on the caster desk. It's gonna be me, Steph, alongside Fasha for the second half of day 4 of the competition, which of course is a global event proudly organized by IESF and MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner, and also generously supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital.
And not to forget the backbones of our official partners as well. We got Red One, EQ right here, our telephone partners right here, as well as our IQ, my bad, IQ, okay? We have Solos merch as well as our official partners, and CK Music if you want to hear some great sound systems or music or even gaming that can actually produce you a good gaming sound, definitely you go for CK Music. And for a comfort as well as lumbar support, we have our official chair partner, which is Razer. And coming along, you guys already saw what happened throughout the days. We got 3 series already wrapping up for our quarterfinals of men category, but we're not done yet. We got our last series coming up right now.
We've got one last quarterfinals here in the open category before we move on into the women's. This is of course going to be the final day of the women's tournament actually, so that's going to be super duper exciting, but I'm sure that everyone is eager to see who will be the final semi-finalist in the open category currently. And for those of you who are joining us right now, just a little bit of a catch-up of what has happened so far. Team Malaysia were able to take down Team Mongolia to move on. Team Indonesia defeated Team Nepal. And then Team Turkiyye were able to take down Team Myanmar, which means that only the match between Team Cambodia and Team Kazakhstan will decide our final semi-finalist.
Definitely looking forward to it, because after we wrapped up all of our MLBB men category, we're going to actually focus on even more the more highlight of the day itself, whereby we are going to see the teams from Egypt versus Cambodia to actually fight off for the last slot of our grand final MLBB Women category. Who will beat off our first slot of grand finalists, which is Indonesia, at the 8:30 p.m. But so far, we have to actually focus for our men category, because we gotta finish off our quarterfinals. Like Stafa talked about, we need our semifinals to get ready for their MLBB men category.
3 slots already filled in, only 1 remaining in the open category for the top 4, who will be able to get 1 step closer to the podium, 1 step closer to the grand finals. We're going to be finding out right here, and then later on we will see the conclusion of the women's bracket as well. So it's going to be a very, very exciting day for here at the World Esports Championship. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the matches that we have witnessed so far here in the first half of day 4, but we've got even more coming up.
Yes, definitely. Looking forward to it, because the fact is right now, we've talked about how yesterday or even last night, it was a little bit upset, especially from the host country itself, for Malaysia to be dropped down and unable to qualify, to move forward, to make sure that they have that grand final slot. But it gives an opportunity to see the deja vu of all of our top 3 players from 2024.
Indeed, so many interesting things have happened. So many unexpected surprises, but also returns, the old legacies that we have witnessed right here. And we've only got a couple days of competition left. So once again, a reminder to anyone who might be watching at home, you guys should try and come on over here to the heart of KL if you guys want to witness the action in person. Especially tomorrow, grand final is going to be super duper interesting. But of course, let's focus on the match that's going to be coming up right now, right? We are going to be seeing Team Cambodia go up against Team Kazakhstan. Who comes out on top?
I mean, pretty much we talked about, or even we heard about the interview, right? Indonesia putting a little bit of respect, saying that Cambodia have a run for their money, especially the fact that they have a lot of improvement here for 2025.
I think a lot of people are expecting Team Cambodia to be the favorites, but Team Indonesia themselves also said that Team Kazakhstan gave them a bit of trouble in the group stages. In fact, they're the team that actually gave them the most trouble, it seems like, with some interesting pocket picks overall. They could be a surprise dark horse, which is an interesting status, considering that Team Cambodia has always had that title for themselves. But before this match starts off, we got a bit of a video trailer for our final quarterfinals here in the men's category. So feast your eyes on this.
Cambodia looking for the cleanup. Triple kill for Boxy and Cambodia. Please sweep the series and a clean slate.
Walking in like the waves, they are unstoppable. And like the storm, their strategies are unpredictable. But the question becomes, is their rise to the top truly inevitable? Ladies and gentlemen, our first team up on stage, it is Team Cambodia!
They never made it this far. They couldn't even barely survive for the 2024 WEC. But here on out, even though they had a struggle fighting over Team Indonesia, they made it through to top 2. Here on out, they're gonna fight to the finish for their semi-finalists. Give it up for the team of Kazakhstan!
We now invite both teams to fist bump up on stage, an indication of the dueling that will be occurring once we enter into the realm of the Land of Dawn. A single position remains within the ranks of the top 4 here in the open category of the World Esports Championship. And only one of these 2 squads will be able to claim it for their own. Let's first talk about the team that by all means is the challenger in this position. It's Team Kazakhstan.
We got Baby Agop, Jerub's Des, Olvin, as well as Riz and Tash Tik. And we talked about it again and again. Therefore, that they have been well known to actually improve so far for 2025. And they actually had a recognition by Team Indonesia. This proved to show that Team Kazakhstan is not to be messed around.
Just like many other regions here in WEC, this is a region that hasn't had a lot of representation on the international stage, so that experience is going to be a little bit lacking in comparison. But the fact that they have gained the recognition of a region like Indonesia is already proof of their potential and their capabilities. This team has brought out some interesting pocket picks. They are known for their jungle Liamord, which gave Team Indonesia a rough time in the group stages. But will it be enough to tackle the consistency of Team Cambodia?
We got Wadu, Detective, OP, Zing, as well as Boxy for Team Cambodia. And we've known how well they are in the global level. Standard-wise, definitely they are not to be messed around. But here's the thing, with the recognition that's been given by Kazakhstan, can they actually trample Kazakhstan to make sure that that experience can show even more further?
Team Cambodia is an aggressive team, and while they've never been able to break into the top ranks in the international level, they've always persisted as a force that should be reckoned with and feared regardless of their opponent. They also will have similarly strong pocket picks, with Boxy even on the roam damage Cho that we witnessed previously could be something that shows up once again, and I'd be very excited to see what actually results from the clash between these 2 squads.
Looking on the stats, right, we are seeing from the group stage, Cambodia have a little bit of perfect stats on their sleeve compared to the team of Kazakhstan. They dropped their games against Indonesia. But here's the thing, Team Indonesia, it is a little bit of powerhouse with well-known teams as well as players from the whole entire journey that we've seen throughout MLBB scene. So this is something that we cannot falter to the side of Kazakhstan, and it's really tough, especially the fact that we talked about how they're not really well-known into the international scene. So there's a lot of things that they need to patch up.
Yeah, if they weren't well-known before though, I think they are kind of well-known.
To make it till it breaks to the semi-final. So far, I do agree on the note that you talked about how the pocket heroes that is inside Kazakhstan's signature heroes are Liamord. A lot of times they fight off with Indonesia, not even Indonesia, as well as with Peru. We see a lot of success coming along with their own pick with that Liamord. So that shows how confident they are with that hero. But the question is, does Team Kazakhstan will actually use it up again? And maybe because of the fact that this rotation has been done over and over again, I think Cambodia might actually do a little bit of respect band to that as well.
I wouldn't be too surprised, but at the same time, sometimes you want to just test it out, right?
Right.
You know your opponents are known for a particular hero that is a little bit more on the unique side, isn't really a meta pick, and you think, how strong could it really be, right? Do we want to give it a shot? It is a best of 3 series, so you have a tiny bit of leeway to work with, but it all comes down to your overall confidence.
Oh, I'm scared actually, because if that actually comes true to say like, oh, let's challenge that. Let's see how well they are with that pocket heroes, right? And then it ended up in the favor, oh, okay, they are good. That's the reason why that's the signature heroes. We gotta actually ban it out. But then again, if it actually continues even more further along the line that they actually risk it all out, they might actually lost that one lifeline. And I'm kind of worried on that try and error. But here's the thing, MLBB, things can happen, and like you said before, anything can happen and impossible is nothing.
Anything is possible at any time. And the fact that some of these teams have been able to prove themselves on a stage like this is already proof of that for anyone watching at home. Now, for anyone who is watching online as well, make sure you guys share in the comments which of these 2 teams you're supporting. Who do you think has better chances of making it forward? Is it going to be Team Cambodia, who so far has already proven themselves time and time again on multiple international stage? Or will it be Team Kazakhstan, who were able to pull out more effort from Team Indonesia than many would have expected, and has the potential to become a dark horse by taking down their opponents today?
Interesting, definitely, because the fact is we did see Kazakhstan was here for the WEC 2024, but they didn't manage to actually survive their group stage. They were at the top 3 for their own grouping, fighting off with Turkey, Argentina, as well as Nepal. Now, coming to Cambodia-wise, yes, we did saw them on another tournament, on another global stage-wise, but when it comes to WEC, they haven't had their name just yet. So here's the thing, there's 2 dark horses that we're talking about, whether Cambodia-wise, they have their own name to be put out, as well as Kazakhstan, who's still rising off from their own ground. It feels like both of them are hunger, right? Definitely they are striving to make sure that they can put here their name at WEC 2025.
That is the goal of all of these teams, right? To spread the glory of their region, to show the world what they're capable of. They've already been through 3 days of competition. They've overcome all the different obstacles in their path to make it this far, and none of them want their journeys to end here either. There's still so much more work to be done, and the first step to that is going to be to take that very first game. Now, we've already talked about some of the pocket picks that we might see here. The Leomord from the side of Team Kazakhstan, the Cho making an appearance multiple times in favor of Team Cambodia. But is there anything that you want to see now, Fasha, after 3 days of games?
I do see that there's a pattern of how we talked about how Alice is actually quite preferable or actually prioritized as well, and this is something that is also seen from the women category, because the past 3 days that we've been casting, we pretty much cover up all the ladies, right? So this is our first time able to actually cover for the men category, and looking from the side of the men category, it seems that Alice pretty much is able to pass through rather than on the side of the women's.
It's interesting to see the differences in the way that the men and the women here will be able to approach MLBB, even though it is the same game overall. And now that we know the map that they're going to be playing on, we can officially get into the thick of things here. Expanding Rivers for game number 1. Team Cambodia will have first pick.
Let's see, so far Gatot Kacha, Esmeralda, Lancelot has been picked off already, and I think pretty much this is Kazakhstan saying that we gotta take out that assassin jungler. Lancelot is not to be messed around, especially with the fast retribution. You don't want to let go of that, but still Hayabusa still up for the take if you want to actually pick that out, unless they actually drag that also to the non-optional heroes.
In fact, in this game in particular, Fanny is also going to be a question mark, because we know that Detective is capable of executing on these very high complexity assassins. So getting rid of Lancelot makes sense, but who else do you want to ban? The Baxia does get taken out by Team Kazakhstan. They are aware of Cambodia's penchants for early game aggression. On a map like Expanding Rivers, that is facilitated even further. So taking out heroes that can move quickly across the map and start making things happen in the first couple of minutes is going to be their priority.
Okay, and yeah, I kind of agree on that. There is one game that we saw when Cambodia actually picked up Fanny, where they were actually against with Dominican, and it was actually one of the games that was able to portray a lot of the skills coming off from Detective Cell. But at the same time, we do see Grok, another hero that was also prioritized, not just from the men category, but also from the women category. Once you actually let go of that, it's not going to be easy. Great setup comes with the Tectonic Charge, as well as with the Earthen Rampart. We've seen so far our Mother of Tang have proven such a wonderful job here, and this shows how even in man category you don't want to mess around with that inside your own draft.
It is interesting though to see Team Cambodia banning it out, since they do have first pick. They could have actually gone for the Grok themselves. So by banning it out, it indicates that they want to prioritize something different. Now my most obvious choice would be something like CC, but it looks like Cambodia prefers the Lapu, going for it as the first pick.
Okay, Lapu. I think pretty much we saw how much of the game starter-wise, it kind of actually puts a really good momentum when it comes to Lapu. Great composition, as well as having a really good sustainability on the front line. So Lapu definitely have been a really popular choice on the side. But to counter back to Cambodia, they picked out Kimi as well as Kalea with a really good burst damage as well, and a good setup with a pick-off of that Tsunami Slam. I think Kazakhstan pretty much just playing on the direct situation right now.
So neither side putting a high priority on CC so far. With Kimi already locked in for Team Kazakhstan, Team Cambodia can go for something like the Eve here. Now the usual combos of Gatot, Kacha and Grok were already banned out by them themselves. So that is actually an interesting thing coming in here. It means that they're leaning into slightly different roam options. We already know they're known for heroes like Cho, and it looks like they are actually gonna lock that in.
Like we've talked about, how if it's not broken, why fix it? Just keep with all that you've already known, some things that you're already comfortable and you're already confident enough to come through. Now with Kazakhstan already picking off the goal lane straight away, now Granger comes through, and I think pretty much we've seen a lot of success coming from Kazakhstan fighting off with Peru as well. They had the Granger to be prioritized, so this shows how much they want to make sure that there's no casualty, or even how they not be able to grab the signature heroes for their own line.
That means that Team Kazakhstan is going for the Granger Kimi duo, artillery fire, late game scaling marksman. And this is usually a setup for a more classic front-to-back composition. What that means is Team Kazakhstan likely want a tank jungler. With Baxia already taken out, Fredrin is the next most obvious example, but Team Cambodia is almost guaranteed to take that out of the pool. So you're going to need some very solid frontliners here.
Let's see. I mean, if Cambodia, they want to actually drag down a little bit of the frontliners on the side of Kazakhstan. Hilda be able to pick them up already. So those are the heroes that can be actually toned down a little bit, because we did see when it comes to Kazakhstan having a frontliners like Hilda making a move, even with the mobility wise of expanding rivers, it kind of gives a lot of the opportunity for them to strike.
They're going to ban out the Guinevere on the side of Team Cambodia, so that is most likely keeping an eye out for an EXP lane. Guinevere might give Lapu a hard time. The Fredrin, though, that I talked about earlier, actually can be banned out by Team Kazakhstan themselves, which is very interesting. It means that they're not actually attempting to play tank jungle, typical front to back. Now that leaves a couple options. They could be setting up for a triple marksman composition, since Yi Sun Shin is still in the pool, but that risks very early game invasion. Otherwise, you can actually go into fighters here, which leans into Liamore. And by bit of Yi Sun Shin, I actually think they might be trying to pull Liamore out.
Again? Oh, but I kind of agree on the note though. But we do see Hayabusa been taken out from Cambodia side, and I think pretty much we know when it comes to Hayabusa, you don't want to actually make sure that you've been targeted easily from the back line. So those are the things that they actually acquire out. Some things that they want to actually tone down a little bit for Kazakhstan. Again, Hilda, one of the frontliners that I've talked about, definitely can be picked out by Kazakhstan. But again, Cambodia just trying to make sure that at least they will be able to actually hold out the position of their own mid laners.
This is a pre-pick to counter Fanny, basically. Team Cambodia has a very high chance of locking in Fanny here, since the rest of Team Kazakhstan's roster doesn't have all that much crowd control. Yes, they have the Kalea, but it's not the most reliable. Also, heroes like Joy are going to have a pretty solid time. Now, it is risky to pick Joy into a Hilda, but Team Cambodia is aware that this is going to be an EXP Hilda, so the threat of it is not quite as high. And with the Ruby rounding out the lineup, they are going for double fighter side lane, a direct early game counter towards Kazakhstan's double marksman.
Oh, I kind of like how Cambodia is actually setting up the fight already right here. It seems that when it comes to the initiation is already there. Great frontliners on the front line to make sure that at least they won't have any securism to actually go inside. But at the same time, Kazakhstan picked up Martis for the last pick.
So it looks like Team Kazakhstan does have some interesting junglers in their back pocket. This is no longer a good game for Liamord, unfortunately, since there is just so much crowd control overall. So you need someone who is able to deal with that. And we know that Martis has a lot of anti-CC frames that could be utilized, but is also a hero that relies quite heavily on Snowball, and they don't have a lot of burst for that. They need to make setups with this Kalea, Martis, and Hilda combination, but that requires a little bit more attention being paid to the EXP lane.
Let's see if it's going to be one of the games that going to actually give a good challenge to the side of Kazakhstan, or maybe they will be able to slow things down, have their own power spike so that they can actually have a really good counter to the side of Cambodia. But so far for draft-wise, I do think that when it comes to Cambodia, they kind of cover a really good ground. Great CC, great AoE, as well as for the damage. But this is just us saying, welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025 live in Kuala Lumpur. Let's give it up to Team Kazakhstan versus Cambodia.
Game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen, of our final quarter-final series here in the open category. Only one of these two squads will be able to claim that final spot in the semi-finals. Detective nearly messing up the initial camp take, actually had to use the retreat.
Oh, coming off right now, they are pushing in straight for the invasion. Boxy, a little bit to slow that. Wavebreaker comes in, but still had to move away with a flicker. So still, time and time again, they are trying to push out to the side of Team Cambodia. But here's the thing, Cambodia also need to step down just a little bit.
Yeah, that was good aggression coming in here from Team Kazakhstan. They're well aware that they need to make things happen on the map. They cannot allow their opponents to free farm, especially with Detective picking up this Joy into the Hilda. The ideal right now for Baby Agop is to try and win lane as much as possible, or even avoid interacting with Wadu, just clear up waves so that he can be freed up to rotate onto the map. Matching the pace on Boxy and even passing through it while keeping an eye on Detective's farm route is going to be crucial for Kazakhstan.
Let's see. So far, when it comes to the early aggressions, we do feel like when it comes to Team Kazakhstan, they don't have much worry on the mid lane. Because again, we talked about how when it comes to Kimi, we'll be able to actually clear the wave easily as possible. But let's see how much of the pressure they want to actually pull in. Right now, moving on for the bottom lane as Des somehow will be able to actually just hold out the positioning because all the invasion that was done by Foxy is denied countless times.
Movements right now are still pretty standard.
Oh, comes in for the dive, completely getting the first blood right there by Des, but RWM, not gonna do anything though. But this is going to be a turtle for in the hands of Team Cambodia. Would allow it, but no, it seems that they will be going for a fight. Gas Wadu by Des immediately, but at the same time, Electrifire Beast has been pushed. Right now, Detective takes down Des for the retreat, but at the same time, pushing on, he will be also traded up by Baby Agop.
That is definitely still going to be a W though for Team Kazakhstan. Beautiful rotations right there. Making use of the Martis' level 4 spike to instantly rotate mid, pick off the Cho, and then they have the numbers advantage. Even able to get an extra decimate in onto Wadu means that the Martis is already in a good state. And despite having their jungler picked off, Tashtik was still able to land the last hit on the turtle. So Team Kazakhstan coming out on top in general there is excellent, considering that they are trying to play double marksman. As long as they keep themselves in a good position gold-wise the next couple of minutes, this game will look very good for them.
Again, damage-wise definitely will be in the hands of Kazakhstan, and that's what they have right now for their own opportunity. Upper hand so far for Team Kazakhstan, great respawn-wise, especially the fact that, again, from time and time again, no matter how much Boxy or even Wadu will try to actually do a little bit of engagement, they will deny it immediately. And even Des right now, getting invasive, a little bit sealing the buff for their side. Somehow the team of Kazakhstan, they are not gonna actually allow any of the invasion. But coming through right now, Tsunami Slam comes in for the break. Two players will be able to be surviving it out, but at the same time, Agop takes down OP immediately. Electrifying Beast comes through. Will he be able to take down? Yup, Detective unfortunately was sacrificed to the side of Des.
An uncharacteristic mistake coming in there from Detective. Oppie, there was really no way of him getting out of that. There is no Purify on this Eve, so you get grabbed, you are basically dead. But Detective deciding to jump back in with Electrifying Beats 1v4 is way too much to ask for. Joy does require that at least second, third item power spike to actually do sufficient DPS. Now Team Kazakhstan is reaping the rewards. A near 2,000 gold lead at the 4th minute.
Again, all the aggression, the early aggression that was done by Team Kazakhstan is kind of actually pushing a lot. Come through just a little bit to Baby Agop, but it's not going to do anything as this is going to be the set turtle for second. And coming up right now, pushing on RWM has already been put up by OP, but it's not going to be enough. But Zing with the last hit by Riz, shuts down immediately by Kazakhstan. And now it's going to be open for them to go all out for the next turtle.
Looks like Team Kazakhstan is already making quite a splash here. And everyone who may have had doubts about Team Indonesia regarding them are redoubting themselves.
Des got the turtle, but at the same time, Wadu takes down Tashtik, but it's not going to be enough though. Wolverine just going all out with the burst damage, but is it going to be enough? Des, unfortunately, will be shut down by OP for the retreat.
Alright, that's a bit of a bite back right there from Team Cambodia. Team Kazakhstan tried a little bit too hard to position for the turtle and blitz it down without first ensuring their positions were more secure. That allowed Team Cambodia to take advantage of the chaos and start picking them off one by one. The goal lead still in their favor though.
Oh, just drags out Zing immediately, giving Riz another kill, and this is not good. Definitely knowing for a fact that Riz is stacking up already 2-0. Team Cambodia, they cannot cause a lot more mistakes right here to make sure that Kazakhstan doesn't go a lot, at least beyond all of the economy-wise they've done here.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really liking the target prioritization right now we're seeing from Team Kazakhstan. First off, they're trying to build up some farm onto the Martis. After that, the rotation up to the gold lane instead to actually help the Granger win out a lane against a fighter, which is normally supposed to be a cheese strategy. The further behind Zing falls, the less effective double fighter side lane is going to be, and that allows Team Kazakhstan to buy a lot more space for themselves in that mid game.
And coming out with the Waves of Dragon, does manage to pull through, but Tsunami Slam comes in. RWM will picked up. Wadu takes down Tashik first of all, but no follow-up comes in right now. As moving on right now, Des looking for a way out. Doesn't actually goes in for the one, but Zing on the other note will be taken out by Riz on the 1v1.
Zing needs to start playing more carefully. The previous few times was because he got ganked by 2 or 3 people, but this time that was just a straight up 1v1 win by the Granger, who is now 3-0. I'm not too sure yet if Riz has the Sky Piercer. Even if he does, probably has 1 or 2 stacks at most, but you cannot afford to be giving away more of those at this point.
Let's see. Team Kazakhstan, so far a lot of response, a lot of the answers have already been given to Cambodia, and somehow Cambodia, they're messing up just a little bit, despite they were the one who's trying to go in for the setup, but this is going to be the third Lord, goes into the mid right now, pushing on with the Wavebreaker, shows with the Tsunami Slam Tashtik, great composition with the RDR pushed out, but Wadu will be shut down immediately with Ozing comes through, but it seems like Team Cambodia goes back again. They are not going to push in even more further, but there's so much damage already, comes through with the Iron Bandit, does drag a little bit of the players from Kazakhstan, but they don't make it alive. And in the moment right now, they are going to pull away. Is it going to be a little bit of backfire come through? No, they're going for the Electrify. Detective will be able to take down Riz!
That's really good. That's an excellent shutdown right there for Detective. Looks like they will still be able to secure the turtle on the side of Team Kazakhstan, but it was very important to keep that streak going for the Granger. With Riz now, oh, they even lose Olvin in the mid lane. See, Team Cambodia starting to strike back.
Tsunami Slam, fixed up, Waves of the Dragon comes through. Cambodia just getting up straight away, taking Tashtik immediately.
Ooh, that's a big switch. Big swing right there, considering that Team Kazakhstan were basically in a dominant position up until then. And they actually started off that turtle fight quite well. Oh, here comes the Martis.
Martis, a little bit of the engagement comes through, but does get Riz though by Zing. But oh, double kill comes through as well with OP being taken out.
One thing I can say for sure, Team Kazakhstan cannot be underestimated at this point. 41 Sky Piercer stacks now on the Granger. The earlier death actually did not phase Riz as much as many would have thought. In fact, you could argue that strategically, it might be a good thing that he got taken out at that point when his streak was at its lowest, resetting his overall gold bounty.
Let's see, so far right now, Team Kazakhstan, great rotation coming in right now with Detective. Just going to slow things down, not gonna be spotted out easily, but here on out, Des comes through. Electrifying B comes in, takes down Riz first of all, but Tsunami Slam try to actually steal away, but is it gonna be enough? Touch there, unfortunately in trouble in the situation. Will be taken out by Wadu as well, but comes through with the trade right now with Baby Yago touchdown. Detective, RWM pulls through with Foxy, just shutting down Des.
Really good target swapping coming in here from Team Cambodia. They go in. We see that Team Kazakhstan was attempting to initiate on Wadu, but then Cambodia realized, hey, this Granger is really out of position. We can grab him. We can initiate on him. And while the rest of Team Kazakhstan was distracted by the Lapu Lapu, they then switched over to the Martis, who came through the Tri-Brush as well. Team Kazakhstan, I like the initial idea of going for that catch, but they needed to shift position the moment that their more important cores were being targeted. The fact they didn't do that is kind of a misplay, actually.
A lot of the setup that was done by Tashtik doesn't have much of the effects that is needed by Team Kazakhstan, and that is why Cambodia was able to turn things around. Now, this is going to be the first lot dance at the moment, with the fact that Team Kazakhstan already aware of it. Tashtik is overlooking from the grass itself, and Cambodia knowing that they can actually remove any kind of the inferiors that maybe Team Kazakhstan will try to set it up. But at the same time, going at the top right now, we do see that Riz is all alone, just 1v1 with the side of Boxy. So they might actually have the idea of what's going to be like here for the Lord Dance. Coming through, just do a little bit of teasing right now to the Lord side. Wadu looking for a target. Who does he want to go in? It's going to be Des, comes through first. RWM being picked up. Tsunami Slam shows a little bit of zinc, but somehow doesn't manage to pull through. And now they're going to push in straight away, but it doesn't manage to actually go through with all the fights that you see. I am offended comes through, but they are going to be able to take down Tashtik first of all by OP. Now moving along with Baby Yago as well as Ovin will be shut down by Foxy as Zing. Shutting down Baby Yago and Des. That's going to be 4 life in the hands of Cambodia.
That's a double kill right there for Boxy. This is indeed another damage roam Cho being played by Team Cambodia, and you can see how comfortable they are with it. They start the fight, they take it slow, they force Team Kazakhstan back, and then Boxy shows up from the other side of the map. It took so long that Team Kazakhstan weren't able to respond to it. This is a very crucial timing for them, actually. Team Cambodia is well aware that this is their most crucial power spike. This is the point of the game where they are going to be strongest, because if it takes too long afterwards, then Ulin and Riz become quite dangerous. The more of a lead they can grab by now and before the 15-minute mark, the better they will be. And if they're able to end the game before that, then they will have the clear lead.
It's the fact that they can actually see all the rotations that was done by Riz, and they know for a fact throughout that team fight itself, Riz is not there to actually give a support for the damage wise. It was not enough. Even with Des coming through, going for the setup as well with the decimation, it was still not going to be a good job for them to just get at least one of the players from Cambodia to be shut down. So that is why Team Cambodia was able to actually have a really good success for the setup. But here on out, they will be able to actually shut down little by little for this lot matches. This is just going to be the first lot, so it's not going to be that painful. But let's see if the team fight setup will be a little bit different. Clearing out the lot immediately, not going to overextend too much, but at least they will try to steal the spot.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, we can see Boxy attempting something, but just basically providing information. Team Kazakhstan, unfortunately, did make a big blunder in the previous one. They failed to recognize that this... Ooh, nice miss there. But they failed to realize that this is the most powerful...
Oh, Detective been caught off guard right there, immediately giving an opening for Kazakhstan. And now they're pushing on. They know for a fact now all the damage dealer, a little bit will be decreased on the side of Team Cambodia. So let's see if Kazakhstan gonna make it or break it right now.
That was a bit weird there, coming in from Detective. No real reason for him to be that far up against Team Kazakhstan's base when they don't really even have enough waves pushing to cause a distraction. So that gives a little bit more breathing room over Team Kazakhstan right now. At the 13-minute mark, gold lead still about only 2.5k gold, so it's not a very big difference. And we know that Team Kazakhstan is going to be pretty strong the later the game goes with double scaling marksmen. One thing to worry about though is that Hilda and Mortis lose a little bit of functionality once we get into the later stages. So there is still some finesse that needs to happen if they're able to drag the game out that long.
Let's see. So far, Tashnik comes in, goes in for the wave breaker. Tsunami Slam will be picked up, but OP all alone will be taken down. But right at the back line, it's going to be Riz be shut down by Detective. But Detective getting double kill to Olvin, and now it's going to be a really good composition for Cambodia.
Just straight up a massive blunder there from Team Kazakhstan, and exactly the same mistake they've been making throughout the game. Their frontliners saw a target, ran at him, and completely forgot about their squishier cores waiting in the back who are not able to catch up with them. If they were doing this in front of their base, then sure, no problem. But they are doing it in the middle of the river, and they have no map control. They are just asking for their backline to be dived.
Oh, Kazakhstan, too much of the aggression, too much of pressure to... it's a little bit of reeks of desperation coming up from Kazakhstan itself to a point that they want to do a setup too early on that they're not really aware of the situation. But this is going to be the second Lord dance. Cambodia taking a lot of steps right here to tone down a little bit of the Kazakhstan aggression earlier on, and somehow they're feeling more confident.
Yeah, we can see that Team Cambodia is now hitting their spike. They're aware that at this point of the game, it's very easy for them to team fight. They have good sustain, good damage overall. All of their cooldowns are available, and Team Kazakhstan keeps making the mistake.
Oh, but Boxy comes in here or now. Tsunami Slam comes through, will be able to take down, but unfortunately he's going to be Desu shut down by OP. RWM be picked up, but unfortunately a little bit of mistake comes through with Boxy being shut down by Riz. So again, back to the billboard, but at the same time, that lot will be able to be taken down.
Trading Boxy there for the Martis is going to be 100% worth it for Team Cambodia all of the time. It would have been better if Boxy didn't go down, but they were able to get the Lord for free. They took out a more important target, and they actually nearly picked off Riz as well. So I think it's a perfectly fine play. It allowed them to secure that objective. Lord now going to be pushing in bot lane. Still another 10 seconds before both of the casualties from the previous fight come back online. But when they do, they're going to be pretty dangerous since Boxy has now picked up that Blade of Despair as well. Remember, this is basically a full damage show. So that's another hero on the opposite side that Udlin and Riz have to be afraid of.
So far right now, Team Kazakhstan is aware of how they need to actually make a really good setup. Going in to actually zone a little bit of Zing, but at the same time, RWM has already picked up Tashnik. Just barely alive there, one hit, but at the same time, right at the cost, going in, electrifying beat. Detective doesn't get anyone, but it is going to be enough for Kazakhstan just to have a little bit breather for that lot to be shut down. But here on out, it seems that Des, once more, does actually grab two players, but backs off again to the base.
So far, we're seeing very solid defenses here from Team Kazakhstan. I do think that Team Cambodia, hold on, while you're in trouble, is going to be able to jump away. But I do think that Team Cambodia blew a few too many cooldowns before the Lord actually collided there. Uppy especially. I like the attempt to go for a kill on Tashnik, but it would have been better served to just frame the tower when the Lord collided and guarantee an inhibitor for Cambodia.
Offended comes through, trying to drag Baby Yagob. RWM has already been picked up, but Tsunami Slam trying to steal away, but unfortunately was not going to be able to do so. But comes through right now, Boxy. Tsunami Slam again, trying to steal away another one, but it's going to be untaggable, still be able to survive it up, but they're going to push into Zing. Zing managed to scur away, but at the same time, everyone was with the crowd, will be able to scur and survive it out. But Tashnik once more will be able to take it out by OP, but Baby Yagob coming in for the trade with Detective as well. But Baby Yagob, too much of overextension ended up will be in the hands of Cambodia.
Still not too bad of a defense here from Team Kazakhstan, but they did not need to send the Hilda out there.
Oh, drag that with the eye on Brandon and shuts down by Zing, and this is going to open a door for the team of Cambodia. They're pushing in. RWM has already been picked up right there. Can they actually... They go for the waves of Dragon, that is going to be Boxy. No, big shut down by Olvin, but still, Riz will be taken out by Wadu, leaving Olvin all by himself.
It's a 3v1 situation right now for Team Cambodia, but luckily for Ulin, there's no minion waves pushing just yet. So the game is not over there. But that was the result of a series of missed calls being made by Team Kazakhstan. They are not fighting with their full force, and they are constantly allowing themselves to be split apart due to over-aggressive attempts to make catches. It worked well for them in the first couple minutes of the game, but the longer the game goes, the more difficult it is, especially with the fall-off on heroes like Martis and Hilda. They need to be playing this slowly, and it's important for them to keeping themselves close so that they can actually protect their marksmen. Team Cambodia have been able to take advantage of this so far. This Lord should be free for them again with the waves pushing up. Does Team Kazakhstan still want a challenge?
It looks like they do. RWM already been put up right there. Tashkent doesn't actually get anyone with the Tsunami Slam. Now they're going to push into Riz. Riz will be able to manage to score away. Tashkent makes sure that right now they're going to actually defend it wisely. They're not going to allow any of their players to be taken out easily. So this is a really good defense mechanism. But here now, Zay will be shut down by Riz immediately. And now pushing on right now to Wadu as well as OP. Baby Akop, 2 overextension will be shut down by Detective. But at the same time, Daz, unfortunately, also having a lot of struggle to be surviving. This is going to be a double kill in the hands of the side of Detective as well as another shot. Riz survives to eventually to get OP, but unfortunately it's going to be 4 players all in the hands of Team Cambodia.
Honestly, that was a really impressive show of micromechanics from both sides, delaying the fight that long. But now Ulin once again finds himself 1v3 defending the base.
Goes into the dive. Right now, Ovid, Electrifying Beast comes through. Ovid will be shut down by Wadu. This is Crystal in the hands of Cambodia.
And despite his best attempts, this time around, Ulin is not going to be able to defend the crystal. Team Cambodia is able to take advantage of their mid-game power spike and drag the momentum through until they were able to claim victory in game number 1.
We saw how the draft-wise, it is a little bit of straightforwards coming up from Kazakhstan. They want to actually show off how maybe we go back to the whole entire meta plays, or probably just pretty much how in the books wise this is how the straightforward fight should be, and it was doing well on the early runs, right? The early game plays, we do see how Kazakhstan was able to do a massive effect for their own style. But at the same time, as we see the teams from the side of Cambodia was able to actually get their own levels up, and they were able to actually have so much sustainability. And this is where we saw a lot of resources that has to be pulled out by Team Kazakhstan, and it ended up in the favor of Cambodia.
Team Kazakhstan, in comparison, has less resources, less crucial cooldowns, which means they have to be very careful about when they use those and whether or not they're capable of executing their bodies as resources, because the later the game goes, the less effective Hilda and Martis are going to be. Again, I really like the ideas that they were attempting to carry out in the first couple of minutes. Play super aggressive, get farm onto Gaverb Des on the Martis, as well as focusing onto the gold lane, where Riz was able to get massive amounts of Skypiercer stacks quite early on. But the more the game went on, the more I realized that Team Kazakhstan was still attempting to do the same thing over and over again when circumstances have changed. Ulin and Riz were left vulnerable way too many times, and even despite that, Riz was still trying to play his entire heart out. In Cambodia, they're a lot more capable of diving, of flanking, since they are playing double fighter side lane and they even have a damaged Cho. So Team Kazakhstan needed to recognize that and position safer.
Oh, and I think pretty much a lot of the setup that was done by Tashkent was kind of a little bit of failure, because no matter how much he tried to actually steal away with a Tsunami Slam, they'd be able to actually just break away with a lot of flickers on their side. Even though without the Purify, they didn't even have much of Purify on their side, which is Cambodia was just pretty much prioritizing, hey, if I could escape, it's fine with us. We can be able to just counter-attack all those grappling coming from the Tsunami Slam.
I do think that the Kalea being picked up so early on was a bit of a mistake draft-wise, but it also felt like it was something that they were leaning into. Kalea will typically work very well with high-burst heroes. That's why you will see combos like Kalea with the Farsa, because they comboed it with the Kimi. That's already a bit of a missing piece. You have a catch, but you don't have the damage to execute. They were able to fulfill this later on with the Martis, but it's still not the most perfect synergy overall, especially if you add on how easy it is to counter the hero with Purify.
And we do see our key players coming up right here with Gold Hunter in the hands of Riz. 750 56. We're not going to put down on Kazakhstan. They did amazing. They tried their best on the fight, even for the first round itself. But unfortunately, when it comes to the mechanics-wise, it definitely goes in the favor of Cambodia as OP, the GOAT, with 116,000 damage. Baby Agop tried his best. He goes in for the front line. He goes for the dash. He goes in to actually stun someone, but it was not enough to put a lot of follow-ups for the rest of Team Kazakhstan with 220,000 damage taken. And the best support definitely with Wadu as the Lapu Lapu with 15 total assists.
Wadu was doing an excellent job in the EXP lane by keeping Baby Agop in lane. This Hilda needed to be more active on the map, and while he was successful with doing that initially, afterwards, Wadu upped the ante, upped the pressure in the lane, not allowing the Hilda to roam as freely or having to sacrifice farm in order to do so, which the latter did end up happening. I also think that Eve as a hero is way too high value in the meta right now, and you should not allow it through the ban list unless you intend to counter, and which Team Kazakhstan did not do. Wadu, for all of his efforts as well as his ability to dive and set up fights throughout the mid-game, is going to emerge as our MVP for game number 1 though.
KDA with 6,215, 682 GPM, and a damage per minute, 3,737. He is the one who made a lot of difference here for the game itself. No matter how much setup that was done by Team Kazakhstan, he will deny it immediately, giving so much pressure. No matter how much they try to chase up after Cambodia, this Wadu, someone that will never allow their players to be shut down.
And now you see why they were comfortable with going first pick Lapu Lapu. This hero is just so solid in general. But if we revisit the highlights, the first couple interactions for Team Kazakhstan were very clean. Good catches in the mid lane, setting up decimate kills, as well as allowing for Riz to get farm initially. But mid-game is where you start seeing blunders happen.
And the fact that those are the things that Team Kazakhstan, they kind of may be a little bit too confident. They thought that they can actually have enough damage to go in. And I think this is where the fine line that Detective comes in, takes down Riz immediately. But Boxy with the Waves of Dragon just drags out one player from Kazakhstan. And this is where they were able to actually divide everyone to a point that Team Kazakhstan, they falter.
I think it's very smart of Team Cambodia to get rid of both Gatot Kacha and Grok, because they know that Boxy is capable of playing more high mechanic catch heroes. Team Kazakhstan might have felt compelled to go into the Kalea because she is one of the best roamers left in the meta, but compared to the other two, there are easier and more direct ways of countering. During the base push, Team Cambodia did end up making some mistakes that resulted in the game being dragged longer than necessary, but because Team Kazakhstan kept attempting to fight, regardless of the circumstances, even if they were down in numbers, that gave the space needed for Cambodia to eventually muscle their way in.
Here's a hot take, because I think pretty much we saw and we kind of cover up the woman category, right? And we do actually see some of the fights already from the man category. I haven't seen Tigreal for quite some time. Any notes of that? Tigreal.
Tigreal, oh. Tigreal's just not good right now.
Really?
Straight up. And I say this with a heavy heart as a Tigreal player.
Yeah, I know, because
he is just not good right now.
You talked about it on MWI. You love Tigreal. Great setup initiation with the implosion as well. But so far, we haven't seen it for a while, right?
Yeah, these big AoE catchers are just not in a good state. Tigreal is not so good. Even like Minotaur and Atlas have not been good for a long time. And those other two have a slightly higher viability because they offer additional utility beyond the big ultimate. There's just too much mobility in the game right now. It's too easy to go for purifies. And if you miss the big catch, then your hero is just a big lump of meat in the front line, basically. It's not what you're looking for these days, especially compared to the consistency that a hero like Grok will be able to offer you in exchange. So it's a sad case, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Oh yeah, true, definitely. But this gives a lot of highlights for other heroes as well, because we keep on seeing it from even earlier on, or even last few months ago, or last earlier of the 2025, Tigreal has been one of the popular heroes, always even coming off at MEL as well. It is one of the best tank heroes to actually do a lot of initiation as well as setup. But here on out, I do think, yes, when it comes to the popularity now, definitely Grok is on the front line.
Grok, Gatot Kacha are just like your safe options. We'll sometimes see Hylos if you want to create space. Kalea specifically for catch and then things like Hilda if you want to go aggressive. But the pool is not in the widest state currently. That's why we end up seeing a lot of the same heroes in multiple different roles. And I'm kind of hoping that we do get an update eventually that switches things up.
Yeah, definitely. And if you had a choice, right, rather than Kalea actually been picked out by Team Kazakhstan, what are the heroes that actually can be picked up there? Is it possible to actually take just Franco there, just out of the odds, you know?
Nah, not so good. Nah, Franco is more of a niche counter pick. You want to pick him later in the draft if preferable. They should have actually... I think it would have been safer to start with Eve rather than Kimmy. But if they wanted to go Kimmy, then it shouldn't have been paired with the Kalea, actually. You could have gone into your EXP laners first instead. Maybe steal the Ruby in advance, lock in something like the Yisun Shin. But a lot of the bans were dictated specifically to counter those situations. Game 2 looks like it's going to be happening on Expanding River once again. Will history repeat itself, or will we see a new path being forged?
Oh, definitely right now, Team Kazakhstan will learn again from all of the mistakes they've done here. And we don't want actually an easy win for Team Cambodia, right? So then we talked about how Kazakhstan have already learned a lot of improvement throughout the years as well. And they did give a good fight itself with Team Indonesia. Now coming along for the banning, we do see Gatot Kaca Hilda been taken out. Again, this could be a respect ban as well from the side of Team Cambodia as how Kazakhstan was able to actually pull it with that hero. But on the other note, maybe there's a possibility they are looking for Hayabusa to be picked out as well.
Yeah, Hilda is just a generally good ban for Team Cambodia because we know Detective prefers playing assassins above all else. By taking that out, it's a lot safer to go into Hayabusa, safer to go into Joy, safer to go into Fanny, in fact. So Team Kazakhstan will now have to be a little bit more cautious about that. They also take out the Esmeralda. So that means Cambodia wants Grok first this time around.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. Right now, we do see that Team Kazakhstan taking out Lancelot as well as Boxia. So it's still pretty much solitary picks or bans that has been going on throughout our MLBB scene. So this is just prioritized on all the meta zeros to be taken out first of all. But it seems that Jushin as well being taken out. I think this is already the second ban because even the first draft as well, they banned out Jushin.
This should probably be a Grok or Eve first pick. I don't think it's safe to go Lapu anymore, and they will indeed take Grok. I once again think that Kazakhstan should consider grabbing the Eve for themselves. It's just a very powerful hero in general. But they no longer have the Gatot Kaca to pair it up with. And I think Kalea has a bit of a lacking synergy with it. So if you could actually go Eve Lapu if you want to play it completely safe.
That's actually a really good choice coming out for Team Kazakhstan right here. Or are they actually in a very comfort zone with Yves? So far, I feel like pretty much all their hero pools come in within Kimi, Lunox. We've seen so far they fight with Peru as well, having 2 Lunox in their own draft as well. But I do think that they did fight off with Romania, and that's when we see like Eve was actually been prioritized from Kazakhstan. But nope, it seems that Kimi will be again picked out by Kazakhstan.
I think this is a mistake. This is gonna be Eve from Cambodia now. Eve Grok has already had a very high success rate in the tournament in general. And they'll actually lock in the Granger as well. Riz played a very mean Granger earlier, so it looks like Cambodia just wants to contest that away. But now creates a question. If Cambodia does go for the Eve, they might be a little bit more limited in terms of assassins, but it's just such a good combo that they'll go for it anyway.
I think pretty much we did see how Cambodia-wise, they don't really have much to worry about because somehow... Oh, but Kazakhstan picks up Hayabusa instead.
Hayabusa's alright, but it's already not quite as good. Eve is actually a surprisingly difficult mid laner for Hayabusa to pick off compared to something like a Farsa, say. He could target Granger, but I don't think Team Cambodia will make the same mistakes as before. In fact, they could still lean into good CC, though the Ruby Gold is already off the table. So that might be something that Cambodia themselves want to ban.
The fact that they took out Fredrin from the ban-wise as well, showing how they want to actually just tone down a little bit of tank junglers, even though, not to say that Cambodia is going to go that direction, but probably they're just going to be in a safe call right now.
They could though. It was a possibility because
Yeah.
Fredrin pairs well with heroes like Granger since he just stands in front. Actually works well with Eve as well since you want to lock people into RWM. So they will get rid of that. CC can be banned out. So once again, I think that Team Cambodia will probably ban Ruby last. As for Team Kazakhstan, I feel like they should get rid of Fanny or Joy here. But you can't really get rid of either unless they intend to grab something with solid crowd control in the second phase. It's already going to be difficult for them.
But they ban off Akai instead, so that leaves Joy as well as Fanny open for Cambodia to be picked up.
Really wondering about this. Getting rid of the tank junglers. I guess it's just something that Team Kazakhstan doesn't want to deal with, but I feel like you're less well equipped for handling assassins than tanks right now, to be honest. Kimi and Kalea are a little better at handling tanks than assassins, so getting rid of the tanks, I'm not too sure if it's the right choice. Cambodia do ban out the Lapu Lapu, so they're just taking out a lot of solid side laners. This does mean that Kazakhstan can still go into the Ruby, and I personally think it might be best.
Let's see if they're actually going to pick that up immediately, but it seems like going to be Uranus to be picked up by Kazakhstan instead.
I'm holding my face in my hands right now. This is not good. This is just not a good pick, in my opinion. You have no crowd control from your EXP laner now, so a Joy or Fanny will even further cripple you. And Uranus is not very good against Eve. Eve loves dealing with tanks. Yes, a vet Uranus can still handle it somewhat, but this is more of a safe choice than anything, and this late into the draft, I don't like it.
Interesting from Kazakhstan. A lot of the bans wise, it's just very, very questionable. But here, Cambodia picks up Yi Sun-shin for themselves. And again, this is definitely securing a lot of damage in the hands of Cambodia. And they have Alice as well for their front line. And this is going to cause a lot of AoEs, a lot of crowd controls already in the hands of Cambodia. We're going to see the same setup we saw from earlier on.
Gold lane is the last pick now for Team Kazakhstan. There's really not a lot of good options left in the pool. They might actually have to consider going gold lane Lunox here. Harif is okay, and they go for that, but there's a lot of ways that it can be countered. I'm just gonna straight out say it, Team Cambodia has won this draft.
Drafting-wise, Cambodia has a lot of things they covered out. Nothing much can be said for the side of Kazakhstan, though. There's a lot of risky choices they've made here so far. And again, we saw how it was when it comes to the first draft. They couldn't do a lot of the setup. When it comes to team fight-wise, this is going to be the same case here for the second round as well. So I'm wondering, what is it that Kazakhstan is thinking right now?
I think they're just trying to go back to comfort, which can work, but you still ideally want to have some tools here. Team Kazakhstan has no crowd control except for Kalea, and you can only grab one target. You have Purify on the Granger already, so that's no longer on the table. Everything gets countered by Eve. Yi Sun-shin melts through the Uranus. Alice actually counters him in lane as well, so baby Aga's not gonna have a good time, and that means no space.
Well, we hope for the best for Team Kazakhstan, even with this interesting draft. Welcome again to the World Esports Championship 2025. You are here with Team Kazakhstan as well as Cambodia. Can they make it to the semi-finals? Give it up to them.
Team Cambodia currently one victory away from making it through to the semi-finals, claiming that final slot. Will they be able to do so, or will Team Kazakhstan defy the odds and surprises here with a draft that I already don't consider to be the most ideal?
And even now, they're going in all out straight away with the Ultra Rampant. Oh, a little bit of isolation right there with touching. Had to move away with a flicker. Very close call there.
That was very close. Being able to survive there is going to be good. We can see up top, Wadu. Like I mentioned, Alice counters Uranus in lane. Very comfortable.
Oh! Where the last shoot from Detective shuts down immediately Riz.
And that is very bad as well. That's basically the only lane where Team Kazakhstan has some kind of priority, which is why Detective went to gank it first.
But here on out, a little bit of extension coming in from Wadu will be able to be punished. Though Boxy doing his best with a mighty swing, but Daz! Oh, barely alive there. Goes into the flicker, but goes back again with the shadow. Will be able to survive it out. Somehow, Boxy going in all out to fight with Agop. Rapid trying to actually survive it out with the Transition as well. I think that is going to be just a down for baby Agop.
Yeah, that is 100% a dead croc, but Boxy doesn't mind that all too much. He will definitely respawn before next turtle comes up, and he's already done his job of being a nuisance, basically. I will give props over to Gaverb Des on the Hayabusa. His composure there was kind of insane.
Ooh, Mountain Shocker comes in. Shadow kills not even enough to actually take down Detective. Now goes in for the Ear Rapid. Goes in for the Mighty Swing as well. Ooh! Save Able, but OP comes in with the RBM. Shuts down Daz immediately. And now Ovin trying to actually pull through with the basic access, but baby Agop trying to actually do a little bit of trade, but I don't think that's going to be a good decision coming from Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, definitely not. I think they do just need to back this up and give this away. If they're confident, though, they could try and buy enough time for Haya.
Oh, baby Agop. Again, extension over extension just gives all these bodies to the side of Team Cambodia.
Team Cambodia is definitely going to take everything here. Their health is also low, but there's no way for Team Kazakhstan to enter the fight anymore with Wadu just standing in front. And this is why I was concerned about the Uranus pick. There's still so many counters left in the pool when they locked it in, and there is not enough crowd control. This hero provides basically zero util.
Here's the thing. When it comes to Team Kazakhstan, earlier on, they cannot actually push too easily or even too aggressively earlier on. So this is where the fine line Kazakhstan needs to be a little bit of discipline. RDM be picked up, Tectonic Charge barely coming out alive there, but Shadow Kill comes in. Is it going to be enough? Riz takes down Detective, but at the same time, Zamakos come through. Finn will be able to take down Bossy. 2 kills in the hands of Kazakhstan for a while.
All right, that's good. That is something that Team Kazakhstan desperately needed right there. The committal to the Tectonic Charge was a little bit aggressive from Boxy. He should have been aware that both the heroes he targeted have Purify, and they overextended.
Here's Standing right here, diving, composition comes through, but it's not going to be enough though. They will be able to survive it out. Every transition as well as the consecration comes through by baby Agop will not be able to actually take down Wadu. So this is just a back and forth come through, but Riz barely also surviving out because of the fight with Zing as well.
Yeah, Zing is definitely giving a little bit of payback now, considering what happened to him in game number 1, the amount of pressure that was put in his gold lane. This time, there's just no resources from Team Kazakhstan to spare, which means he is free to pursue the 1v1. And normally, Harif is supposed to beat Granger in lane. The fact that Singh is in such a dominant position is indicative.
Goes in for the Tectonic Charge, Tashtik flickers away. A little bit too much of the extension coming in from Kazakhstan will cost their life, and had to put that Threshing Pulse just so that Tashtik can survive.
Wadu in some trouble here. Ooh, good flicker from baby Agop, but now he is stuck between the tier 1s and 2s. This is almost a guaranteed kill. You're dealing with a marksman here. Detective picks up the Uranus, and that's excellent timing because the turtle is now spawning.
Turtle definitely will be giving out very freely to the hands of Team Cambodia. Again, too much of the desperation coming from Team Kazakhstan. They're forcing their fight in, and this is where the fine line that it can actually cost their life for them. So here's the thing, trying to actually pull in right now to get that gold plate, but at the same time, it's going to be good. So Tashtik just overlooking, going to actually back things up as well. But here the Rapid comes through, goes in for the Tsunami Sun, doesn't actually get anyone. And in the end, right here, Wadu comes through to actually back things up. Raptor Sugar comes through, Tashtik will be taken out by Detective. And now, RWM been picked up. They are going to be diving in. No! Unfortunately, Riz will be able to survive it out with the flicker. But at the same time, right here, at the moment with Shadow Kill, will be able to actually take down Zing for the trades off. So that at least gives a little bit of 1-1 to the team of Kazakhstan.
Both teams sending 4 members to the side lanes to get a pick off on the gold laner. But Team Kazakhstan actually the one successful in it. Now they're gonna try and collapse in the mid lane, but Team Cambodia are pretty sturdy.
They are sturdy, definitely not allowing it to actually be taken out that quickly, but still, it is a lot of pressure already been given out by Team Cambodia. So Kazakhstan, so far, yes, they have the answer, but it's still not going to be enough though, because all the setups that was done is a bit of failure.
I will say they have actually done a pretty good job of evening things up though. I expected Team Cambodia to be in a much better position than this by now. They have made some mistakes from playing a bit too overtly aggressive. They still hold on to a 1k gold lead, but that's not all that much in the grand scheme of things. And the scaling from Team Kazakhstan can still carry them as long as they don't fall too far behind.
Let's see, so far right now, they are trying to set things up at the mid lane as well as with 70 seconds coming out with the turtle as well. Pushing out with just the basic attack at the rampant who's out right there. Not going to actually do anything as Open will be able to survive it out. But seems like they actually spot out Tashtik through the grass. So they had to pull away before it actually comes into an ugly situation.
Yeah, very solid positionings there from Team Kazakhstan. Having different people layered around the bushes in the river to make sure that they're able to retreat. And Team Cambodia now a bit slow to the turtle.
RWM been picked up. Yes, Turtle will be able to give it up by Kazakhstan as well. Shadow kill comes through. Is it going to be enough though? Tectonic comes in, but with OP able to take down Des as well. This is going to be a good trade. Double kill to the side of OP with Olvin. Now pushing it with a killing spree in the hands of Detective. 4 players in the hands of Cambodia. And now they are more vicious coming in for the turret.
MVP of that fight, once again, going to be Wadu for sure. Cambodia were a bit slow to the turtle because they all rotated down to the bot lane. And it was quite smart of Team Kazakhstan to use that to try and blitz the objective. But then they stayed together, got caught in the RWM. And then Wadu flickered into the back with the Throne of Ruin to even catch the backliners, setting them up for Team Cambodia to go for a full rundown. The fact that they lost no members there means that the trade for the turtle is 100% worth it, and they're going to be able to translate that to even more structural control.
All the turrets are going to be even more further on. Ultra Rapid, Mighty Swing, as well as RWM. Olvin cannot get out of that trap that was set up very perfectly by Cambodia. Now, Baby Agop goes in for the dash, but somehow it's not going to be enough though. Can they actually pull through? Somehow Team Cambodia also doesn't want to actually overextend, but somehow they do give a lot of damage already to the side of Team Kazakhstan.
Team Kazakhstan is going to need to rely on macro play now, basically. They have no way of actually winning a direct team fight against Team Cambodia. They need to rely on pickoffs, actually. That's the issue of going for a Kalea roam. You're very dependent on those. Baby Agop so far doing an excellent job, actually, of just delaying time, soaking damage to keep the inhibitor alive, and Des is able to trade a tower up top for it, but now he might be in a bit of a sticky spot.
Why? Oh, okay. Never mind. Shadow kill comes in right now, but it's not going to be enough though. Detective will be able to take down Des. I'm not sure why he actually tried to recall there.
He really had no other choice. Mount Shocker came out, he was seen, he knew, okay, I'm not getting out of here unless I win this 1v1, and Detective's just too far ahead at this point. That is a 2-level lead on the Yi Sun Shin. Lord just came up as well.
The fact that right now every single grass has already been opened up by Wadu, denying any kind of ambush or sneaks comes in from Team Kazakhstan. This is going to be a free lot, will be in the hands of Team Cambodia. Boxy looking for a way to just burst down even more to Baby Agop. Baby Agop has been struggling so far, trying to be the best frontliner, but yet again, not to say that he hasn't done a good job, but he does survive long enough to actually maintain. But Shadow Kills comes in, it's just going to be a bit of the damage. RWM has already been picked up. Even the Tectonic Charge comes through now, drags it off immediately with, Baby Agop had to move away with the Flicker to survive it out.
Multiple resources being spent right there. I'm kind of surprised Team Cambodia went for that, and it would have been better to save the cooldowns until the Lord came up. But maybe they were also trying to force ultimates out of their opponents so that they could get an easier base push in. Blade of Heptasy is now completed on Boxy. This guy just likes going damage items on tanks because that is fun. Lord pushing in mid lane.
Let's see, goes in again for the Yogi Shadow, but at the same time, what comes through? Is it going to be enough though? They don't have enough of the information that can actually set things up. Somehow, they will be trying to go in. OP takes down Opin first of all, goes in for the Zaman Force, and also make sure to get in with the Tsunami Slam, but it's not going to be enough. They goes in for the Shadow Kill, but not enough damage there. Unfortunately, we'll have to actually survive it out, but Baby Agop will be taken out by OP. Tashdid also be still away by Detective, and now living off only 2 players of Team Kazakhstan.
This is the definition of a death ball composition. There's so much bulk. What
takes down immediately Reese, and now Des will be immediately shut down by OP, giving 2 wins. That is also our last grand finalist coming in right here, which is semi-final.
Team Cambodia will claim the final spot in the guaranteed top 4 of the open category of WEC 2025. They'll be moving on to the semifinals to face off against Team Turkiyye. And it was a very impressive performance indeed. Unfortunately, that does mean it's the end of the road for Team Kazakhstan.
They tried, but then when it comes to draft-wise, we talked about it. Not a lot of things they can actually counter off to the drafting that was done by Team Cambodia. But here on out, this is actually a good history being made by Team Cambodia, as they never actually able to survive it out here to the semi-final. So congratulations being able to be at the top 4 into the MLBB men category. So let's take a look of what they have to say after their win here with Rose at the stage. Give it up to them.
Officially finalizing our top 4 this WEC 2024. Team Cambodia gets the last semi-final slot officially. Boys, congratulations. Right now on stage, I have Wadu, OP, and of course Detective as my translator. How are you guys right now? Wadu, OP, how are you?
I think I'm good.
You're good?
I'm happy.
You're happy. Definitely, that is definitely a match worth celebrating. Now let's talk about this match first, because in game 1, I feel like us as the audience, the viewers, Team Kazakhstan actually surprised us. What about you guys? Were you guys surprised that they were actually very good?
Giờ tới dân mà nói nắngនៅម៉ាច់ហ្នឹងគឺវាអាចគិតថាយើងរៀងតឹងជាងគេនៅហ្គេមហ្នឹងហើយហ្គេមទី1ហ្នឹងលេងទាំងអស់ហ្គេមទី1ហ្នឹងតឹងជាងគេហ្គេមទី1តឹងជាងគេ
OP basically said out of the game we have played so far, it's the hardest game.
Oh, wow. Now, since you say that Team Kazakhstan gave you guys the hardest time throughout your journey here in the WEC, do you think they would be a contender region in the upcoming years of MLBB?
He said they might be strong.
They might be strong. I'm going to ask you, what do you think about your performance so far here? Do you think you guys are doing exceptionally good, a 10 out of 10, or you guys think you guys still have a bit more room for improvement?
A little rocky.
A little shaky? Why is that so? Is it the patch?
I don't know, maybe they're better than we thought.
But what about throughout your entire experience? Still rocky for you?
Sorry?
Throughout the entire WEC from day 1 until now?
Wait.
Yeah.
For the entire WEC experience, we haven't have like very hard match. So I hope we get to have a very good match against Turkey.
Yes! Speaking of which, tomorrow you guys will be meeting Turkiyye on the semi-finals match. Based on the matches that you've watched them play, how do you think you guys will do against them?
It's simple.
Simple?
Yeah.
Normal.
Normal.
Yeah.
So, do you guys think it'll be a 2-0 or a 2-1 tomorrow?
We won't get a 2-0.
2-0! Wow! You guys are that confident? You guys are going to the grand finals?
Of course, if we're not confident, we're not coming.
Wow! You know what, Detective? I love interviewing you so much. Once again, boys, congratulations on a very, very well-deserved victory. I am super excited for the semifinals tomorrow, but before we go there, let us throw it back to our casters to actually give us a rundown on what happened in this incredible series.
If they weren't confident enough, then they wouldn't be here.
Exactly.
So that means their presence here in WEC is already all the proof you need. Dropping some lines right there on stage. Congratulations once again to Team Cambodia. And thank you very much to Rose for another great interview. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how well they perform moving forward, because this was just a clean victory from beginning to end.
We have a great fight that we spotted out right here from the quarterfinals. Imagine all of our 4 series of quarterfinals ended up with 2-0 from each and every top 4 teams, right? We got Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, and now Cambodia joining all of them. But let's take a look back a little bit from the second round that they already able to actually win it off within 10 minutes 42 seconds. I mean, talking about the draft wise, we already know it's going to be a little bit sided to the team of Cambodia, especially with the fact that Kazakhstan making a little bit of interesting choices for their heroes.
Unfortunately, this is a case where it is not a little bit. It's not often that I straight I have to be honest here. I gotta be frank. You know how rare it is for me to see a draft and say that is not good? Do you remember the last time it's happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. But yes, it was not a good draft there, unfortunately. They really needed to contest some of these higher value heroes away, giving up the Eve when the Grok was already shown in exchange for Kalea Kimi, which we already said was not the best combo overall, means that you give up so much space over to Team Cambodia. Detective got free farm on the map. OP didn't die, by the way. I think the Eve was like 9-0 until the very end. Again, very high value hero. Picking up the Uranus allows Baby Agop to soak damage, and he did do a very good job of that, I have to admit. But then you get countered in lane by Wadu on this Alice, who provides more utility and is just annoying throughout the game.
Oh, he is definitely annoying, but the MVP that is more annoying from Team Cambodia, who made a lot of the fights and the kills itself, is going to be Detective in the hands of Yu Sunshin with KDA 618. GPM with 851, and damage is going to be 3,392. And talking about how Wadu was definitely stepping up, making sure that every movement that was done by not just by Baby Agop, but as well we see how much that they were able to actually control the movement of Team Kazakhstan, shows how well they were able to be aware of all the locations by the players of Kazakhstan.
Yusanshin is just a solid hero overall, and I really love the way that Team Cambodia was setting up for Detective's hero pool. You look at all the bans, you see the way the draft is going, it seems like, oh, he's definitely going to play an assassin. But then the Uranus showed up, and I realized, well, actually, then another marksman would be even better here. And the Yusanshin comes out, gives you vision. He was able to secure first blood with it right at the very beginning of the game. And he was kind of playing with death a lot of time as well, staying in fights even when his health is low, because he has that confidence that he will be able to execute.
And the fact that I feel like most of the bans-wise that we saw from the side of Kazakhstan as well, they thought that it was going to be a tank jungler, which is not really necessary. And this is where the fine line that you gotta read the game first of all. You gotta actually read the room of how it's going to be like for your own opponent. If you think that they're going that way, maybe that's not the right decision making, because why did they even ban Akai in the first place?
It feels a little bit weird for sure. It's like the information that they had was old, in fact, because that felt like kind of a previous meta thing. Yes, you see a Granger, you think, oh, they'll probably want to set up with a tank jungler, but looking at the rest of the composition, that's not really necessary for Team Cambodia. Not to mention, you know that Detective prefers assassins and more DPSs in the first place. Team Cambodia had full control of this. The draft already set them up, but their micro mechanics pushed them through the finish line.
And I think pretty much a lot of times Des was actually caught off guard. So no matter how much that Kazakhstan was trying to actually do a good setup with the Shadow Kill as well, damage was just not in there for Team Kazakhstan. But great job for them to even survive here to the quarterfinals. You are already part of WEC 2025, but your journey ends here. But not to our top 4 teams that will actually move into the semi-final, which is tomorrow. It has been day number 4, guys, and the action is not stopping here. There's more coming up, so please get your tickets. Join us here at the WEC 2025 live in Kuala Lumpur at Quill City Mall. And we're not done yet for today as well, because we just started our first series, Dafa. Right now, we are going to focus to the MLBB Women category.
Yeah, we got our top 4 for the open category, but they'll be continuing their journey tomorrow during the final day of WEC. What's going to happen next here, though, at the end of day 4 is the conclusion of the women's category. We are going to witness the lower bracket finals, and then we're going to end the day with the grand finals, where the current defending champion, Team Indonesia, is waiting to see who their opponent is going to be.
Yeah, this is deja vu, definitely coming in from all the top threes, Indonesia, Egypt, as well as Cambodia. So let's see who will meet Indonesia at that front line for the grand finals. Please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned here for the World Esports Championship. I'm Fasha Bunny as well as Stafa. We are waiting to see who is our top two who will move into the grand final.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. true ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tip that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's
when you actually commemorate whether the birth of a boy or a girl, they will put boy as a blue and pink as a girl. And that is why we are wearing pink, because this is now a continuity for the MLBB Women category. Welcome back to the World Esports Championship 2025. And you're with me with Fasha Bunny as well as Stafa on the caster decks. 2 more series to go, but before that, we want to say thank you first for everyone who made this happen. Started out as this global event is actually provided or even organized by the one and only ISF as well as MESF, and we also have ESI as our strategic partner. And not only that, we are also supported by our KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital.
And of course, we all cannot forget our official partners as well. We've got Red One, IQ, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and of course, our trusty official chair partner, Razer, right here. Thank you very much to everyone who has supported and made this entire tournament possible, and for you guys for tuning in as well, because we are officially in the final leg of the women's category.
Yes, and the fact that right now we still need one more to fill in the grand final slot. So let's take a look again into the history, the journey of what has happened throughout our MLB. But before that, let's get involved with what are they actually looking for? What are they actually chasing at the end of this rainbow? We got our prize pool breakdown to our champion that will be going home with 17,500. Second place will be going with 10,500, and the third place will be getting 7,500. So for the top three, they're already qualified. They're already giving themselves or dividing conquer for their prize pool. But the question is, who wants the more prize pool?
With us already in the lower bracket finals, every team remaining in the competition is guaranteed to be able to take a share of this entire pool. It's just how much they're gonna be able to claim. This is the timeline, the brackets, the journey that these teams have taken throughout the women's category here at WEC 2025. Team Indonesia, last year's defending champion, has already made their way back into the grand finals, now eagerly awaiting to see who their opponent is going to be. And we're going to find that out right after this. Is it going to be Team Egypt or Team Cambodia who makes it through the lower bracket finals?
Let's take a look back on all of our schedules, right? Started out with Team Indonesia meeting off with Team Nepal, and then we saw how the men category ended off with Team Cambodia taking down Team Kazakhstan, and they were the next team or the last team to actually qualify to the semi-finals. Now, continue on to our 6:30 match, which is right now. This is the series that we're talking about, the lower bracket semi-finals. Neither one of them, they already have their share in the prize pool. The question is, who will actually get the bigger prize and who will actually face on to our reigning champion Indonesia right after this at 8:30 p.m. And this is actually a deja vu. We've talked about this. This three top team has already made their name or make a history for last year's WEC 2024. It's kind of actually the same similar journey actually, where Cambodia was dropped down. Egypt also met up with Indonesia for the upper bracket semi-finals, and then they would drop down again as well, meeting off with Cambodia. Hey, guess what? It's the same case here for 2025.
So the question is, are we going to see history repeat itself? It is the exact same three teams in the top three here for the women's bracket of WEC for the second time in a row. If history goes the same way, then it means that Team Cambodia will have another chance to move into the grand finals. But I imagine that Team Egypt didn't make it this far just to have that specific point of the past come up again.
Yeah, and the fact that we also have a little bit of clips to share with you guys. We want to know what they think. I mean, the fact that they're meeting again, obviously they have a lot of things to say, and maybe they also say like, hey, last year you might win, but we learned a lot of things. So there's a lot of things that we want to know what's going on with these two teams, because the fact is, meeting off is something crucial, especially the fact that you want to change the history right here. So let's see what are their thoughts when it comes to WEC 2025, where they meet off again right here. Let's take a look.
The first team walking up onto the stage for our lower bracket finals is our defending second place team. Their vision is fixed upon returning to the same peaks they scaled once before and reaching even higher. Their journey has been perilous, but this is not going to be the end for them. It is Team Cambodia!
This team, they keep on meeting with Cambodia again and again throughout every single global event. But maybe here at the World Esports Championship is where everything started out to be the best
These two teams have been here before, and as they walk across the stage and fist bump their opponents, their rivals, who they will face within the Land of Dawn very soon, they both are aware that only one will be able to move on to face the defending champions once again, to take revenge for the arduous journey that they have had to pass this entire time. Let's kick things off by talking about our rosters, starting with Team Egypt.
We got Velvet, Nana, Nucci, Names, as well as Feven. And the fact that we've talked about how started out with MWI, they actually present us with such a phenomenal show, or even a very unorthodox gameplay that has been proven very well on the starting round. But then when it comes to the metas, when it comes to how honest, direct our own gameplay right now, it doesn't actually have much of the oomph. And I'm kind of wondering, would they actually do a little bit of surprise here for their last moment to go into the grand finals? But risky it is. They are going to meet with this team, Cambodia, who has been doing phenomenal throughout the group stage.
This is a very bombastic lineup consisting of Moshi, Tegami, Alan, Baobei, and Ue. Every single player here has had the chance to show their stuff, to strut their step. They have their own hero pools, their own comfort styles, and this is a squad that is capable of being very aggressive when it comes down to those first few moments. They are certainly no strangers to surprise picks, and no strangers to taking the fight to their opponents against a much more traditional-oriented gameplay of Team Egypt. What will they bring out for us to see?
Looking on the stats, right, let's talk about the whole entire group stage itself, where the teams of Egypt versus Cambodia. Egypt somehow had a better run compared to Cambodia when they fought off with Mongolia as well as Colombia, and they actually lost one of the map against Mongolia, and that shows how is it possible that they actually had a little bit of struggle or trouble when they met up with Mongolia, even though Mongolia didn't even manage to qualify after they actually joined into the play-ins. And looking at the Egypt side, they didn't have enough time to actually meet up with the rest of the teams at the play-in, because they had a good run from the quarter, or even from the upper bracket itself, when they meet off right at the top, and they had to meet with Indonesia, one of the powerhouse in WEC.
Yeah, Team Egypt definitely had a smoother journey once they were able to take down Team Malaysia and face off against Team Indonesia in the upper bracket finals. It is actually a very similar position to what they had in WEC 2024, where they faced off Indonesia in the UBF, fell to the lower brackets, and then lost 2-1 to Team Cambodia, ending up in 3rd place. They've returned this year, and I'm sure they want to rise above the bottom standings of the podium. I think that their gameplay overall still leans a bit more to the old style of MLBB. They do prefer going marksman over double fighter side lane, and that could be one disadvantage. But hey, if you've practiced one punch 100 times, it can still be pretty scary. Dangerous Grass going to be the map for game number 1.
Ooh, interesting. And looking on the signature heroes, or even the top priorities coming up from Team Cambodia, right? And we talked about how when it comes to Team Cambodia, one of the rising stars from themselves, it has to be Tegami. We've already put a lot of highlights on her. She is one of the junglers that is very massive. You talked about how they are aggressive, and this is where the fine line, how Tegami, great diving composition, can actually set up a very good motion for Cambodia. On the other note, when we talk about how Team Egypt-wise, we've seen how it was when they fought off with their opponents. They like to actually play a little bit of counter-attack. Reactive is mostly how they are when it comes to their strategies. So the question is, who will be actually the one to first pick? Seems like it's going to be Egypt who actually has the first pick. Seems like they also take down a lot of hero pools coming from Tegami. Lancelot, Yi Sunshun, even we talked about how Cambodia was able to actually win it against Malaysia with that 2 Yi Sunshun draft.
When we compare the history of these two teams, Team Egypt likes to play a more standard lineup. They prefer marksmen, they like playing front to back, and that means that they value heroes like Gatot Kacha, got a little bit twisted there. Gatot Kacha and Grok that can hold frontline easily, as well as tank junglers like Baxia, which is why we're seeing those heroes banned out by Team Cambodia. On the flip side, Team Cambodia has a slightly larger hero pool with more bombastic potential gameplay. Tegami in particular prefers playing assassin heroes, which is why you see that archetype being taken out by Egypt.
And the fact that Esmeralda was also being taken out by Team Egypt, and a lot of the sustained heroes, a lot of the heroes pools coming out from Cambodia that has been taken out, even Hilda itself. It shows how much they want to make sure that not much of the front liners can actually hold out their position if they want to go for the aggression. Now Egypt, Grop is still open if you want to actually take for yourself, because we know how when it comes to Grop, positioning wise, Vivian has been doing well with the tectonic charge as well. So this is a setup that Egypt can actually take for themselves.
Yeah, they can go Grok here, it would be pretty safe, but the Eve, also a very high priority hero throughout the entirety of WEC, is open here. And going for Grok means giving it away. You are going to need to make that decision. It's like Grok will be the priority. Cambodia now going to have the ability to choose. They can grab Eve, but what will they pair with it?
Let's see, and we do see that one of the wins coming up from Cambodia, they actually go up against Malaysia. They've also prioritized on Jushin as well. So let's see what combination they want to actually put out right here for Team Cambodia. Even Lapu Lapu was actually one of the top priorities on the side of Cambodia. So is it going to be the same? Yep, this is going to be Lapu Lapu with the Yves to be paired up.
Very safe opening here for Team Cambodia. Both are very strong heroes, among the top picks in their respective roles. Doesn't get very notably countered either. So Team Egypt already has an idea of how they want to approach this. Lunox going to be their choice in the mid lane. Now this is probably where they'll have to consider grabbing their jungler, since there seems to be a pretty notable focus towards getting rid of those heroes right now in the ban phase. And rather, it's either jungler or gold lane, I would imagine, but a slight preference for jungler. If they still want to play front to back, then they should probably go Fredrin. But if they want to play something different, here the Fanny making an appearance for Team Egypt.
I mean, we did saw them fighting off with Malaysia, but that kind of cost them a game though for that upper bracket semi-finals. But maybe there's a possibility that they're kind of actually more confident coming in right now, especially the fact that with Egypt having a little bit of leeway coming from the front line as well to go to the back. But Fredrin picks up by Cambodia. I feel like more of the high ground as well as control-wise will be on the side of Cambodia. And Glue been taken off as well. Such a really good idea as well.
Right, so that means that Team Cambodia going to be playing more of the tank jungle this time around. Getting rid of Glue makes a lot of sense. That is a hero that causes a lot of trouble for Fredrin. Once you get caught with that grab, it makes your life very difficult. And Fredrin, we've already pointed out in previous series, pairs up fairly well with the Eve, allows for Team Cambodia to play a very control-oriented front-to-back style. That means that they probably are the ones that want to lean towards a more typical marksman. Main choices are going to be Granger and Harif. I lean slightly more for Harif in the favor of Team Cambodia, since Granger is going to be vulnerable to Fanny.
Oh, definitely. And the fact that right now Team Egypt already taking out Moskov, so that could be one of the heroes that they can actually take a look. On the side of Cambodia, they took out Alice, and we know for a fact that this is also one of the top priorities on our MLBB scene. It does gives a lot of opportunity for you to just sustain on the ground, and you'll also be able to actually just execute within the circle for your team fight as well. So it's not something that they want to actually let go to Egypt as well.
See what Team Egypt wants to ban last here. They're still going to be looking for a gold laner and a roamer on the side of Team Cambodia. You might want to get rid of things like Cho, but looks like Badang is going to be a higher priority, since we haven't seen a lot of Cho in general from the women's bracket. So it looks like Cambodia is still going to prefer Granger over Harif, which is a little riskier into a hero like Fanny, but we've already seen there are a lot of solid Granger players.
Oh, I think pretty much Granger is okay to be used as a MM as well, because we know for a fact that Sonata can be actually be good spam skills as well. And I think pretty much on the mobility wise, we can see that Cambodia has a really good rotation from the past games itself. Now, Team Egypt, here's the thing, when it comes to sustainability, they need a little bit more. So they're gonna actually pick up Chi-Chi. Yeah, actually Chi-Chi was quite open just now.
Yep.
Great choice coming up from Team Egypt.
I was thinking either CC or Xborg basically for Egypt. Xborg would be good against Fredrin and Lapu. CC is just kind of good against the whole comp, so that's definitely the winning pick. They can still go Xborg depending on whether they want to go double fighter, but looks like they prefer the marksman, and that is classic of Team Egypt. So they're gonna pick up the Irritel to counter Granger in lane.
Oh, pretty much. This is going to be a really good, direct, straightforward, honest response coming from Team Egypt itself. Team Cambodia, I feel like there's still a lot of heroes that they can actually play around with this. They already have a good structure for their front line, great burst damage as well. So what are the heroes that you're thinking about right now?
I would like Cho.
Oh.
Kalea's not as good
No,
since it's
please
against a
don't.
Grok and a Lunox. Kaja is also possible, but not quite as effective this time around. You do need a hero that is capable of doing a good amount of frontline catch. It doesn't need to be as tanky, so you could actually go for like Minotaur or Atlas here if you're feeling like going for full team fight. But I would prefer single target pickoff. Looks like it is going to be the Kalea. Not really my first choice. I would have preferred Cho or even Guinevere. But looks like Cambodia wants to stick to what they're comfortable with.
Okay, looking good so far for both sides of Team Egypt as well as Cambodia. Setting up, I do think that that would be in the favor of Team Egypt for the draft-wise. I do have a feeling that control for their movement has that kind of potential to up their game compared to how Cambodia is. But let's see how it is, because right now the key for their success of Team Cambodia is all comes down to that Kalea, how they set things up, how they're going to actually divide the players of Egypt, getting them to steal from that Tsunami Slam. So going back to the basic right here between Team Egypt as well as Cambodia, we got two Purifiers coming from Egypt as well as a lot of flickers from Cambodia right here, showing off how they want to actually focus on all the escape mechanism on the side of Team Cambodia itself. But here on out, this is it, our lower bracket semi-finals, whereby only one team that will be able to manage that one slot to the grand final. Would it be Team Egypt that can change their history of 2024? Or will it be Cambodia again to challenge Indonesia? Welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025. Give it up to Egypt versus Cambodia.
Both these teams have had a bit of a switcheroo here, with Team Egypt actually playing the more bombastic skirmish-style lineup with the Fanny jungle, and Team Cambodia leading towards the typical front-to-back with the Granger late-game scaling. Looks like Baobei has already done a good job of poking out Names in lane, but naturally Names should have advantage as long as she plays this well.
Let's see. So far, I do think when it comes to the early aggression, it might actually comes down to Team Cambodia, even though they know for a fact they cannot actually put down. And this is where the fine line Baobei pushing forward even more further to Names. Names will be caught up for the first blood in the hands of Baobei. And at the same time, Elan just caught off guard just a little bit. Managed to go away, but with the Wavebreaker, Yue comes through to back things up.
Excellent title strike coming in there from Ue. I like the aggression coming in, but it looks like Team Cambodia is coming out on top right now. Names being taken out by the Granger really should not have happened, and it's really smart of Baobei to be able to make use of the Granger's level 1-2 power spike before the Irritel actually hits the point where she outpokes the hero. And means that Cambodia is going to be sitting on a pretty comfortable 600 gold lead before the first turtle.
The fact that right now, moving on, Wavebreaker comes through, Nana will be able to move away quickly, and this is why the steel cable can be a little bit slippery to actually catch up against Nana. So not a problem for her as a Fanny, but then again, she gotta pace herself as well. And Names again been caught off guard. Baobei just getting another kill for herself. This is gonna open a door. Ultra Weapon being put up right there. Nana takes the turtle for herself, but at the same time, at what cost with Velvet comes through, goes in. RWM being picked up, but that's going to be only one, not two kills in the hands of Cambodia.
If we're talking about straight up team fighting, then Team Cambodia's lineup just has the straight up advantage. And if you add on the fact that Baobei is dominating the goal lane right now when she's supposed to be in a losing matchup, Team Cambodia have come to play here in the lower bracket.
Oh, Tsunami Sam doesn't do anything, unfortunately. Will be able to steal Fervent, immediately shutting down Team Egypt even more. Nana trying to do a little bit of retreat, but Baobei gets away that way.
Nice flicker, even saving it until the very last moment to buy as much time as possible. Getting a kill there was actually quite crucial for Nana, because this Granger is a problem right now and Team Egypt needs a little bit of tempo on their side. Going for this Fanny means that they ideally want to have an advantage towards the early mid-game transition. Team Cambodia's aggressive movements is not allowing that to happen. They're making use of their rotation. They're maximizing this Kalea, which is actually used as a bit more of a counterplay to the Fanny rather than the direct catcher. They know that they can rely on Tegami to be the front line.
The fact that right now names keep on getting down by Baobei shows how much that she needs to at least create some safe space. Gap it a little bit for the side so that it doesn't actually cost the life for Team Egypt. Team Cambodia somehow, again, we talked about early aggression. So far, they are putting a lot of pressure to Egypt so that they don't roam that freely again. Names, that is a little bit too careful for the side of Team Egypt. But Cambodia, they're already moving on to control every movement of Team Egypt.
Team Egypt does need to put a little bit more pressure onto the gold lane. Their EXP is perfectly fine. Velvet has been able to handle the Lapu, but hold on.
Goes in for the Tsunami Slam. Vivin, unfortunately, will be caught off guard by Wei immediately. Great job coming from Cambodia, stealing one more, but at the same time, Crucial comes through, trying to actually burst out for that buff. Can they make it through? Unfortunately, that's not really a contest that they want to go in. RWM has already been picked up. Still cables come through. Nana, make it through for the survivor, but Tegami steals away. With not touched down away, but Names, will she survive? Unfortunately, will not do so. With a swing comes through, Baobei takes down Names.
Names really should have turned around the moment that Nucci went down. There's no reason for her to show up since the damage is just not going to be sufficient to actually warrant it in the first place. Cambodia in a really good spot.
Cambodia, unfortunately, every corner will be caught off guard. Moshi takes down immediately Velvet, and this is where the fine line that even with Nana just roaming around with the steel cable, it's not enough. All the movement is being controlled by Cambodia.
Baobei is locking in right now. She was able to nearly win out that 1v1 against Nana. And Granger is supposed to be food for this Fanny. Cambodia now making sure that the jungler on Team Egypt is not going to be allowed to play the game, stealing away camps, invading, making full use of this Fredrin in the jungle.
And here on out, no matter how much Team Egypt try to defend their area, trying to actually counter-attacks, it's still not gonna be enough. 4K right here in the hands of Team Cambodia, having the upper hand for their goal difference. And this is giving even more opportunity to stack things up for Baobei. Even Nana right now trying to do a little bit of invasion. Names again caught off guard. Will be taken out by Baobei before Nana comes through, but is it gonna be enough? Nana a little bit too slow for the follow-up. Instead, they will cost the life of their own goal lane. And again, coming through right now, Mushi goes in for the Brilliance. Can she survive it out? Nucci had to actually take out that Brilliance just to survive it. And with Vivin, tried to back things up. But no, Nana been caught off guard. Try to survive it out with a steel cable. But no, gonna actually go off with the Tsunami Slam by Wei.
Cambodia is looking for blood right now. This team is clearly playing on a different level than all the previous matches we've seen so far. They have their eyes on the prize, their eyes on the grand finals. 11 kill score to 1, catching people off every single part of the map. They have already taken full control.
Takes on each other. Elan just gets on like that. Great win, just a small win for the team of Egypt. Just overextension by Elan though, but still, that small win might actually do a little bit of help for Team Egypt.
Bit of a caster curse right there. Talking very positively about Team Cambodia, and then that happened. Definitely a mistaken positioning from Elan, not respecting Vivin's ability
It's not
to
your
just
fault, Staff.
throw
It's
a
not your
wall.
fault.
Actually could have flickered. Kind of surprised that she didn't do that, but it's still perfectly fine. Cambodia is in a very comfortable spot regardless, and now the next turtle is coming up.
Next turtle is already setting up right here with Tegami as well as Moshi. I don't think Egypt is going to actually contest it out. They're just going to make sure that at least they have that split push coming in. And it seems that Names so far are able to actually push into that top turret clearly without any casualty whatsoever. But Baobei comes in, do some little bit of spamming with RWM, who's out right at the mid. Tegami takes down Nucci. Now Vivin trying to go for the mighty swing, trying to survive it out. Gone dragged by Tegami instead, but they also go for the invasion of the buff. Now Nana been caught off guard. Will be shut down by Mochi as well. Now living off only 2 players, but at the same time Names, oh my god, she wants to get into that information, but unfortunately will be taken out by Baobei as well. Living off Vivin all by herself.
Baobei literally personifying the phrase of taking names this game. Not giving a single point of mercy to their opposition. 5-0-3 on the Granger. Vivin, you really should not be here right now. And she will get out. Gives up the mid tier 1. This game is out of control.
they feel like they want to actually try to sacrifice or try to actually drag someone with that kill, you know, because the fact is, at least if somebody goes down, at least they can actually drag one person for their own trade. But this is not the case. No matter how much you try to do it, the team of Cambodia sticking together like glues is causing a lot of trouble. But here, Raptor Rapping comes through. The Tony and Charge comes in with AoE takes down, but RWM comes in. It's going to be just one kill for now, but Velvet will be traded up by Bao Bei, and now leaving the door open for them to just crush even more the spawn on the side for the top.
All things considered though, not that bad for Egypt. They were able to trade 1-for-1. Good spacing to punish Uwe for trying to go for the Flicker Tsunami Slam play. They were just far enough that they couldn't get the grab. Then they got the wall off into the Tectonic Charge to allow Nana to get some tower damage up top. She should be able to get away from Moshi. It's kind of risky to recall there, but I think she should be fine, yes. So Egypt is able to breathe slightly there, but they still have zero map control basically, and the next Lord is coming up soon.
Now they're thinking about just a little bit of micro gaming in the hands right now. If they actually lost a lot of the team fights, at least they can actually push those waves, and maybe that could actually be a winning condition, at least in the hands of Egypt, even though they have been losing a lot of those team fights, even been grabbed or been stolen by Team Cambodia. But still, the question is, all the movement, all the motion are still being controlled by Cambodia, especially with the fact that the Lord is already been contested right here. And Team Egypt, they're just far off saying that, you know what, let's just hold off all the positioning, all the waves right now, and it's going to give an opening for Team Cambodia to get this Lord.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Egypt, they are already in a position where they have to play pure defense. Yeah. There is almost zero chance of them finding a pick off on the map, especially with the way Cambodia is rotating. But because they are largely sticking together, there is an opportunity for Nana to continue getting map pressure out by split pushing. And she has been doing that so far. The only issue is with the gold difference, most of the cores on Team Egypt are very far behind in terms of gold. Velvet and Names both have 0 kills right now. And Team Cambodia is not going to continue giving them time to scale.
Let's see, so far they are going to push into the mid turret. And again, this is the last layer for them, trying to actually drag on Velvet. But Velvet will be trying to push with a yo-yo, making sure that Team Cambodia doesn't get too close. But here, Nana, just a little bit too danger zone right there. Try to go past through 3 players. But here with the Tectonic Charge, this take Tegami, but doesn't have enough follow-up for the rest of the players. So now they're going to stick together, making sure that at least the Lord doesn't come in. But here's the thing, the Lord just crashing on into that top and comes in with a Wavebreaker. RWM also comes through. Now Elan touched and Velvet as well. Now pushing in with the Mighty Swing. Rivet doesn't get anyone. Names takes down Tegami for the trade, but is it enough? It is already enough to at least defend themselves for a while. But Nana wants to go in even more. A little danger zone there.
Right now, they're still trying to siege, but they no longer have their main front line. Vivid gonna go down. Bao Bei with the godlike streak. The Sky Piercer stacks on this Granger are insane right now.
No one, Nana can actually lock on right now. Oh,
my goodness.
Barely surviving that. Again, time to time again, Team Egypt, they're doing all this massive counter-attacks or even try to actually trade it off. It is too risky. In the end, Cambodia just takes advantage of it.
The goal difference is already way too high. Team Egypt needs to pick off this Granger. That's the only way they can find their way back into this game. If the shutdown goal can go to Names or Velvet, that would actually be excellent for Egypt. Even if Nucci takes it, it would be nice. You can see the Lunox has already been forced to go into a Wishing Lantern second item, which is not the most ideal, but it will at least help against the more tanky frontliners on the side of Cambodia. Team Egypt is going to need to delay this game until at least the 18-minute mark if they want a chance to win.
We give credit to the defense-wise. We are seeing that Team Egypt still holding strong for their base, even though it is open on the top one. But then again, somehow they need to find a way for them to actually break to the back line. If they can actually spot out and steal one of the players from Cambodia, at least Bao Bei at the moment right now with the crucial state. But Tegami comes in already. Wavebreaker doesn't get anyone. Great disperse comes in from Team Egypt.
All right, that's good. Nana needs to make sure that she doesn't get picked off there. The Lord is spawning in 10 seconds. And even if Egypt is not going to be able to contest it, at least with the Fanny alive, there is a chance to steal. I think they will have to play for that. Even if they have to sacrifice Nana to pick up the Lord, I think that's a risk that Team Egypt has to take.
And I don't think they want to actually go for it though. They're still trying to actually just set up their own defense right here, making sure that at least if the Lord comes in, they still have their whole entire teams. It's not one of the fight that you want to actually let go or want to actually sacrifice anybody. So might as well having the full team to survive it out for the defense. But here on out, a Terapen been put out by Fiven to make sure that they don't come into the territory. The invasion is about to start closer by closer. Moshi comes to the front line, goes in for the black, but at the same time, it's just going to be a bit damage comes through. A Terapen again put out for the division, and it's the same thing where Egypt just says like, back off Cambodia, hold out just a little bit so that we can breathe.
That is well played by Team Egypt. They're playing full defense here. They send Nana up top, actually managed to take a free tier 2 in exchange for it. But they're going to need to survive this next Lord push. It's an 8k goal lead. Blade of Despair completed on Bao Bei, and Cambodia is continuing the siege. The towers go down. There's no inhibitors left, and the Lord is still making its journey. Team Egypt needs to hold this. Team Cambodia, if they can end this now, there will be no chance of a reversal.
Base of Bear, Lord coming in. This is the second Lord. If Egypt can actually hold their defense properly, they might actually can hold the game a little bit longer. Put out the Utter Rapid for the division, but at the same time, right here, Nana doesn't want to actually be in spot off guard. RWM already been picked up. Nana goes into the front line, but doesn't actually get anyone for the lock-in. Velvet just throw out all the yo-yo, but doesn't actually get any damage in the rhymes. As it seems, we go for the Crystal with the half-life comes through. All the division of the kills. Bobby takes down Nochi, but at the same time, Crystal will be in the hands of Team Cambodia for the first round.
Very skillfully played right there from Team Cambodia. I saw the attempts being made by Team Egypt. They were actually doing things correctly when that Lord pushed in. But the goal difference was already too big. The snowball was too out of control for them, which meant that Team Cambodia was able to break their way straight to the end and claim game number 1.
It is a good day indeed for Team Cambodia. And this is not just from the women category, and this is from the men category as well, as we just covered that up, and they were the last semi-finalists for the men. And now coming into this women category for the lower or even the last semi-final to prove themselves to go to the grand final. Again, it seems that they're having a really good time. And Team Egypt, again, they have a really good structure, but there's not much of them to be setting things up or try to counter-attack. And I think pretty much it started out from the early games, because from the early of the first round itself, so much of the pressure was put out to names to a point that they cannot have their own resources.
Yeah, there was just straight up a snowball coming in here from Team Cambodia, and you love to see it. They definitely understood what they could do with this composition by playing aggressively with the Fredrin and Eve, going for jungle invades, being set up by Uwe, and just generally disrespecting the positionings from Team Egypt because they're aware they're going to be stronger in the early game. What caught me by surprise, though, was how dominant Bao Bei was in her lane. This Granger killed the Iritel twice before the first turtle, and then after that started racking up kills for Skypiercer stacks like crazy. The damage being done by the Death Sonatas during the final base push was like a cannon being shot right into the faces of Team Egypt, and there was really nothing they could do about it unless they were somehow able to find this Granger. Bao Bei's positioning was clean. I have no doubts that she is the MVP of this game.
Oh, agreed, definitely. And I think pretty much Names kind of a little bit underestimated what Bao Bei could do for her own lane, and that is why most of the time we see that Names easily be taken down by Bao Bei itself. But looking on the damage itself, look at that. From the highest damage we are seeing right now is by none other, the one and only Bao Bei with 68,173. So much of the team fight itself, the damage is also been provided by her. So that proves how much that no matter how much they want to actually fight it off, we have Bao Bei from the backline, doesn't actually been taken out by anyone from the Team Egypt. They will do as much of shredding to all of the front lines of Egypt.
I wish that Team Egypt tried to play a little bit more off of their EXP lane here, when it was clear that playing off the gold lane wouldn't really work out for them. Because Velvet was actually doing pretty well into Moshi initially, actually managing to pressure her out of lane, but didn't really rotate to the fights that assist much. By the time that she joined, she was already getting picked off by Elan and Bao Bei because the damage had scaled up too much at that point. Because of that, the key players here, Bao Bei, of course, is going to be our Gold Hunter and Goat with highest DPM and damage done. Vivin tried their best to tank as much as possible, but was never really able to find the setups necessary because the rest of her team was being forced out of position most of the time. And Tegami just muscling her way into the half of the map of Team Egypt on this red ring.
Oh, definitely. And the fact that we are seeing that Tegami, usually we see her popping off with Assassin Jungler, right? But this is where the fine line that we are seeing that Tegami even more covering grounds for all of the heroes. And now we are going to see a little bit of flexibility from Team Cambodia. And Tegami getting the MVP for the first round with a KDA of 219, 646 GPM with a damage of total 1,474 per minute.
That's actually a bit of a surprise for me. Tegami played well for sure, but I definitely think Bao Bei deserved this title for actually winning out a losing lane so hard. But you cannot deny that Tegami's ability to open up the map, to make use of her general bulk in the early game, to punish Team Egypt for going for a more mid-late game-oriented draft was very, very well done. Team Cambodia recognized that they had the advantage early on, and they pushed it as hard as they possibly could to not allow their opponents to play the game.
And I like the fact that if we check out the bans wise, right, there are certain heroes that was banned off by Team Cambodia as well. They take out some of the tank jugglers as well. And we thought they were going to actually, oh, maybe they want to actually hold out the assassin jungler for themselves. But Fedrin comes on, and just now it makes a lot of difference for their own draft. And I think that's also one of the things that Egypt kind of overlooked, and they didn't actually expect that, and made it even more easier for Cambodia to just set things up. They were able to actually punish them from early on. And again, I'm talking about how the overextension that was done by Team Egypt that ended up costing them this game.
Yeah, there were some mistakes being made here where Team Egypt just attempted to make fights happen, but they were already so far behind that it was unlikely they would actually be able to pick anyone off. At this point, it would have been better to go for a split push, sacrifice bodies if necessary to funnel gold into the more important members. But rather, they wanted to play it traditionally. They wanted to keep it standard and see if they could win fights the usual way. But Team Cambodia were too dominant.
Oh, definitely too dominant indeed. But this is just the first round, and they have one more game to go for them to actually be the last grand final here at the women category. If Cambodia keep it clean sweep right here, it shows so much potential for them to meet off with Indonesia at the end of line.
It would be a really good demonstration of the growth from this team, because this is already a slight variation from the history that we know. Yes, Team Cambodia faced off against Team Egypt in the lower bracket finals during WEC 2024. But when that happened, Egypt actually won game number 1. And Team Cambodia came out on top after a reversal. Now that they've taken game 1, it shows that they have learned from their past. They have evolved beyond the mistakes they used to do. They have their eyes set firmly on claiming that top 2 position. And Team Egypt is going to need to figure something out to handle that.
Yeah, and the fact that we are knowing that Team Egypt is well known not for the direct, straightforward draft itself, because we've seen so far throughout the years of Egypt playing off, they like to play a little bit fun with the Ube strategies, but somehow so far coming into the women category we haven't seen that at all. So there's a possibility that they're still trying to get a hold, or maybe trying to train themselves to say like, let's just drop off that Ube, let's learn back the basic wise so that you can actually have the same momentum with the rest of the teams that have been practicing that strat, that same gameplay. And this is the question that, do you have enough practice with that kind of strat because you've always used to that Ube kind of strategy?
I mean, Ube was not the only strategy that they played. They were just one of the teams that actually did pull it out from time to time.
Yeah.
And I feel like it would be good for them to fall back to it, because it is a strategy that tends to be a little simpler to play on paper. You just stick together, you get extra healing, you should be able to push your way through most things. But I also respect that they're trying to play a more typical style, especially with the way that the meta has shifted. Now, I don't really know what their plan is going to be moving forward, because there are a lot of different paths that they can take. Go back to Ube, refine their draft a little bit more, play back to the typical style of scaling with heroes like Granger, play tank jungle. There's a lot of options they can take, but now they only have one chance to do it.
It is risky though, but again, if that is something that they are very well known or they're comfortable, again, because sometimes comfort doesn't mean it is too safe or to say like, oh, you're just going into your own comfort zone and it doesn't actually challenge yourself and you might actually end up stumble to a risky mode for the other team to just trample you. But sometimes comfort can actually provide you a better, safer option. But is it going to be that case for Team Egypt? Will they want to actually switch things up and go back to their basic or their most comfortable strategy? Or will they actually do the same thing, make an honest, straightforward draft-wise and try to actually perfect their execution for now? Because again, there were time and time again, it wasn't much of the draft that was a mistake. It was just more of them doing something that was already expected by Team Cambodia.
Yeah, it was them doing something a little bit different that they may not to be as used to. And unfortunately losing out in terms of execution to a lineup that is designed around the typical aggressive style that Cambodia is able to embody. Looking at the state of the stage, both teams appear to be in high spirits. Team Egypt doesn't seem to feel too down about losing out game number 1. And that is good. You gotta make sure that the mentality is still intact. You are this close to surpassing your previous record, this close to tasting the feel of the grand final stage. It's time to put it all on the table.
Yeah, and the fact that we do see that the prioritized wise from the Lapu combo with the Yif is also something that needs to be put aware as well for the teams of Egypt, because we talked about how Grok is prioritized, Lapu as well as Eve, it kind of have a lot of impact for the gameplay. So these are the priorities that need to be taken note by Team Egypt as well. You let go or you at least give away for Team Cambodia to take that Eve. You will be able to control a lot of those team fights. I just lost my words as well. Just like you. It's because of you actually I just lost my words. But yeah, the roll of the tongue comes in where RWM, real world manipulation, right on spot that was put out in the middle where just able to hold out, give a little bit of slowness coming in from Team Cambodia. That's why Team Egypt, they scattered. They actually tried to survive it out, but in the end, those are the things that actually give them an opportunity and open the door for Team Cambodia to just shut them down.
Personally, I think by now it is safe to say that Eve is the highest value hero.
Yeah, right?
In the entire tournament. Actually, it's just so consistently good, offers so much utility and damage scaling to basically any sort of team composition that it might be worth first picking. Especially if you're able to take out heroes like Esmeralda that would typically give Eve an issue, then you have a very safe choice regardless. So maybe that needs to be the shift going forward with the draft.
But are you sure you want to let go of Grok though? That's the question is, because so far I do think there's not a problem with Fiven using that Grok. A really great tectonic charge. There were certain times that they were able to actually just counter attacks, able to actually just, not to say control, or more like just to hold out the movement of Team Cambodia. And every time they want to actually set up the fight itself, Fiven comes in just a little bit too slow when it comes to trying to save names. And this is where the fine line that they need to at least rotate around. Save your goal lane. Make sure that you prioritize to make sure that your MM doesn't die that easily.
I mean, Grok is good, but Eve still feels better. That's kind of the situation I feel like we're looking at here. Well, we will see, right? It's gonna be up to these teams to decide how they want to approach this. Team Cambodia now has a bit of breathing room. Team Egypt is up against the wall. It's gonna be expanding river for game number 2. Once again, a map that facilitates strong early game rotations.
Strong early rotation. A lot of heroes can they actually utilize here for the movement, mobility. So definitely can be put into a note when you actually want to go for the draft wise. Okay, looking on the side of how actually Egypt takes down Team Malaysia, right? It's because of how well they always try to actually prioritize that Gatot Kaca. And that's the question is, if Team Egypt can actually have that probably, how do I say, the chance to pick up Gatot Kaca, maybe they're much more comfortable with it. And because we see that is the reason why some of their setup was not really in their favor. But again, it seems that Gatot Kaca as well as Hilda and Baxia was taken out. So same ban right now, picking up from the side of Team Egypt as well as Cambodia. But now they steal the Lapu for themselves.
I mean, Lapu Lapu first pick is perfectly solid, but you have now given away Grok Eve
Yeah,
to Cambodia.
that's why.
That's a bit scary. I feel like it should just be the pick for Team Cambodia right now.
Or is it a bait though?
No, I don't think so. It's just Grok Eve. Like, this is one of the best team fight combos in the entire tournament.
I mean, again, I'm not sure if Egypt is like trying to set things up. Maybe they know for a fact they can actually counter it. But even though with that in mind, it's not gonna be easy because we've talked about how this is the hero meta right now, and it's not something that you can just pull out of your head and then you can be able to do so. But Fanny again being prioritized by Team Egypt. I think maybe they want to actually counter again, they want to challenge again, and maybe want to execute properly this time with Lapu Lapu in their side.
And having Lapu Lapu does actually empower you a good bit. This is a hero that almost never loses EXP lane and contributes heavily during team fights. But going for Fanny a second time is very risky. I feel like Team Egypt could have actually left Fanny for the second phase if they still really wanted to lock her in, because then at least they can bait out more picks from Cambodia. I was expecting this as well. The Fredrin is gonna get locked in again because that is a great solution to it.
I mean, again, this is where the fine line that Cambodia said, like, we're gonna stick with what we know, we're gonna stick to what has actually promised or even convey success from the first round itself. The question is, Egypt, they're likely a little bit less adaptable for the second round, which I'm a bit sad. I wish that they could actually change things up or maybe try to change a lot of the hero pools that they're already in, but now it's just showing how they're just comfortable with what they have.
Well, hopefully that comfort will bring them through. The Hylos being banned out by Team Cambodia is very smart. Once again, focusing hard on Fivin's hero pool. Already the Gatot is gone, the Hylos is gone. These are some of the better roamers that you have left against the Grok and the Eve. Beyond that, Team Egypt should probably consider getting rid of the Granger. It was a big issue in the last game. Having to rely on the Iritel to counter it is no longer quite as viable after what we've witnessed.
Yeah, taking out at least one of the hero pools of Bao Bei, and it kind of actually give a lot of pressure just now. If you actually doesn't actually do a little bit of respect ban, it's not gonna be good. But they take out Chi Chi instead, when the fact is they were the one who actually picked themselves.
Okay, taking out the CC is fine to try and give Lapu Lapu as good of a laning experience as possible. But it's also going to be difficult to get rid of all the potential EXP laners. Cambodia probably wants to... Actually, no, they don't need to ban Glue anymore. They already know Lapu is on the opposite side. It's up to what they want to prioritize first. Cambodia can actually first pick Granger once we enter the second phase, but there is actually a logic in letting it go first. I was thinking they might want to prioritize the Kalea for themselves, but it looks like they will just get rid of that. That is immediately telling me their fourth pick is Granger.
The fourth piece is Granger, and not only that, they pretty much not, like, a little bit of denying of the single lockdown coming up from Team Egypt. I think that's pretty much what we saw from the first round as well. But Moskov being taken out from the proportion of Team Egypt as well. I think, again, it's not really reading up to what Cambodia has already put out. Why did you take down Moskov when you know for a fact that they're already comfortable with Granger? So yeah, a little bit of question, you know, like why? Why Egypt? Why?
Egypt is going to need to look at some solid lockdown now. I think Kaja is actually not bad for them here to deal with Eve and Fredrin. Again, it's not ideal, but it's something. Guinevere is also not bad as a roamer if they're capable of pulling it out. If they want to fall back to Iritel, it still makes sense on paper. But after what happened in Game 1, it's a bit hard to put confidence into that. So maybe going into Harif is a little safer. But it looks like they will go into Iritel and Badang.
Interesting, but I mean, yeah, when it comes to Fist Crack and Fist Break, you will be able to set things up, lock some of the players from Cambodia. So I think when it comes to the initiation, Egypt does have what it takes to actually cover things up. The question is, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough though. So far, I do feel like more of the how do I say, sustainability is not as much as desire, because when it comes to Cambodia, they have so much damage that they can actually just shred every single lifeline that is right on the front end of Egypt.
Yeah, the lineup from Team Egypt is still going to be a little harder to play in general. Lapu Lapu helps make it a little bit better. But Team Cambodia still have so many possible EXP laners they can pick here. Alice, Uranus, Glue, Arlet. Let's see what it's going to be. It is the Arlet coming in. Great pair up with the Eve as well. This is an incredible team fight composition from Cambodia. If it's played correctly, no one is touching this Granger.
No one is touching Granger. No one is actually going to be able to touch either one of the players from Team Cambodia. So far on the draft-wise, I do have to say I'm liking a little bit from Cambodia's side instead of Egypt.
I agree with you. It's just straight up a better draft. Team Egypt's lineup can work, but it requires more finesse to execute. They need to make sure they're winning out in lane priority, giving away rotations with the Fanny, and preventing invades from the Fredrin, which is already going to be difficult on paper. Then once the mid game comes around, even if they've managed to scale up, direct death ball, front to back team fighting, which is something that Team Egypt tends to do, is just at their disadvantage. So they have to change it up.
Let's see, let's see. Again, this is the last chance for Team Egypt to go into the best of one if they can actually drag out this last semi-final bracket. Can Egypt make the difference? Even though at this side right now, we are seeing that Names is actually prioritizing on sprint, so they are required to actually say like, I want to do a little bit of fast-paced movement, mobility-wise, but is it going to be enough though with Cambodia, who has so much potential to do a lot of setting ups? Welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025. Last chance for Team Egypt. Can they make it or will they break it? Give it up to Cambodia versus Egypt.
Both of these teams have had the opportunity to face off against the defending champion waiting for them in the grand finals. And now both of them are going head to head for a chance to do it again. Cambodia is this close. Team Egypt are the only ones that can stop them in their dominating path.
Ooh, Fuse Break books up right there. Early Rapid be picked up as well. So far, Team Cambodia, they also respond very goodly to the side of Team Egypt. They want to pressure each other at the same time. But for me, at least for the early game-wise, yes, Team Egypt has some of the damage-wise, but they need to slow things down because previously, they kind of underestimate how a good setup comes in from Team Cambodia.
At least this time around, it looks like Team Cambodia isn't going for a very early jungle invade. So Nana has been able to farm pretty well by sticking to the default path. They are definitely respecting Fivin on the Badang, this time able to do a little bit more in the first couple of levels. But that first turtle is going to be coming up soon, and we can see that Cambodia and Egypt both going to be pathing up there to prepare for it.
And the fact that Moshi is trying to do a lot of damage, but Names again been caught off guard by Baobei, doing a lot of damage, but still, she can still help herself very wisely. But Nana try to go for the invasion. The Rabbit been put up, Fist Cry also open at the moment right now, goes in for the final slash, but Nana gets away easily, but RWM has already been picked up. Moshi still wants to go in all out, but does manage to pull through, but Nuchi is going to be the victim for the first blood of Moshi.
Moshi doing a great job right now. Baobei even picking up Names again in the gold lane. And Nana has been poked out too much. She's gonna try and rush back to the turtle. It's dropping low.
Oh, she's dropping low indeed. Utter Rapid be put out by Wei again. Nana gets away, but here on out, this is going to be a turtle. Moshi again, final slash, comes through and say, no, back off. This is our turtle for the win.
That's just straight up textbook coming in from Team Cambodia. They knew they wouldn't be able to clear the turtle fast enough before Nana came back. So they actually forced the reset and then poked out the Fanny again before continuing to secure it. And now Wei trying to be annoying as well. Won't be able to steal the buff, but anytime you slow down this Fanny, the more advantageous it becomes for Cambodia.
So far, Cambodia, great invasion. Mighty Swing comes through! Wei takes down Nana, completely unaware of that.
Oh, and that's just not a good feeling. You thought you had avoided the Grok, but then when your team leaves, you get taken out.
Yeah, and Nuchi trying to do a trade, but Wei will be able to move away freely, doesn't even have to worry about, again, Team Egypt, no matter how much trade they want to do, it does not goes into their own hands.
And the purple buff is stolen by Tegami as well. The Fredrin now a full level up. on the Fanny, which is never a position you want to be in. This is a hero that is somewhat dependent on snowballing. But Team Egypt's lack of a direct front line that is able to threaten the opposite side means that they will consistently have to play defense on their half of the map. And they don't really have the best tools for that.
Let's see. Moshi comes in, final slash. Gonna try to drag Nuchi and Fivin, but still, it's just going to be a little bit of poking coming in from the team of Cambodia. Team Egypt trying to make sure they create a lot of the safe gap between them so that they don't easily be taken out. This is where I want it to be even more firm, because Team Egypt so far, they kind of actually overextend or they kind of underestimate all the powers that can be done by Team Cambodia.
And Team Cambodia is definitely taking advantage of that right now. You can see they're putting a lot of pressure once again on Names' lane. Compared to the last game, the Irritel has not died as much as the Granger, but that's not typically what you want to hear me saying either. At least they're trying to make sure that Names can still remain relevant this time around.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because again, they kind of need that stacked up. They kind of actually make sure they don't lose too much of the body in the hands of Team Cambodia. So again, discipline-wise, we do have to give a little bit of credit to Egypt to actually continue. But at the same time, Urjarabi put out, Fibin and Nuchi comes through. But at the same time, Names try to pull out to the side of Tegami. But again, Disperse comes in from Team Cambodia, so they actually can be able to get back away. But Tegami! Stop! Turtle! Bobby takes down Nana immediately. That is a great trade come through from Team Cambodia.
That just seemed like way too risky a play. Nana just trying to take the turtle by herself when the enemy team is right there. And Names goes down to RWM and Mochi. Once again, Cambodia in the driver's seat. Tegami even stealing another jungle buff. While Baowei is taking the top tower, they are attacking every angle possible. And Team Egypt just has no answers for it.
Egypt tried to zone things out at the mid lane, but little do they know, Team Cambodia, they were quick. They were really fast on their respawn, and that is why they were able to caught Nana off guard. And Nana had to move away, got some space there from the Ultimate Rapid, but at the same time, Crucialing going for the final slash. Vivin! Overextension will take it out by Moshi.
That was just straight up a positioning mistake. No reason for Fivin to walk that side of the turtle pit. Yes, maybe you're trying to protect your Fanny, but at that point, your Fanny is probably dead if that wall is solid.
Nuche unfortunately had to force with the brilliance. Tried to survive it out, but still, at least they actually had an open door right here at the top lane. Banana would not be spotted out by anyone from Team Cambodia. A little bit risky, but at least it opens a little bit of the resources or even the macro gaming that is needed for Team Egypt.
You do gotta take some risk in Team Egypt's position. They're trying to engage.
Fist crack open. Moshi gets away though. But at the same time, Names will not deny it. At the same time, Moshi survive it out with 2v1.
Just excellently played. We are seeing a mastery of micro mechanics and coordination from Team Cambodia here in the lower bracket finals. They are just stopping everything.
They're stopping with the RWM. Elon takes down Names. Another kill in the hands of Team Cambodia.
Oh, this is looking like game number 1 all over again. Team Egypt has not been able to adjust.
And even with Nana, try to back things up with Vivin. This is not a good composition. Vivin will be able to back away by Nana. Close call right there with the Urgent Rapid, but will be able to survive it out.
That was close. That was close. Team Egypt just needs to try and preserve whatever they can at this point to try and bring this to a full series. But it's already such a big advantage as well. The item lead, the gold lead, the EXP, the map control, all in favor of Team Cambodia. Nana gonna try and commit to some split pushing once again. But are they able to extend this game? Baowei is still an issue.
They're trying to dance with Team Cambodia, but here's the thing. Cambodia is leading the dance. They are the one who control every single movement of Team Egypt. Yes, they have Nana, try to do a little bit of split push, but they will deny it immediately, no matter how much. And here again, Urgent Rapid, Uwe just denies every movement of Nana, and that steel cable is getting closer and closer, going to actually deplete, but managed to survive it out. But Moshi on the other note, extension comes through, goes in for the vengeance, but will be shut down by Nuchi for the trade of extension. And Tegami overlooking. They're not going to actually sacrifice anybody for the trade though.
Little bit too over-aggressive there from Team Cambodia. Losing Moshi, not ideal, especially since she did actually have some shutdown gold. But the gold advantage right now, still 5k in their favor. Looking at the itemization, already 2 items complete on many of their cores. While Team Egypt still struggling on completing their second in general. purple buff being contested away almost every single time. Nana actually did manage to get that back this time.
Okay, good still comes in. At least they don't allow that invasion too long here for the team of Cambodia though. But again, when it comes to all the turrets conquer, domination definitely feels like heavier on the side of Team Cambodia. So they gotta find a way, at least some of the way for them to actually push out some of the minions wave so that Team Cambodia, but RWM comes through, Bobby takes down Nucci immediately. Velvet, Names backs off, but Eartha Rapid comes in, but at the same time, at the crucial state, Velvet try to push in all the way with the bravest fight. It doesn't get any kill, and in the end, Egypt just actually lost one player without any of the retreat.
But as long as they can keep Cambodia here, Nana should be able to trade for top tier 2 at least. Cambodia is aware of this. They're willing to trade the tower for more kills.
Eartha Rapid pushed out, Baobei takes down Names. Survive it out only for one player to be shut down. But here's the thing, they try to zone out things, making sure that at least that split push will be successful. But here, the mid turret might actually will be cost in the hands of Team Cambodia. Eartha Rapid been put out again. Not a really good composure, but Velvet will be able to survive it out.
It's a good decision here from Team Cambodia to stay even with the split push happening up top. They got 2 tier 2 towers, mid and bottom, as well as a kill on the enemy gold laner. All in exchange for only 1 tier 2 up top. They also get ideal positioning to control the Lord, which will go over to them for free. The Holy Defense is still standing as well, so it's not a lot of damage being done considering the amount of map control they still have.
Oh, they're gonna actually try to steal the buff though. Getting out the Eartha Rapid, goes in for the Vis break, but at the same time doesn't get the follow-up that is needed. It's gonna be the side of Velvet. RWM already been picked up, goes in for the slide. Baobei takes down Velvet, immediately goes out. Nana doesn't actually able to follow things up, and there's no trades comes in, and Team Egypt again losing all their trails.
Oh, that's really unlucky. The Holy Defense was popped by the first minion. It didn't hit the Lord, it's still full HP.
It's full HP for Lord to just come through for the crystal. Is it gonna be there? Oh, that's flash! With motion takes down Nucci. Baobei goes in for nail, double kill to Vivid as well. Nana trying to go in for the steel cable, but she cannot take anyone out. This is a crystal for Team Cambodia. They know for a fact they want to go all out, but no! Nana doesn't get anyone. Crystal will be in the hands of Cambodia. Our final grand finalist!
Team Cambodia makes their grand return to the grand final stage of WEC for the 2nd year in a row. They will have another opportunity to compete for the gold, to compete for the champion title against Team Indonesia. Unfortunately for Team Egypt, that is going to be the end of the road. But what an impressive journey it has been.
Yeah, definitely. I think pretty much solid grounds was covered up by Team Cambodia themselves. And it's straightforward. It was honest, it was direct. They know how to control every single movement by the team of Egypt. The question is, when it comes to draft fights, there was a lot of possible marks that Team Egypt was just not quite aware, or maybe possibly they kind of overlook it because they feel comfortable with what they have already.
One thing's for sure, Team Cambodia is locked in. This is some of the best gameplay we have seen from them throughout the entirety of WEC. So I'm kind of curious how it came about, right? We got an interview happening up on stage with Rose as per usual, so we'll go ahead and throw it over to her.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Your last grand finalist for the WEC 2025 Women's Team Cambodia. And with me here from Team Cambodia, we have Tagami. Congratulations. How are you feeling being back on the grand finals?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good. I love that energy. I won't keep you here long because I know you guys have a match to prepare for. So how is the preparation going on to fight Indonesia once again in the grand finals?
តើមានអីត្រៀមសម្រាប់ទៅវាយ Indonesia
ពួកយើងបានត្រៀមពួកយើងអត់សង្ឃឹមថាពួកយើងអាចនឹងមកដល់ចំណុចហ្នឹងឯងហើយពួកយើងនឹងត្រៀមខ្លួនក្នុងការជួបពួកគាត់ម្ដងទៀត
In terms of preparing for Indonesia, we have made some preparations, but we will see what happens and try our best.
Do you have any expectations for the match later on?
Maybe take it this series to a best of 5.
Wow! Will we be able to see a best of 5? We will definitely witness that later on in the grand finals. You know what, Tagami? I'm going to let you go and rest and prepare for the match later on. Thank you very much. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to analyze what happened in this amazing semi-final series. Casters, showing it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose, and congratulations again to Team Cambodia. It has come to a full circle again here for WEC 2025. Indonesia meeting Cambodia. That's deja vu indeed.
A rematch in the grand finals, and I think that many of us may have seen this one coming. But Team Egypt definitely put up a valiant effort, and we cannot downplay the journey that they have taken to make it this far. Hopefully, we'll get to see them come back stronger next time around. But let's focus on what allowed Team Cambodia to secure this clean sweep here, because they look to be at another level of performance right now.
Yeah, and exactly the fact that we even heard about them talking how they're confident to face off with Team Indonesia. But looking on the stats, even from the first round and coming into the second round with 11-minute play time, perfect 11:00 right there, with 13 kills overthrown to the side of Team Cambodia itself. I know there's a little bit of wrong names coming in from the graphic. Mind you guys, don't worry, we understand it, don't worry. But on this side of Team Cambodia, right? The fact that they are doing so well for this first round. Not even any movement coming in from Team Egypt was able to actually go out of the way. Yeah, we did have to honor or even have to recognize the effort that was done by Nana, right? The fact that she was trying her best to do that split push, but it wasn't enough because no matter how you try to go in for the split push, Team Cambodia, they were just untouchable.
I really do wonder what the thought process was here coming in from the side of Team Egypt, because we were really hoping we would see some kind of adjustment after what happened in game number 1.
Yeah.
And I do like the idea of taking away the Lapu Lapu, because this is still one of the best heroes in the meta, but you give away Grok and Eve in exchange for it. That can work if you have some kind of plan. But it didn't really feel that way. They just went back to the Fanny Lunox again, which we know is going to be weak to the Fredrin, which also works well with the Eve and the Grok. It's almost as if Team Egypt didn't really think this through, unfortunately. But I also do understand that after the whole journey they've taken, things can be a lot trickier than you'd expect. Team Cambodia, though, can be dominating the key player screen.
Sheesh, all 4 key players in the hands of Cambodia. Give it up to them. Baobei as the goal hunter, 836 GPM. The goat Elon as 41,000 damage was dealt. Huawei with that tectonic charge, talking about a really good setup with a 68,000 damage taken. And Elon as well as the best support with 8 total assists.
Eve continues to be one of the best performing heroes in the entire tournament. And that is literally what we were talking about before the draft started. Yeah. Is it worth just contesting this away? Even if you don't, giving it up along with the Grok sounds like a big recipe for disaster. And then Baobei as well, continuously proving to us that Granger is capable of matching up in this 1v1 against a hero that should be its counter. This time though, Elan gonna be coming out as our match MVP.
Sheesh, 108 KDA with 668 GPM. Damage per minute is 3,777. Again, lucky number right there.
Yeah, lucky number indeed, and a lucky pick for the side of Team Cambodia. Being able to provide that consistency, that crowd control, being used aggressively with that RWM to catch people while they're trying to escape so that they can be locked down for the Fredrin taunt, and then the artillery fire from the Granger. This hero once again provides so much utility for almost any sort of team composition that it needs to be respected regardless.
And the fact that we are seeing a lot of times that Team Egypt, they want to actually go for the trade. This first blood was just beautiful coming from Team Cambodia. Moshi was able to actually have a lot of invasion to the side of Egypt. And even so, Nana, I think pretty much she was not aware of it. She probably thought that she was safe on guard, but then it was easy for just Team Cambodia. Uwe just comes in with the mighty swings, and most of the time we do see they want to contest for that turtle. It doesn't go well, and this is where the final that at least Team Egypt they were trying to adapt with the movement of Team Cambodia, but again, the adaptability was not fast enough to a point that Team Cambodia just have a lot of upper hand. The AoE as well, there was just too much. They were able to counter it, but that final slash just covers things up for them to just go in for the crystal.
And the fact that the holy defense was absorbed by the first couple minions too, allowing the Lord to actually survive the push into the crystal. Team Cambodia, it's almost as if they were fated to reprise their position in the grand finals here. And I am really looking forward to seeing if they will be able to show us a surprise. The last time they met up against Team Indonesia, it was a clean sweep in favor of the defending champions. But this looks to be a brand new iteration, a new evolution of Cambodia. And I think they might have what it takes to give it a fair shot.
In Bahasa, we call it gemuruh. But in English, we say nervous. Anxiety is going to build up right this instance because we are preparing ourselves for the grand final women category MLBB. But before that, we're gonna have a short break, obviously, because we don't want to actually just jump into it. A lot of suspense and tension has to build up, so don't go anywhere. Please stay tuned to the World Esports Championship because this is the last fight, the last eternity fight for the teams to actually prove themselves here at WEC 2025.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaining form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like me to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. true ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking it really be that to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking it really be like to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
we officially turn the page of the book of WEC Women's category to its final chapter. A single match, a single clash is what separates these two teams and a chance for glory, representing their respective regions at the World Esports Championship 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand finals. My name's Safa alongside Fasha, and we're very excited to bring you this memorable event, which of course is proudly organized by the IESF and MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner and generously supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital.
And not to forget our official partners, Red One, EQ, Solos merch, as well as to give boost for your Monster Energy. It has to be the Monster Energy drink. And if you want to have a great sound system, or even you want to hear clearly when you are playing games, go for CK Music. And our official chair partner, it has to be Razer.
Indeed, all of these are what has made this entire tournament possible. Make sure to show them some love. And we are back for the final time on day 4 of the World Esports Championship. The grand finals of the women's category for 2025 is officially upon us, and we know of the two teams who will be competing.
Yes, they have been going on and on. The circle has already come into a complete section where the fact is, we are back to 2024. Who would have thought this is a deja vu to repeat itself? But the question is, can Cambodia break that history? This is what is meant for WEC 2025. But here's the thing, there's a pot of gold that is waiting at the end of that rainbow, and what they are looking for is whether they can get that $17,500, and it is US dollars we're talking about. But if they didn't manage to get the championship, they'd still be able to actually go home with 10,500. The third place already been given to the team of Egypt. Shukran for being able to actually survive here for the WEC, and you made it to the top 3. But however, you fumble into the hands of Cambodia, who wants to prove themselves they can face off with Indonesia.
Now that we are this deep, this far into the competition, the prize pool is no longer a question. It is about pride. It is about making it all the way to that finish line, to stand in the top spot of the podium, to have the confetti rain down upon you as you lift that trophy. Team Indonesia shall take on Team Cambodia in a best-of-5 series to determine who shall be the World Esports Championship 2025 Women's MLBB category champion. And this is a position we have seen before. In fact, these are the exact same two teams that made it to the final stage last year.
And the fact that from the MWI, this is 6 months before we coming into the World Esports Championship, see, the team of Cambodia hasn't actually had a great run for themselves. So this is something within that 6 months, were they able to actually change themselves or improve themselves from that defeat that they couldn't even qualify to the playoff of MWI. Again, it was a world stage. It is a global event that already shows that you have the potential. You were able to qualify from your Cambodia qualifier. The problem is, experience-wise, you are fighting with a lot of powerhouse Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and that's the struggle coming in when it comes to MWI. But here on WEC, all eyes is always, we've talked about it, all eyes is on Indonesia team. They have been keeping the clean record. Not even one map can be dropped by this team.
This entire time we've been introducing Team Indonesia as the defending champions of WEC, but that is not even sufficient to do their journey justice. This is a team that has dominated women's MLBB regardless of title, regardless of tournament, regardless of home ground. No matter the challenge, they have overcome it, and they have stood tall as the final bosses of women's MLBB for years upon end. A role that they do not intend on dropping here and now.
Definitely, and Team Indonesia, they want more. Definitely, they are very confident they can actually protect that title. adding even more of the championship under their belts. But Cambodia-wise, we cannot look a blind eyes to them because they have been phenomenal as well here for the WEC, straightening all the records, doing well even though they had to be dropped down from that upper bracket, but they made it through again and again. When it comes to long journey, it is Cambodia who has been pulling through.
And we have to remember that the team that sent them down to the lower bracket in the first place was Team Indonesia during the upper bracket semi-finals. Now, during their last meeting, Team Indonesia took a 2-0 clean sweep. So imagine a lot of people are coming into this thinking it's probably going to just be a repeat once again. But earlier, during their match against Team Egypt, I feel like we saw a new glimpse of Team Cambodia, a fire that has ignited within their soul, that wants to chase that goal, chase that title, and take down the team that they could not last year around. Especially since it's going to be different this time. Last year's grand finals was a best of 3, but this time it is going to be a best of 5.
A lot at stakes right now for both of these teams. Cambodia, yes, they struggle because of the upper bracket. They would drop down. A lot of massive questions when it comes to the second round draft-wise because they would push because of the mind games that was done by Indonesia team. Ended up they actually had to pick Thomas for the last pick, which questioned to the point that there was a lot of things that was not be able to sustain in the gameplay. But now, coming up like literally fresh from the win against Egypt, it shows how much improvement that was done by Team Cambodia. It seems that they are much more all-rounded. They know how to actually cover their baseline. The question is, does Indonesia spot out some of the weakness from that game itself? Because so far, I feel like there was a lot of clean fight that was done by Team Cambodia.
Team Cambodia was very directed when they took down Team Egypt. Their drafting was good. They knew exactly what they were attempting to achieve. But Team Egypt didn't really manage to push them into a corner because they tried to stick to the same strategy twice in a row. So because of that, that's actually less information that Team Cambodia ends up giving over to their opponents. Now, you could say that one disadvantage that Cambodia will have to deal with is the fact that they did just come off of playing the lower bracket finals, which means that they have already played some games today, and so stamina might come into question. But in the same way, you could argue that it is an advantage as well, because they have literally had a warm-up right before this. They're coming into this fresh and hot off the heels of their previous victory, and perhaps that could be enough for them to push Indonesia against the wall.
Warm-up is good because the fact is now your whole entire body has already come to the fight scene that you're about to actually fight on, or even actually prepared your mental to into the fight with Indonesia. But here's the thing, we also have a little bit of time to talk about how the teams that was able to actually pull through from the fight itself. But before that, let us give a little bit of highlights, a little bit of posing, show spotlight to our ladies right here. Give it up for Team Indonesia versus Team Cambodia.
This is more than a victory. This is a legacy. Written here on this stage at WEC 25.
Tick tock, tick tock. This is it. Team that is rising from the lower bracket, trying to prove themselves that they can face off again with the devil that dropped them from last year, 2024. Can they make a difference here for a new history? Give it up for Team Cambodia!
And they shall be facing off against the reigning monarchs of not just WEC, but the entirety of the women's MLBB ecosystem. The undefeated, the unstoppable, the unfazed squad that wants to take it home once again. Team Indonesia!
One is looking for a way to completely shatter the dreams that is actually trying to steal that throne. On the other note, another one wants to change what has happened from last year. Can the other be able to actually make it through and be the newest champion of WEC Women category?
Years worth of history has passed since the last time these two squads have faced off on the same stage. So let's talk about them. Starting off, we've got Team Indonesia on the screen. It is Fumi Echo, Vival, Sunny, Shell, and Vivian.
They have been phenomenal. Not even one map has been dropped. Clean record, clean sweep. Not even a sweat was tear up by this team, and it shows how much potential they are here in the WEC or even in the MLBB scene for the women. Like Stafar has been talking about, they are the final boss that has to be faced up against the one and only Team Cambodia. Can they make it? They have been proving them well after the lower bracket. We got Moshi, Tegami, Ilan, Baube, as well as Uwe.
In their last meeting in the upper bracket semis, Team Cambodia unfortunately faltered to the draft manipulation posed against them by Indonesia. But today, they arrive at the WEC stage with a brand new, renewed spirit and energy. They were able to take down Team Egypt in the lower bracket finals earlier without breaking a sweat. And that means that their energy has been preserved and their strategies prepared for a chance to take down the defending champs.
When it comes to the team of Indonesia, there's so much heroes that needs to be taken note by the team of Cambodia. We talked about how there's so much of the hero pool was actually been left out during the upper bracket. You let go of the Lancelot, you let go of the Hayabusa. Vival can move freely. That freedom of her just running around, damaging every single one of the players of Cambodia, that shows how much of potential that they need to be prioritized. But then again, here's the thing. We got a mother of 10. I've been talking about it. I think we've already talked about Vivian so many times, but the game changer that has been proven very well is the Fumieko with that X-Ball. Last Insanity comes in, bursts down every single player who are setting up for the team fight, and then it gives a lot of that last hit for all of the players of Team Indonesia.
One thing is clear, we've already gotten to witness the hero pools of both these teams so far. We know that they're flexible, we know that they have solutions for a wide variety of situations. And now that it is going to be a best of 5 series, there is going to be a unique advantage of this format where you have a little bit more leeway than usual. It is time to bring out secret strategies that you may have been hiding, time to test certain limits that you may have not been willing to risk on your journey to this peak. Now that you have a chance to face off against the best of the best, it is time to bring it all to bear.
We saw how Tegami very goodly monitoring as well as doing a great haul with that Frederick. Those are the things that maybe Indonesia is also on the lookout. They're watching out and see, hey, Tegami is not that bad as a tank jungler, because we saw how it was when she was at the MWI. Last 6 months ago, she was doing well as a Lancelot, great assassin mobility-wise on her hand. So the question is that something that Indonesia is looking out? But going into our map for the first game, it is going to be Flying Cloud, a map that definitely has the least impact for most of the team fights. But again, it does pull a good weight when it comes to going into the Land of Dawn, trying to actually clear the wave even much more faster. So those are the things that are very good when it comes to this map of Flying Cloud.
It enables in general a little bit more lane aggression. If you are the one who wins up the matchup, then you want to trade as much as possible to keep forcing your opponent back and ideally get kills so that they can not take advantage of the Cloud bringing them back to the lane. Whereas if you do happen to have a bad matchup in the side lane, then this does make up for it somewhat. And it allows you to play a little bit on the safer side without risking losing too many minions. The draft officially will now commence for game number 1. Team Indonesia will have first pick.
Zuchin, Yves, as well as Chichi already been taken out. We know for a fact that this is our top priorities heroes. You don't want to mess around with it. So definitely Indonesia already making a really good move. On the side of Team Cambodia, they took out not just Baxia, Grok as well for the meta heroes as well, and the Lancelot. So definitely still gives an opening for the Hayabusa to be big if they want to actually pick up. But earlier on, Indonesia just picked out Kimi first of all.
Now, Kimi first pick has not really been seen throughout the WEC so far, but this is actually one of the safer meta strategies of just opening up with Kimi because she fills a very flexible role. You can tell that Indonesia is already kind of locked in for this one, but going in that direction means that Team Cambodia can respond with a very safe opening of their own with the Lapu Lapu and Gatot.
Yeah, Gatot as well as Lapu Lapu is definitely one of the great picks coming up from Team Cambodia. It's kind of actually a waste if they didn't actually pick it up early on. But here's the thing, Team Indonesia, are they looking forward to actually get the assassins right now, or they're actually looking forward to get even YSS is quite open right now? It's definitely one of the top picks can be picked up by Team Indonesia. What are the strats they are looking for right now for this first game?
Well, what you pointed out, Hayabusa or Isan Shin will most likely be one of the picks of Indonesia. And it does look to be the Yisan Shin. This actually pairs up incredibly well with the Kimi because it opens you up for a lot of different strats. Triple marksman with the Granger, double fighter side lane, which is most likely what they're leaning into. They grab the Esmeralda as well in advance. This has a pretty solid matchup into a lot of EXP laners.
Oh, definitely. Looking on the side of Indonesia, a lot of prioritize from the side of damage is really good. I like the cover up for the team of Indonesia for now. Team Cambodia, they pretty much prioritize on the sustainability. They want to make sure that at least they have that ground for them for the CC. And Granger been picked up. Also a good smooth combination from the side of Gatot Kaca as well as Lapu Lapu. Definitely we saw how Bao Babers, she was amazing with the damage wise. And if they be able to actually guard her very well, she might be able to do some of the late games damage.
Considering how well Bao Bei did earlier with the Granger, and I feel like that is an understatement for anyone who did not watch the previous match. I think it's a really good idea to just go into the Granger again to make use of the momentum that may have been carried over from their previous victory. And since they will be heading into the second ban phase right after this, you can get rid of heroes that might pose a problem. Ruby going to be the most obvious since Yisan Shin sets up for double fighter side lane. With CC also already taken out, it forces Indonesia to go into a typical marksman pick instead.
Looking on the side of Team Indonesia, they can definitely take out more of the players from the mid lane as well if they want to actually guard down a little bit more. We see how Lunox has been a great contender as well, a great addition for the side of Team Cambodia. So those are the things also they can actually take out from the proportion.
Team Indonesia going to be eyeing what to ban for the side of Team Cambodia. Like you pointed out, mid laners are still in the pool, jungler as well. Going to be something Cambodia needs to look for. Jungler pool in general right now is going to be a little bit more limited since Indonesia already has their Yisan Shin. They can start getting rid of some of these options, especially the assassins that Tegami is more known for. Hayabusa is going to be the first. If they want to continue focusing on the jungle picks, then maybe getting rid of the Suyo as well would really narrow down that hero pool.
It's not just the Suyo, they can also drag down Fredrin as well because we saw how Tegami was with the Fredrin on the last fight with Team Egypt. So that's also one of the spotlight that can be seen. But on the side of Team Cambodia, Cho has already been picked off, and we know for a fact that this is where they want to actually make sure that there's no one to be easy going into the back line with a single lockdown to Granger. So making sure that at least there will be a guard out for Team Cambodia.
Cho is a hero that would pose difficulty for almost any jungler that Cambodia picks up right now, both tanks and assassins. So I think it's perfectly respectable to take this out of the pool entirely to try and keep it to a more standard front to back on both sides. Team Indonesia now has a choice. If they want to continue banning junglers, then there are still assassins like Joy and Suyo in the pool. If they want to ban tanks, then Fredrin would be the most obvious. Alternatively, they may also worry about other fighters that could pop out. Looks like the one they get rid of though is Fanny.
Huh, interesting. I don't think that we've seen Fanny actually bring out from the team of Cambodia, even from them dropping off with Indonesia, or even when they fight off with Turkey as well. So yeah, probably they just want to be a little bit safe. If anything, that maybe Tegami will surprise us off with the assassin jungler. But still, that kind of opens a lot of pool as well for Tegami. Still be able to fight off with Fredrin if she wants to go in again with the success that she already pulls in from the fight they had with Jeep. But again, that is going to be the prioritized, or they're just gonna hold up a little bit for that assassin, or they want to actually go for the mid lane instead.
This should be the jungle pickup, yep. The Fredrin going to get locked in. I think it's very smart of Team Cambodia to leave their mid laner for last, because they don't have a lot of jungle options left anyway, so they may as well lock in the Fredrin since it doesn't get countered by all that much anymore compared to a mid laner where if they showed like Farsa, for example, you could still go into a Yuzong on the side of Indonesia and really mess with that gameplay. So Cambodia is going to keep that on the down low. Indonesia still have the option to go for double fighter side lane, but the typical gold lane fighters are already taken out besides Xborg. I get the feeling they'll be looking at that, and then they'll still be looking for a roamer as well.
Let's see if that's going to be the case though. We did see Yuzong has already been picked out earlier on by Indonesia from the past days, but it's going to be Kalea to be paired up with Sun. Sun been picked up by Indonesia.
Team Indonesia up to a little bit of monkey business right now. Sun making his debut in the WEC stage on Game 1 of the Grand Finals is very interesting. Now, during the recent MPLMY, this is actually a gold lane pickup that was shown and oftentimes banned because it does provide good split pushing pressure, and he surprisingly does a good amount of damage to tankier front lines as well. It's actually not a bad time for this hero to show up.
Oh, interesting. Okay, let's see if Indonesia will also portray a little bit of surprise element here for our movement category. But for Team Cambodia, not much of mid lane they can actually pick up here. But again, there's still Lunox to be opened up. But no, they picked up Zetian instead. And I think this is also one of the debut here. No, not yet. This could be a debut at the main stage because we did not see any fights of Zetian on the main stage. So definitely this is a debut to be seen from Team Cambodia putting out that Zetian at the mid lane. Now, looking on the draft-wise, Darfa, what are your thoughts?
This is interesting. Zetian is not a bad last pick because it's going to be able to provide vision to match the Yi Sun-shin on the opposite side. And in that way, they also have a mechanic for maybe catching the Sun if he's trying to do cheeky split pushing. But in exchange, you lose out on a lot of the typical burst that you would have with a hero like Farsa or Eve instead. So in exchange on that, they're going to be putting a lot of pressure on Bao Bei to perform this time around. It's going to be a Granger versus Sun in the gold lane. Interesting matchup. Don't get to see that very often. And it is going to be Petrify as well. So Bao Bei has to be quite careful here.
Bao Bei definitely needs to be aware of the whole surrounding, especially again, we talked about how when it comes to Egypt just now, they didn't actually create a lot of the safe gap between them with Team Cambodia. So this is something that Cambodia also needs to adapt as well, fighting off with Team Indonesia. Very interesting draft indeed from both sides, but I think when it comes to the honest, straightforward, we do have from Team Cambodia. The question is, when Indonesia-wise, a lot of the escape mobility-wise is on their side. So those are the crucial things that Team Cambodia has to be aware of. I think pretty much when it comes to the execution is what is crucial right now between the two teams.
And looking at the case, if we dive into the more specifics, level 1 mid lane is going to be in favor of Team Indonesia. Kalea Kimi will definitely outtrade Zetian Gatot, so Cambodia needs to avoid going too aggressive there to avoid giving Sini too early of a kill. Once we come around the first turtle timing, first to second turtle, Cambodia will have the advantage because they are just generally more sustainable, more bulky, and they have good artillery fire. But once we get into the later stages of the game, when we are starting to look at full item builds from most of the cores, Indonesia will have the natural lead because they have split push pressure, they have more heroes that are able to output consistent DPS, and that means Cambodia cannot afford for this to last too long unless they can guarantee that Baobei is snowballing.
Let's see if Team Cambodia can control the movement like they did before compared to how Indonesia is. They're gonna go all out aggression earlier on, and this is what they want to do, to put on so much tension to a point that Cambodia cannot skip any beat. So far right now, again, the tensions is building by both of these teams from the draft itself. I know everybody's waiting. We are also waiting right now, just giving even more suspense for both of us as well as here in the stage of WEC.
This is going to be game one of the grand finals after all. While it may not matter too much in the grand scheme of things, since it is going to be the first of 3 wins, being able to set yourself up with that foundation is going to be crucial. And if Cambodia can actually put a point on the board, that is going to do wonders for their morale, considering that not a single other team thus far has been able to secure even a single game from Team Indonesia.
Oh, this is tough. And I don't think that we've ever seen flying clouds in the maps of Team Indonesia as well. Even though, yeah, we talked about how it's not really that impactful when it comes to most of the maps that are in the Land of Dawn. So it really doesn't matter because we always see that they are performing very well in the rest of the 3 maps itself, whether or not it is Dangerous Grass, Expanding Rivers, or even on the side of where we see the teams that did fight at the flying clouds, they do not really have much of the impact of using that flying cloud for their teleportation, flying into the lane phase as well. So again, this is pretty much all up to these 2 teams, whether or not they can actually execute properly, get their guards up, find a way for them to actually just hold up the positioning. And even so, like you talked about how Cambodia-wise, early games definitely not gonna be on their side, especially for the burst-wise of Team Cambodia. If Baobei can hold her own lane just finely, they might be able to actually pull through, but I don't think Indonesia will allow that.
Yeah, Team Indonesia has already proven that they are capable of adapting on the fly. They have really good strategies, and the fact that they have saved this sun all the way until the grand finals itself is a very intimidating feeling. Cambodia have also revealed this Zetian, which can help deal with split pushes and match up to the Sun Shin, so it looks like they are prepared somewhat for these fringe cases. Now, just to give a little bit of information for the peeps who are watching at home, we are fixing a small technical issue right now on the stage, so hopefully you guys will be patient with us for a little bit. Our marshals are hard at work making sure that everything is a-okay to ensure that everything is going to be fine for this grand finals.
I mean, come on. This is the serious deal, man. This is the grand finals. The redemption, revenge after revenge between these 2 teams. Who will make a new history, or who will keep their championship title under their belt? Give it up to the World Esports Championship 2025 Grand Final Women, Indonesia versus Cambodia!
A return to history from 2024, where both these teams have met up once before. Who will be able to take game number 1 this time around? And thank you very much to our marshals for their hard work, making sure that we are able to jump into the Land of Dawn here. So, as we've already pointed out, mid lane is going to be important here because Team Indonesia has the natural advantage with the Kimi Kalea. Cambodia needs to play safe around this, but also ensure that they're not going to be able to easily rotate and affect the other side lanes.
Let's see. So far right now, they are doing some of the rotation to invade all of the rotation that was done. And even I feel like there is some sort of the rotation-wise coming from Team Indonesia to move around and setting things up for the turtle pit. So this is where the fine line that I feel like Team Indonesia, they're just trying to play it a little bit faster compared to Cambodia.
The Sun versus Granger matchup is going to be an interesting one. Sun is a fighter and he will naturally have a little bit more bulk and damage early on in comparison, which means that if Shell wants to go for a dive, Baobei will need to be careful. But Granger is also one of the Hold On.
Hold On comes in, ooh, able to actually pull through with the pulse. But at the same time, Team Cambodia, a little bit ambitious right there.
Now back to what I was saying, Granger is one of the few marksman heroes that actually clears Sun Clones very quickly. So if Baowei plays this safe and keeps getting those, then that's actually a lot of extra farm going to the goal lane of Cambodia.
Yeah, definitely gonna force out with his right Passion Pulse comes through, able to take down the turtle first of all from Cambodia, but at the same time Trace comes in, Moshi takes down Vival for the first blood, but at the same time double kill in the hands of Moshi with Fumieko shut down!
Strong opening there from Team Cambodia, and that's exactly what I was talking about before as well. Around the timing of the first to second turtle, Team Cambodia has the advantage because of the way their composition works, especially Tegami on this Fredrin, who was able to just stand in front and absorb all the damage to secure the retribution timing and then punish Vival for trying to go for that front line instead. The Team Cambodia already drawing first blood and even picking up a second for a comfortable 1k goal lead against Team Indonesia.
Seems like Moshi trying so hard to make sure that she can be able to actually push a little bit off Fumieko. But here's the thing, Fumieko also doesn't have to worry that much, still have a lot of sustained ability in the hands. So this is just still a very, very poor fight between those two. The question is, right now, with 50 seconds on the clock for the second turtle, Team Indonesia, can they actually revamp themselves from the mistake they made? Here coming along, Tegami pushing on to Cine.
Like they're not going to try and force that out. Fumieko also actually having a bit of a difficult time against Moshi. Those two initial kills both went to the Lapu Lapu, so that means the Moshi is going to have a slight EXP lead against the Esmeralda in lane. And that does make quite a big difference here. It allows her to trade a lot more easily.
I think pretty much I thought that Indonesia was going to actually punish or even try to pressure Team Cambodia, but somehow Cambodia looking even more aggressive earlier on, and I think because of the fact that they have that ability or even the advantage of their damage from the early games, and that's why they're just taking advantage of it. But here on out, Team Indonesia is going to get some place for the top lane itself freely, while the team of Cambodia is quite setting up themselves at the turtle pit, and this is like a threat for themselves. They're not gonna contest it off, so a win for both sides of Indonesia as well as Cambodia. But here on out, Fumieko going to actually go in all out for a fight. Gonna able to survive those equations, but now comes in the team of Cambodia. They've all able to get that turret, but Fumieko is going to be sacrificed by Tegami. Dasha Pulse comes through, Auto Chakra is also pulled through, but unfortunately, Tsunami Slam tried to steal away by Vivian, but instead it doesn't have any follow-up, so it's gonna be a weak win for Cambodia.
Really smart idea from Team Indonesia to go for the split push. They're well aware that they cannot match up in the direct 5v5 right now, so they're not even gonna bother around the turtle. But they may have stayed a little bit too long. They should have backed off after taking the entire gold shield, because Team Cambodia was able to collapse in. And while they're not able to get the shield themselves, they might be able to threaten the tower.
Goes in for the dive right here. Wavebreaker comes through, just try to evade it out, but goes in the back line. Right there, immediately Vivian in trouble. AOD comes in, doesn't catch up, but Baowei shuts down Vivian.
Beautiful dive there from Moshi. This Lapu Lapu being an MVP for Cambodia right now, but looks like Shell is no slouch either, taking advantage of Cambodia showing up top to steal away the purple buff. Baowei has swapped lanes as well. This means that the Sun is going to be able to catch up a bit in farm.
On the side of Team Cambodia, they do win most of the fight itself, and somehow Team Indonesia, they're taking their stacks back. They're trying to slow things down, find a way for them to win just those micro gaming, micro things that is crucial for their own.
Now, at this point in the game, we've already mentioned Team Cambodia is going to naturally have an advantage due to the nature of their draft. They've been able to build up a strong 2k lead. If they can continue building this snowball, and especially funneling kills into Baowei, they should be able to quite cleanly end the game around the 16-minute mark. They cannot afford to allow it last too much longer than that, or lose out on this advantage from this point onwards, because Team Indonesia has a very strong scaling composition, and they have a lot of macro pressure as well, compared to Cambodia, which largely will need to stay together for fights.
And look at that, this is going to be the third turtle dance coming through. Team Indonesia is overlooking, not gonna actually be able to contest it out, but now they're gonna push it all the way to fight. Team Indonesia had to pull away, does actually go stun for the side of the Fury of the Phoenix, but then it's still Team Cambodia to get that win.
Team Indonesia playing it slowly now. They're aware they can't directly fight, though it looks like Cambodia is still gonna try and force them back.
They are going in for the diving composition. Doesn't get anyone though, but Team Indonesia is going to actually be pulled back so much by Team Cambodia. Goes in for the steal. Vivian doesn't make it alive. Bao Bei takes it down, and even Cine could not do anything for that.
Really well done there. Tegami tanking the tower. Unfortunately, looks like Fumieko gonna be able to find Elan on the retreat. Now he's trying to join the fight.
Fumieko, oh, straight pushing on, able to take down her for the trace, but as well, Vival, that's not going to be a good move. Mounted Shocker just to give a little bit of skirmish, but still going to be another win for Team Cambodia.
I'm really liking the positioning I'm seeing right now from Team Cambodia. Ue literally walking in front to use her body to block the damage onto her low health jungler, keeping Tegami alive and around, continue creating pressure. Team Cambodia have been doing it right so far. But the gold lead is still fairly narrow because Team Indonesia has shifted into farming mode. They are willing to sacrifice bodies in exchange for map space because they know that Team Cambodia has to stay largely together. 8 minutes in, First Lord is going to be coming up in a little while. The fight around this objective is going to be a crucial one for determining how the next couple minutes go.
Let's see, so far, Ue trying to actually catch Cine. They keep on pushing Indonesia's position, and this is where it's so aggressive to the side of Team Indonesia that Cambodia is controlling every movement so far. Even the clearing wave for the midwives, yes, they did lose the level of #1, but yet Team Cambodia is doing well. Some of the invasive shots coming in from Shell will not be spotted out by Moshi whatsoever, but they are going in for 1v1. I'm not sure if that's going to be a good move. That's just going to be a little bit of poking from Indonesia.
A little bit of poking indeed. Shell is actually going to start becoming quite annoying as time goes on because she has been allowed to free farm several different parts of the map at this point. There is no level difference between her and Bao Bei, who is currently 3-0 on this Ranger. So Team Cambodia, once they start taking this First Lord, is going to need to up the pressure. Whereas Team Indonesia wants to generally slow down the state of the game and keep scattering their opponents. They want to make them doubt their decision-making.
Let's see, Lord Dance is coming in, just a little bit of teasing from side of Cambodia. Vivian and Cine trying to find a way for them to set things up, even though we know Fumieko is going to join in just in time. This half lifeline at Viva, right at behind side. Vivian comes through, they will be able to steal. Bao Bei takes down Vivian first of all with Treasure Pulse as well. Fumieko trying to survive it out, will not be able to do so with double kill in the hands of Bao Bei. This Lord will be in the hands of Team Cambodia. Gets in the hands of Tegami. Cine doing all the best attack. Will still motion by Vival, but it's not going to be enough as this is already a win in the hands of Cambodia.
Definitely still a win so far, but Ue has to be careful. Oh, picks off Cine with the chase. So now he's probably going to end up dying to the sun here. Shell going to be picking up her first kill of the game, and that gives her the Great Dragon Spear as well. I like the way Cambodia is positioning. They are specifically just grouping all together because they know that the sun can come from a flank. Shell actually did a very good job of identifying Bao Bei in the midst of everything, but was just a little bit short of getting the kill on the Granger. And because of that, Cambodia still does come out on top from that trade. But the longer this game goes, the more difficult it is going to be for them. They can't allow this to last too much longer. But Shell is going to make it do exactly that. This is one of the strengths of the Sun. Lord? What Lord?
Exactly. This is what the fighter is all about. Definitely will be able to take it off, but Cine shuts down Elan immediately. Even with the Wavebreaker able to actually pass through. But is it going to be enough though? Team Cambodia, Bao Bei takes down, Cine goes in for the double kill with Vival. Now one more. Vivian managed to pick through with the Wavebreaker, but still this is going to be a turret. Comes into the hands of Cambodia, and they had to back off because Cambodia is getting into it.
This is the time for Cambodia to just get as much damage on the map done as possible. Bao Bei has hit a rolling hit right now on this Granger. 7-0. That is easily 5 Skypiercer stacks at least. And you can see how much damage it was doing to the squishier targets. Cambodia needs to continue doing this. Up the ante. Up 60 stacks right there. That is a lot of damage to worry about. And we know Indonesia is generally going to be fighting 4v5 because Shell is on a mission.
Shell is definitely trying to at least do a little bit of the split push, but again, it's not going to be enough though. All this solo fight that is done by her still have a lot of things that needs to be catch up because Team Cambodia, as one, they will be able to actually just trample one after another of Team Indonesia. So Team Indonesia needs to find a way how they want to actually control every single damage that was done by Baobei itself. But coming in right now, Wavebreaker Vivian! Just a little bit slow, but she will be able to survive it out, only to be taken out by Baobei. Yue comes in with City to be shut down. Oh no, Baobei! Been caught out by Fumieko instead! And now Cambodia trying to do a little bit of damage, but Elon with Shell shutting her down immediately. This is a comeback comes through from Indonesia team.
They're gonna have to make up for their losses right there. They're gonna try and chase down Shell, but one of the annoying things about Sun is it's so difficult to catch. Shell escaping from 3 members all by her lonesome, and while this is happening, Indonesia is already spreading their influence to the other parts of the map. The moment that Baobei went down once, Team Cambodia's entire lineup falls apart.
Oh, Team Indonesia finally get their feet on the ground, able to actually break that back line, and this is what is needed for them to return all of the fight that was done by Team Cambodia. Now, looking on the lot that is coming through already, this is where how they want to actually set things up first. Somehow, Team Cambodia doesn't spot out Shell in the midst of the grass though, so this could be a very, very scary situation if they don't realize it.
I think if that was any ordinary player, they would have 100% tried jumping on Baobei, but instead Cambodia's jumping.
AOG comes in. Oh, Sini managed to back away, but at the same time here, Tegami try to pull in with the Vivian side, but it's going to be Baobei to shut down Sini with that Death Sonata. But at the same time right here, it's going to be Shell. Shell spotted out, goes in for the Wavebreaker, still away Baobei right instant. Ripping out, shutting down Israel, and this is where the fine line at Cambodia falls, crumble in the hands of Indonesia. Bushi immediately double kill in the hands of Shell with the side of Tegami as well as Uwe, committing every single move, leaving only one player. Can they actually go for the team wipeout? It seems that Tegami doesn't want to actually contest, but no! Tegami comes back for the double kill!
Tegami with the slam right in the face of Team Indonesia, holding it together for Team Cambodia. Regardless of the flashiness of that play though, this is now a disaster for their side. Baobei has fallen again, they weren't able to defend her, and Tegami's not going to be able to walk off to contest his lord.
Let's see, can they actually do it though? Somehow, it's not going to be easy, but Vibal able to get the Lord in the hands of Indonesia. So it is risky, but again, Cambodia, even though they could not make that steal, this is going to be their own reset. They need it so that they can set things up for the defense.
We are undoubtedly seeing a match worthy of being grand finals material right now. Team Cambodia, their entire lead has been taken out. The goal difference now is minuscule. Baobei has been able to complete a Wind of Nature. That's going to be a very important item for this Granger if she wants to continue playing aggressively, since it will buy her precious seconds against the dive of this Sun. But Indonesia has the Lord on their side. They've been split pushing the map the entire time, so there's only 2 external towers remaining. And it's already past the point where holy defense would still be an issue. Team Cambodia, their chance of turning this around is starting to slim due to how much scaling Indonesia has built into their draft.
Even then, Fumieko try to actually step a little bit closer to Team Cambodia. It's not going to do much as they are pushing in. Fashion Pulse comes through, doesn't actually get anyone though, but in the end, this turret is going to be the opening comes through. Monteshaku comes in, no one actually gets into it, so that's going to be Team Cambodia just setting things off for the Lord itself. Somehow, this is going to be easy for turret bottom to be shut down easily. All of the waves are being started out, but AOG doesn't catch anyone, so Team Cambodia so far, the only thing that they are mattering right now is just to defend, not to overextend.
Not a bad defense though. They do give up 1 inhibitor, but that is probably the best case scenario for Team Cambodia in this situation. We are 16 minutes in. This is around the time where I said Team Cambodia needed to try to end the game, because any longer than this and the scaling from Indonesia might become too difficult to handle since they have multiple late game core heroes. It is still possible, but all of it rides on Baobei. And unfortunately, 2 deaths in a row means that she's not going to have a lot of Sky Piercer stacks left over. She needs to build those back up to be the artillery threat that she was earlier in the game.
Let's see if Team Cambodia can guard out Baobei before being picked off by Team Indonesia. So far, when it comes to actually executing Indonesia has been perfectly fighting. Even though with Tegami able to actually back things up with that double kill, it's still not going to be enough for Team Cambodia to catch up with Indonesia's gap, whereby they are already leading up and now trying to go in for a fight with the Fallen Star Moon, but somehow does not grab anyone in the mid. So far, Team Cambodia having a lot of structure, able to actually create some safe space between them.
I want to see some adjustment here from Team Cambodia, especially from Bao Bei. She has been able to use the early game snowball she has to go for very aggressive pickoffs, but she cannot afford to do that anymore. Even if you see a very juicy kill right in front of you, you need to second chance it. If you are in this Granger's position, you need to stay protected. It doesn't matter if you miss out on kills, you need to ensure you stay alive.
Oh, but Shell says, no, you're not gonna be able to stay alive, but they do have the chance for UA to back things up. Shell still managed to survive it out, but no, goes away with the clone. That's how powerful it is, but that is going to be a zoning for them. Here, right here, Vival able to take down Moshi. Tato right here, at the moment right now, they are going in for a fight, but no, they are pushing into Cambodia just to shoo them away as they are going to focus for the Lord to be taken by Vival. In the moment right now, Fumieko try to actually scurry away to the side of Team Cambodia. Bao Bei barely scraping alive by UA. Immortality right in the hands, but they're not going to deny it because Vival will shut him down for good.
It's a 3v5 defense situation now. The Lord is still very far away, but Indonesia might just be able to muscle their way in. Bao Bei is the only one that's going to be able to do notable damage, but the minions are so tanky right now that it's even taking her a while to clear them up. Slowly but surely, the waves are sinking in, and Ue is not going to be available for this base defense.
Last two raid for them to just bear open this space. At the side of Cine takes him down. Both go in for the waves of breaker. Tegami barely surviving, goes for the Imperial Rap, but does manage to go for the defense wise. So Team Indonesia still had to move away, but Vival takes down Moshi immediately. Lord coming in. It's a great defense mechanism come through for the side of Cambodia. They managed to actually shoo away the side of Indonesia, but is it going to be enough though? Fumieko, Trash and Pulse doesn't get anyone just yet. So far, Cambodia is desperate, but at least their desperation can still hold out the situation.
Really good composure there from Team Cambodia. Considering the odds, it would not have been difficult for Indonesia to just muscle their way in with that Lord. But since Bao Bei was able to keep herself alive, it meant that they couldn't just walk in without risking having themselves wiped off the map. Even without the Gatot Kacha in that fight, Cambodia keeps themselves in game number 1. But now their base is going to be empty, and the scaling is still ramping up for their opponent.
So far, we are seeing they have been taking care of Bao Bei, denying anyone from the team of Indonesia to steal her. And this is where the position that we are asking from them. But the thing is, not much of Bao Bei will be able to stack things up. Michelle, again, try to tease a little bit of Bao Bei. This is where the fine line, they just want to bait her out. And Team Indonesia knows that if only Cambodia eat up those bait, they might be able to set things good.
This is the part of the game now where it is very annoying to deal with this monkey, and Shell is well aware of it. She is constantly going to be a nuisance, poke clones out, get vision, find catches if necessary, and exert consistent macro pressure that is not going to allow Team Cambodia to group together. We can see that Elan is basically forced on housekeeping duty permanently now because Fumieko as well is going to be able to split push the map on the other side.
The fact that right now they are one man less when it comes to the team fight, they are required because 24 seconds, Lord is about to appear. And knowing for a fact that Indonesia, if they can actually get that Lord, it could be a closure already for the first round of the match.
This is a very difficult decision to make in the position of Team Cambodia. They need to basically send their entire team if they want to have a solid chance of contesting the Lord. But there is always the possibility of a backdoor, and Elan is not going to be able to defend against Shell or Fumieko by herself, which means you need at least 2 people staying in base, keeping the waves in check. But there is no way they can contest Lord with 3. So Cambodia might be forced to give this up.
But Wave Breaker as well as Tsunami Slam stealing away Moshi. Moshi barely surviving that, but at the same time, Tegami comes in for a fight. Doesn't manage to actually pull through with a Pistol Wrap. Now coming in with the Traction Pulse, moving straight forward to the side of Cambodia. They will be able to take down Bao Bei first of all. Now going in all out to Ue. Ue barely alive, will be shut down by Vival. Now Tegami is going to be the next victim. Barely surviving with all the base. And City shuts them down for good. Elon, the housekeeper, will be also terminated. Rimoshi tries to survive it up, but no! She barely survived that mountain shocker, but the crystal is already in the hands of Indonesia for the first win.
In a very sneaky way, Team Indonesia finds their way into the base of their opponent and turns the entire game around on its head. Team Cambodia were controlling the entirety of the early to mid game, but the entire concept of this draft is to deny that in the first place. That late game, that sun constantly being a nuisance, and the speed at which that crystal melted, this is gonna need to be respected going forward.
Can I see myself? It's a little bit dark in here. I can't see myself because I was just blinded by the success of Indonesia for the first round. Thank you so much for the FM. Really appreciate Marshall. Yeah, just a little bit late, but it's okay. We will have the light here for ourselves. But congratulations again for Team Indonesia for a beautiful win of the first round. We thought that Cambodia had it in the bag. They are really good for the draft. They really managed to actually pressurize Team Indonesia from the start. But somehow, in the midst of it all, once they actually give up or even allow Baobei to be shut down, this is where the fine line that Team Cambodia suddenly falter a little bit.
It's very interesting to see what Team Indonesia has done here, because they have picked a lineup that doesn't really classically work in team fight situations. They've actually put themselves in a direct disadvantage when it comes down to contesting objectives. And that's why I said, and when it was proven, that Team Cambodia would have the direct advantage when it came to the first, second turtle timings. But I also said that they could not afford to lose their lead. They could not afford to let the game last too long, because the scaling kicks in, the sun becomes way too annoying to handle, and that, unfortunately for the side of Team Cambodia, became true.
I think pretty much it was close enough for them to actually just get that team wipe out early on, but because of how Moshi was, we do have to give it credit for her, right? Because how Moshi was able to survive all of the fights, all of the attacks that was done by Team Indonesia shows how much that they want to actually control. But here's the thing, no matter how much you want to control the movement of the side of Team Indonesia, they did manage to actually just steal away that crystal because there was not much of a defense. So going back into 21 minutes 53 seconds, this is just the first round, and we are seeing a really good fight by both of these two girls team with 16-17 kills. Not much, there's not really a big gap between them, because started out really good for Team Cambodia. It's just sometimes when it comes to the execution as well as the moment where they actually hesitant and give so much time for Team Indonesia, this is where Indonesia just comes back alive.
Indonesia was well aware that this lineup might have difficulty in the mid-game and were willing to throw bodies at their opponents, sacrificing people as resources if necessary to get space on the map and to pressure with the use of this Esmeralda and Sun. With how long this game went, most of the players in this game were already full build, with many of them even selling out their shoes in order to remain relevant. But there are risks to both sides. For the side of Indonesia, if the game ends too early, then you never really get to execute on the strategy. And for the side of Cambodia, they are basically playing hyper carry. Baobei is the only source of reliable, consistent damage, since Zetian is more of a support mid laner as well, which means that once the Granger is taken out of the fight, doesn't matter how tanky the rest of you are, Indonesia can slowly whittle you down.
Somehow we are seeing a lot of times that Fumi Eiko as the tanker to be surviving with 197,500 Eiko. Sorry, her name is Fumi Eiko, but it's 197,580,000 damage taken. And this is where the fine line that we say, when it comes to the front line Team Indonesia, they can cover a really good ground. Just making sure that nobody steps behind them, making sure that nobody touches their goal laner, or even Cine, who actually gives a lot of damage from backline. It shows how much potential they can actually cover things up. Now going into the key play, it has to be Shell as the goal hunter. Again, beautiful lucky number from the side of GBM 777. The GOAT as with 100,471 will be in the hands of Cine. Fumieko as the tanker, again as the powerful domination of making sure that they will be able to secure all the safety net for the team of Indonesia. But Tegami, nonetheless, she was doing well. She was amazing with that Fredrin as with 11 total assists.
We've seen a lot of different teams actually attempt this sort of skirmish style draft throughout WEC. but I think this is the most successful execution of it. Being willing to take risks, to trade resources, which may very well be your lives themselves, to create map pressure, and thereby distracting both sides so that you're able to attack from different angles. Under normal circumstances, you would never be able to break through the front line to get to this Granger, but because you have so much map pressure, you can come from anywhere.
Yeah, definitely. Started out really good for Team Cambodia. Good pressure for the side of the early games itself because they know they can actually control, they can be able to actually maneuver every single situation. Even the diving composition that was done by Baobei was very fruitful. But when it comes to the team of Indonesia, they know how to pace themselves. They know when to strike back. And when it comes to Shell, she just knows that it is going to not be easy for Team Cambodia to catch her as she just throw all her clones. She can just zip out of nowhere, and she even barely surviving that three players was just chasing after her, and with her body just surviving it out shows how much it's slippery to catch her off guard.
I feel like if there's one thing that Cambodia may have been able to do better, it was better utilizing the vision that was provided by the Zetian ultimate. It was popped oftentimes in fights, but I think it was used more as a stun and damage mechanic rather than making use of the information it would get. In the earlier fight we've seen, it was popped. They could have actually seen that Shell was coming from the bot lane, but didn't really register that information, instead focusing on the fight in front of them. These lapses in judgment make it so that they escape in the wrong directions, running into places where your opponent is going to be able to meet up with you instead, and eventually losing out on people that needed to stay alive. Indonesia were able to come out on top this time. But I do think we still have to give props. Team Cambodia looks to be in a very solid fighting form, and if not for the interactions of this draft, this could have been a lot closer.
Agreed, definitely. And the fact that Team Cambodia, I think pretty much they had a really solid draft-wise. It's just pretty much, again, they didn't actually have that call-out that is properly wisely used into the gameplay that is making a really good composure for Team Indonesia just topple them. So this is going to be a second round of the match, and we've talked about how this is going to be the best of 5, so there's still a lot ground that they can be covering in. They can be able to actually adapt themselves or even fix back for the second round.
There's definitely still time for Team Cambodia to figure things out and dust themselves off. While I do like the idea that they went with in game number 1, nowadays in this meta, it is very risky and oftentimes not worth it to be running compositions where all of your damage is on one person. Because we saw what happens. If that person dies, then you suddenly can't do anything, even if you still have full HP. So you gotta make sure you at least have a little bit more different sources of DPS. Now, I don't really know if you're gonna be able to rationalize banning Sun, because maybe in the second phase, but that is one ban taken away from other more meta heroes.
Nah, I don't think so, because that Sun was just pretty much, like we talked about, we wanted surprise element. Indonesia is serving it on a dish, and we are just eating up very deliciously. So the question is now coming along to the side of how much that we have already seen banned out. Eve was already taken out very quickly, even Grok as well as Baxia. So the question is now coming into the Team Cambodia, what else they have under their sleeve? That's the question is, can they actually also pull out a little bit of surprise element? Because somehow they kind of actually lean to that Fredrin too much, to a point that I think Indonesia has already spotted out the weakness.
I don't think it's actually too big of an issue to keep leaning on Fredrin, because so far Tegami has been doing a good job of it, and it allows them to build up early game control. You gotta make sure the rest of your draft is able to adapt to it properly. Front to back is great. Granger works well with Fredrin, but you might have needed something else. I understand the Zetian at the end, because the utility the hero provides is actually quite solid for this game, but you needed a little bit more damage to be coming from somewhere.
I mean, we talked about how Loothouse was actually quite open for them to pick up. I'm not sure why they actually picked up Zetian. I know that when it comes to the skill set, yeah, you can actually open up the map itself with the Fury of the Phoenix, and I think that's kind of like a counter for the side of the Mountain Shocker that is in the hands of Yi Sun-shin that was taken out by Team Indonesia. But again, how much of you actually open up the map with that Fury of the Phoenix? That's supposed to be the one thing that the ulti give you. They provide you a lot of the opening of the map itself. You can actually know location of your enemies, and it can actually set you up for any fights that you are intended to.
It is a very difficult thing to execute on though, because they were oftentimes using it for team fighting, and that's fine, but it has greater value than that if they were able to keep track of where the enemies were that weren't part of the team fight. It might have been a little bit better, but at the same time, they're gonna need the position based on the most immediate needs of the team fight itself. So maybe it might just be better to go for a hero that bursts and doesn't make the fight last as long. Right? This is one of those situations where there's no objectively correct change that could have been made, and we can tell that these two teams are actually fighting at pretty similar levels, but Team Indonesia knew what they were doing with this one.
Definitely, and the fact that right now we're moving into the second round of our grand final. Team Indonesia, again, haven't been dropped just yet by anyone. Team Cambodia, they're looking for a way so that they can actually change up what has happened from last year. Redemptions-wise, so far we are seeing such vast improvement from Team Cambodia because they didn't actually have a really good shot from last year. They also had a really rough spot as well from last July as well. So this is a really good redemption, a great pedestal to be put on by Team Cambodia. But here's the thing, when it comes to grand final, this is your last final boss, and if you do not step up immediately, it might be a very struggle situation for you.
I do think that they've already stepped up in a pretty notable way though, and we don't even need to look at a few months ago to tell that. We can compare it to their previous meeting with Team Indonesia in the upper bracket semis, where during that time, they were basically one-sidedly stomped by Team Indonesia because they oftentimes fell for simple tricks in draft manipulation. I don't think that happened this time around. Team Indonesia actually had to pull out something a bit more surprising rather than going for the standard. And I think that is proof already that Team Cambodia is looking better than before, but the gap between them still seems to be fairly wide.
Somehow I feel like because of the fact that there's a lot of heroes that's already been taken out from the portion, it kind of actually limits what Team Cambodia can do. Even though, yeah, we do agree that they have been showing a lot of the improvement, but again, the adaptability that has been seen by Team Indonesia is just on another level. They are the powerhouse, and they have been showing us that they can flex whatever heroes. To them, it's just another day at the rank side.
It is just another day for Team Indonesia here. Even when the competition started, I think a lot of us were already aware that they stood heads and shoulders above many of the other regions. Team Cambodia has been able to do a good job of catching up so far, but it looks like they're still going to have to dig deeper still if they want to truly put up a challenge. Their mid-game was solid, but was that truly not within the calculations of their opponents?
Let's see. So far right now, we are waiting for the second round to get started. Hopefully they are very ready to be prepared themselves because again, we've talked about how Team Cambodia is just freshly able to win against Team Egypt, and yes, we do agree that there are some of the potential of the warm-up can actually boost up Team Cambodia, but at the same time, there is also a con stuff whereby sometimes when you actually had so much of your energy been focused in one game or even one series, when you move into the second series, your mind starts to go a little bit blank, or maybe it kind of actually give a little bit of the tension for your own mental state as well as stamina. Do you
That
agree
is
on
true.
Yeah,
This
right?
is definitely around the point where Team Cambodia's mentality is going to truly be tested, because not only are they coming off of a lower bracket final, the strategy that worked well for them before, that they were actually leading and controlling the game with, was just very swiftly defeated by Team Indonesia. Do they have the mentality needed to reset after that one? Can they pick themselves up considering the previous fatigue and considering that they weren't able to convert their initial success in game one to a victory?
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully they are doing well. Looking at the side of the stage right now, we do see like Cambodia still having a really good, strong feeling as well as happiness. Sided out right there, smiling at their faces. So definitely they are in a really good state. So I'm liking that. Hopefully that will be able to boost up their morals as well as making sure that they are not even drowned with all the motion of feeling left, or not to say like left out, or more to say like they kind of feel demoral because of the first loss. It's just first loss, relax, like we talked about, this is best of 5, you can still be able to just keep up the pace or probably just step up right after this and learn from those mistakes. But coming along for our second map of our grand final, it's going to be Flying Clouds again.
Interesting. Up until now, Team Indonesia has had a very high concentration of expanding river. And this time around, looks like the clouds are the ones coming in to say hi. Now, again, this is a map that doesn't have all that much impact. I don't really think we got to see much of it in game one either.
I mean, did we see? Okay, maybe when it comes to the base was actually bare open. We did see the moment when Elan was doing the housekeeping. Yeah, the rest of the players were just able to respond. They come back and help her out, try to actually ease out the burden of her trying to clear out the minions, all the waves that was pushing to their baseline. But that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Come on, give me more maps. I don't want Flying Clouds. I am flying, but I'm not flying to the sky right now. So let's take a look on the draft fight right here between the two teams of Indonesia versus Cambodia. On the side of the banning, still the same. They are actually picking off Jushin, Yves, as well as Chi-Chi. On the side of Cambodia, they are taking off not just Baxia and Grog, as well as Lancelot. So pretty much just the same old default that we saw previously.
Thought Kachak going to be locked in this time since Grok was banned out instead. So these are the two roamers that have high success rates overall. Team Cambodia still keeping it pretty standard. Lapu Lapu first with the Kimmy to keep their draft as open as possible. Unfortunately, compared to before, I feel like it might be a bit risky to do it this time around, since Gatot has already shown himself. At the very least, they won't have an Eve to worry about.
Let's see. Okay, definitely Cambodia is just playing off with comfortness right now because we've seen how it was when it comes to tuning things down, trying to actually guard out the situation with the Thresh and Pulse, and then you also have the Bravest Fighter. So yeah, when it comes to them trying to control all the team fights, they're still there. But Indonesia-wise, they can actually have an opening for them to pick up Esmeralda as well as Hayabusa. So yeah, previously Hayabusa was denied immediately, so now they're taking a very direct path, or even going in straight to just take the assassin early on.
And we already know that Vival plays a pretty mean Hayabusa. Both these junglers are quite known for their ability to perform on assassins. Cambodia probably needs to respond with their jungler now. Yisun Din going to be the next best pick, but Brethren still going to be the pick of choice. They're sticking with the tank jungle.
Again, this is what I'm saying. They are playing with a comfort. Not much of a change, not much of an adaptability, but the question is it because they are confident they can actually redeem themselves for the mistake they've done? Maybe because they saw how they were able to control from the early games, but now they are going to actually tone down a little bit for the mid lane. They take out Lunox. If they are also thinking about picking off as well the mid laners that they want to actually guard up, but I don't think there's pretty much any mid laners they want to actually take down, and maybe even Farsa if they want to actually just shut down, but I think that's not going to be the focus right now though.
Yeah, I don't think Farsa is worth banning. It's very easy to cancel, especially since we already have Lapu Lapu. Lunox was just banned.
Oh wait, Lunox, yeah.
That's literally what we were talking about.
Never mind. But this is all because of Flying Clouds.
Understandable. Maybe it's time to remove Flying Clouds from the game, right?
Yes, please.
Alright, Moonton, you heard her. You heard Pasha, Moonton.
Please,
sending that message to you. Alright, we got Hilda up on the ban list now for the side of Indonesia, which is understandable since they are going to be playing a Hayabusa currently, so they don't want to have their side of the map invaded. Farsa, not really worth banning, as we've already pointed out. There aren't a lot of other meta mid laners left, so if you want to start digging into the non-meta pockets, I feel like it would be too big to worry about. Looks like they will just stick with the Cho that they banned last game as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think pretty much we talked about how Cho is not really a great hero to be passed around or even to be give up. So definitely those are the meta heroes that you don't want to actually face off. So great composure coming from Cambodia to take that off. Now Team Indonesia, seeing how we talked about how Team Cambodia-wise, they've already set them up with the same draft that we saw from the first round. Are they going to actually take down even more of the heroes that are comfortable in the hands of Cambodia? Even Alot, we saw it was really done greatly in the hands of Team Cambodia. They were able to shut down some of the players from Egypt, so that could be a question. But Kalea instead been taken out.
I think that's perfectly fine. Kalea Kimmy is actually a really annoying mid lane duo to deal with, and with a lot of the meta marksmen already taken out, you don't want to give that duo over to the side of Cambodia. Cambodia has a few options here. They will definitely need to rely back on a typical marksman, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go with the Granger here again, just to keep their last pick open, and yeah, that is what they'll do.
Alright, Team Indonesia, they want to go for that MM as well. It seems that they are going to pick up Harith as well as Selena. And we've talked about how Selena, when it comes to execution, it takes a lot of skills. You have to land that abyssal arrow very perfectly. And Sini somehow was able to actually portray that when they fought off with the team of Egypt.
Any team who picks Selena in this situation is worth fearing. This is the type of hero that you only pull out when you're 100% confident that it's going to work. And it just has such an oppressive presence overall. Team Indonesia is also sticking with a pretty classic lineup. They've got Harith in the gold lane, so that naturally has an advantage against the Granger. The only thing they might need to worry about is a lack of burst damage outside of the Abyssal Arrow, because a lot of their DPS is a little bit more over time. So Fredrin will be able to survive a lot longer this time around. Team Cambodia can utilize that with the Minotaur last pick.
I did saw that Minotaur was used when they fought off with Team Turkey. It didn't actually kind of promise or even actually secure a win against Turkey though, but maybe Team Cambodia maybe can actually change things up here when they fought off with Team Indonesia right now. Somehow, I still feel like we